Chapter 895. After testing the power of the explosives, Li Wangyu was finally able to relax after the incident of his subordinates surrounding the city. As long as he had the explosives in his hands, no matter how many people there were outside the city, he was not afraid. Jianghu County currently lacked charcoal and saltpeter. Although there was not much sulfur, the amount of sulfur used in the gunpowder formula was the least. Therefore, Li Wangyu estimated that with the sulfur that they had collected, Niu Wu and the others would be able to make almost 100 explosives. Li Wangyu did not believe that with so many explosives, those people would be able to overturn the situation. How could a body of flesh and blood be able to compete with explosives? After relaxing, Li Wangyu finally thought of the strangeness of the rebellion. Why did those people suddenly attack Jianghu County? Li Wangyu did not believe that just because the son of a tribe leader was whipped by Dugu Feng, it would lead to such a crisis. In his opinion, this was more like a premeditated attack. Li Wangyu had asked Dugu Feng before. When he received the news of the rebellion, he immediately ordered people to seal the city gates and sent out a bailiff to deliver the message. However, the bailiff had fallen into the hands of the people. This meant that there were already people lying in ambush on the official road leading to Chengdu County. Their goal was to prevent Jianghu County from calling for help. Including the tactic of surrounding 3-in-1 and the 5 people risking their lives to attack the city, this meant that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. There must be a mastermind behind this. Li Wangyu couldn't figure out the reason, so he decided to interrogate the captured subordinates to see if he could find any clues to understand why they suddenly besieged Jianghu County. There were about 40 to 50 people captured on the city walls. These people were all locked up in the county jail by Dugu Feng. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to quickly make the explosives. He then called Dugu Feng back and prepared to interrogate the people. After all, he didn't understand their language. Without Dugu Feng's translation, it would be like a chicken speaking with a duck, and both parties would have no way of communicating. Duke, this lowly official understands those subordinates very well. They are a group of stubborn people. It is very difficult to get them to confess. The helpers' living environment was terrible, which made them fearless of death. They were very hard to deal with. Furthermore, this lowly official suspects that the subordinates that we have captured might not know what their leaders are trying to do. Dugu Feng first gave Li Wangyu a heads up. In his view, it would be difficult to get these subordinates to confess. Li Wangyu was naturally aware of this, but he didn't know if he could get any useful information from his subordinates. However, since he had nothing to do, he might as well interrogate him first. When the Tang Dynasty interrogated criminals, they used all kinds of torture to extort confessions. They used all kinds of cruel methods to torture the person being interrogated. Things like flogging, whipping, pinching fingers with bamboo sticks, burning with hot iron. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, looked down on these interrogation methods. Beating people until they were badly mutilated and using pure pain to extort confessions was too low end. Li Wangyu couldn't bear to do it. He wanted to try out a few interrogation methods that he had seen when he was browsing the internet in his previous life. In his previous life, extorting confessions through torture had become the target of scorn. However, there were interrogation methods that didn't harm the body, but could torture the mind. Dugu Ming House, order people to prepare some thick coffins. Li Wangyu instructed Dugu Feng. His words naturally gave Dugu Feng a fright. Why would he want coffins for no reason? Could it be that this duke was planning to bury those subordinates alive? Duke, why do you need coffins? Naturally, to interrogate those subordinates. Li Wangyu's words, which came out of nowhere, made Dugu Feng even more puzzled. However, it was not good for him to continue asking. He could only arrange for bailiffs to go to a coffin shop in the city and requisition a few thick coffins. Looking at the empty coffins that the bailiffs carried into the county office, Dugu Feng didn't know how to complain. How annoying! This is really annoying. His county office of Jianghu County had been tormented by Li Wangyu to the point that he couldn't even look at it anymore. The courtyard of the county office had been dug up into a mess. There were also a few iron pots and earthen stoves set up, and thick smoke was billowing out of them. Now, so many unlucky coffins had been brought in. It had completely overturned Dugu Feng's worldview. However, he was just a 7th-grade county magistrate. How could he dare to say no to Li Wangyu, the 2nd-grade county magistrate who had founded the country? He could only pinch his nose and endure. Li Wangyu directly ordered people to carry the coffins into the prison and find a secluded place to place them. Duke, the coffins are here. How do you want to interrogate those subordinates? I have already summoned all the experienced officials in the county office who are in charge of interrogation. All kinds of torture tools have been prepared. Duke, you only need to instruct them. Li Wangyu looked at the gloomy torture tools in the prison. There were even black bloodstains on the torture tools. He shook his head and said with a smile, "There is no need to use these messy tools. When interrogating a person, there is no need to make it so bloody and messy. Go find a few subordinates and directly put them in these coffins." Why is this? Dugu Feng and the bailiffs behind him who were in charge of interrogation in the county office were all stunned. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just let them do as they were told. In fact, Li Wangyu's interrogation method was a type of sensory deprivation. After putting the subordinates in the thick coffins, the lid of the coffins was closed, and they were sealed in a secluded space that was isolated from sound. Other than being able to breathe, they couldn't feel the slightest stimulation from the outside world. What seemed like an unremarkable punishment was actually quite terrifying. In the past, there was a research organization that did an experiment. They invited 17 people who volunteered to participate in the experiment and sealed them in a box. Almost no one was able to endure for long. Most people felt deep anxiety and panic when they were in the box. Being imprisoned for a few hours under sensory deprivation gave the prisoners the feeling of being locked up in an ordinary prison cell for weeks or even months. The reason Li Wangyu had Dugu Feng find coffins and not other sealed boxes was to increase the psychological pressure on the subordinates. He didn't explain the theory to Dugu Feng. As for whether this method, which he had seen on the internet, would be effective, Li Wangyu didn't know. He could only lock the subordinates in the coffins for a few hours before seeing the results. It didn't matter even if it didn't work. Li Wangyu was prepared to try other interrogation methods. For example, sleep deprivation. He wouldn't let the interviewee sleep for a few days. He would use fatigue to make the interviewee confess. This was a method often used by countries all over the world. Although this method was good, it was time-consuming. Li Wangyu didn't have the patience to spend a few days interrogating these subordinates. Li Wangyu felt that sensory deprivation, stress positions, and extreme temperatures were too cumbersome. Now, he wanted to try the quickest interrogation method on these subordinates. It was the CIA's infamous water torture. Chapter 896. The so-called water torture was a torture method that made the person being interrogated feel drowned. The person being tortured would not suffer any obvious physical injuries, but the pain would be unbearable. In the future, water torture was recognized as a form of torture. It was cruel, inhumane, and damaging to one's dignity, and was banned by many countries. However, the U.S. military and the CIA did not officially abolish waterboarding until 2009, when they were forced to do so. The tools of water torture were simple. The person would be tied up in a position where his feet were higher than his head. A wet towel would be used to cover his face, and water would be poured onto the towel. This form of torture would make the person feel suffocated and drowned. It was extremely cruel. Li Wangyu said that he could not bear to see his subordinates being tortured, but in reality, he did not want to see a bloody scene. He did not think that there was anything wrong with torturing his subordinates. After all, if these subordinates conquered Jiulong County, they would not be merciful and let the civilians, Su Chongqing, and the others go. Li Wangyu ordered his men to drag out one of the subordinates from the prison and prepare to water torture him. The subordinate was very strong. His hands were tied behind his back by 2 yamen runners, but he did not stop struggling. His expression was ferocious and he was cursing. Even though Li Wangyu did not understand the language of the subordinates, he knew that this person did not have anything good to say. After ordering the yamen runners to tie the subordinate up, Li Wangyu ordered his men to bring a towel and a bucket of water. He was ready to torture the subordinate. However, Li Wangyu's water torture was seen as cruel by Dugu Feng and the other yamen runners. They did not think much of it. When Li Wangyu ordered them to lock the subordinate in a coffin, they did not understand what he meant. Now that they saw that the so-called tools of torture Li Wangyu ordered his men to prepare were just a bucket of water and a towel, they thought that Li Wangyu, the county duke who founded the country, was just messing around. The yamen runners, who had been torturing prisoners for years, looked at each other and saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Obviously, they thought that Li Wangyu's so-called interrogation was just child's play. It was simply a fantasy to expect these stubborn subordinates to confess with a bucket of cold water that didn't hurt them at all. Of course, they did not dare to say this in front of Li Wangyu. They also did not dare to show any strange expressions on their faces. After all, Li Wangyu was a god that no one dared to offend. Therefore, even though the Yamen runners did not think much of it, they were still very happy. They followed Li Wangyu's instructions and prepared to torture of the subordinates. After tying him up from head to toe, they covered his face with a towel. Then, a few Yamen runners lifted a bucket of water and slowly poured it on his face. Originally, the Yamen runners thought that this kind of punishment was no different from washing the subordinates' faces. But they did not expect that when the bucket of water was only half poured, the subordinates who were fixed to the platform suddenly started to struggle violently. They seemed to be in great pain. Some sharp-eyed Yamen runners even noticed that the subordinates' pants were wet. There was a foul smell. The subordinates actually lost control of their bowels. The Yamen runners were stunned. They were all veterans who had been torturing prisoners for a long time. They knew that it was not easy to beat the prisoners until they lost control of their bowels. Moreover, these subordinates were known for their stubbornness. In the past, torturing them was a difficult task. Don't think that beating people would not be tiring. But now, did the subordinate see a ghost? Just half a bucket of water was poured on his face and he could not help but struggle in pain. He even lost control of his bowels. Could it be that this punishment was really that terrifying? Li Wangyu did not know what the Yamen runners were thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh out loud. Water torture did not seem like much, but it was actually quite painful. He had seen a piece of information on a military forum in his previous life. A CIA official had once revealed that water torture was very efficient. 80% of the people who were interrogated by water torture would confess. As for the remaining 20%, it was not because they were heroes who would rather die than surrender, but because they were tortured to death. Perhaps the only people who could survive water torture were those who had the halo of a main character in a Hollywood movie. The reason why water torture was so cruel was that it was impossible to breathe during the process. This caused the person being interrogated to subconsciously open their mouth and swallow. This caused a large amount of water to be sucked into their stomach, lungs, and trachea. This would cause the person being interrogated to vomit, cough, lose control of their bowels, and experience indescribable pain. They would be tortured to the point of death. According to the information disclosed by the CIA official, if an ordinary person was subjected to water torture, they would confess within 16 seconds to 2 minutes. The efficiency was very high. The Yamen runners of Jiolong County naturally did not know about this, and Dugafeng did not know either. Everyone looked at the subordinate's painful appearance in horror, but they did not understand why. That's enough. Be careful not to drown him if you continue to water him. Stop. Dugu Ming House. Can I trouble you to ask him if he is willing to cooperate? Li Wangyu saw that the Yamen runners were still pouring water on the subordinates' faces and hurriedly spoke to stop them. Dugafeng was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Yes. I will go ask him now. The Yamen runners hurriedly put down the buckets of water and removed the wet towel covering the subordinates' faces. At this time, the subordinates could finally breathe again. He opened his mouth and greedily took in large mouthfuls of the not-so-fresh air in the prison. At the same time, he violently coughed, causing his face to be covered in snot and tears. He looked very miserable. Dugafeng and the other subordinates' coughing subsided a little. They then used the subordinates' language to ask a few questions. The previously incomparably tough subordinates were now acting out of character. Not only did they not dare to show any fierce expressions, they were instead obedient and pitiful like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whatever Dugafeng asked, he obediently answered. This made the Yamen runners to the side all dumbfounded. The old officials in the prison finally realized that they had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. They had originally thought that Li Wangyu was fooling around with his interrogation methods, but now these old hands had opened their eyes. Compared to this efficient and easy interrogation method, the methods that they had originally used were indeed weak. What the county duke was doing was called interrogation. What he was doing was called an expert. If it weren't for the fact that the Yamen runner's status was too low compared to Li Wangyu's, these old torturers in the county Yamen would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Li Wangyu to become his disciple. They would have wanted to learn some of these magical interrogation methods. Disregarding the shock in the Yamen runners' hearts, the subordinates that Dugafeng had questioned for a long time shook his head regretfully at Li Wangyu. "Duke, I have asked this person. He does not know why their tribe is besieging the county. He only said that the leader of the tribe had promised them that after they took Jianghu County, they would be free to plunder the wealth and women in the county." This answer was not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. He nodded and ordered the Yamen runners to put down the subordinate. Then, he grabbed a new subordinate. Chapter 897. After using water torture on several of them, the result was the same. No one could withstand such a cruel punishment. All of them began to beg for mercy. The county Yamen's torture veterans were like children who had just gotten a new toy. They were all in high spirits and couldn't wait to use the consummate skill they had just learned on these officials. In an instant, the county Yamen's prison, which was already gloomy and cold, was filled with endless screams. Of course, Li Wangyu wouldn't sympathize with these officials. According to the laws of the Tang Empire, these captured officials would be exiled for 3,000 miles even if they weren't beheaded. In short, their fate wouldn't be pleasant. However, he was a little disappointed. After interrogating several officials, no one knew why the 5 major tribes of officials had joined forces to attack Jianghu County. This was actually very normal. Thinking about it, only the leaders of the tribes of officials and those close to them would know the details. It was normal that these ordinary officials didn't know. Since he had nothing to do, Li Wangyu still ordered the Yamen runners to torture all the officials in the prison. However, they still didn't get anything. After spending 2 to 4 hours, it was all for naught. Li Wangyu felt very helpless about this result. He stood up and dusted his clothes, preparing to return to the hostel. Dugu Feng naturally led a group of Yamen runners to respectfully escort Li Wangyu out of the prison. However, one of the Yamen runners hesitated and said, "Reporting to the Duke, you forgot about those coffins." Li Wangyu was reminded by him and suddenly remembered. "Damn it, I completely forgot." Previously, he had ordered people to capture a few officials and lock them in the coffins. Their senses were cut off and they were confined. Now that a few hours had passed, he didn't know if those officials had broken down or not. He quickly ordered the Yamen runners to release those officials and check on the situation. If these officials were still unwilling to confess, Li Wangyu might have to ask the Yamen runners to torture them with water again for the sake of his reputation. Contrary to everyone's expectations, when the bailiffs opened the coffin lids and released them, the eyes of the people locked in the coffin were all lifeless, as if they had received a terrible shock. Li Wangyu's heart couldn't help but thump. These officials couldn't have been locked in the coffins for a few hours, right? Before Li Wangyu could say anything, the Yamen runners saw the muddle-headed appearance of these officials and directly raised their arms and slapped them a few times to wake them up. The unruly officials cried and knelt down. They kowtowed to Dugu Feng, who was wearing an official's robe. They were mumbling something that no one knew what they were talking about. Li Wangyu couldn't understand what the officials were saying, but the Yamen runners and Dugu Feng could. After listening to the officials' words, the Yamen runners looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at their ancestor. They were full of worship. It was no different from when the most fanatical obsessive fans saw their idol in the future. This group of experienced torturers felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. If it was water torture, then it would be fine. After a few attempts, everyone roughly understood why pouring water on the faces of the subordinates would cause such pain. But why were these people who were locked in the coffins so terrified? At this moment, the officials who were kneeling on the ground and kowtowing like they were pounding garlic were begging for mercy. As long as they weren't locked in the coffins, they would be willing to do anything. The Yamen runners even suspected that if they were thrown a knife at this moment and asked to kill themselves, these officials might immediately use the knife to slit their own throats. Strange, this was too strange. When the Yamen runners looked at the coffins placed in the prison, they couldn't help but shiver. They felt that these coffins were too strange. In their hearts, they were certain that this county magistrate who must have cast some kind of spell on the coffins to frighten these officials to such an extent. The Yamen runners made up their minds. In the future, these coffins couldn't be casually used by anyone who wasn't evil. In their opinion, locking people in these coffins that had been enchanted was even more terrifying than water torture. From now on, these thick coffins became the treasures of Jianghu County's prison. Every day, the Yamen runners would burn incense and worship these coffins. When new Yamen runners arrived, they would immediately be informed of the origins of these coffins and their evil nature. Whenever a vicious prisoner was caught in the prison, the Yamen runners would lock them in the coffins. After being locked up for a few hours, they would be released. No matter how vicious the prisoner was, they would all be as obedient as quails. This added a mysterious aura to these coffins, and it led to many legends. Putting aside the misunderstanding caused by Li Wangyu's sudden decision to get a few coffins to replace the confinement room, one of the officials told Du Gufeng something that caught Du Gufeng's attention after being interrogated by Du Gufeng and the Yamen runners.
Duke, this matter is rather strange.
Li Wangyu's eyes flashed as he asked curiously, Du Guming House, did you find out anything useful? Du Gufeng pondered for a moment before replying, I can't say that it's useful. However, according to this person, a Tang person appeared in their tribe a few days ago. He was led by the trusted aide of their tribe's chief. They carefully avoided the eyes and ears of others and secretly brought the Tang person to meet with their chief. Oh right, he also said that the Tang person had an extraordinary identity and wasn't a commoner. Oh? Then how did he know? This person said that he was slacking off and was sleeping in a tree when he accidentally saw this matter. As for that person's identity, it was because when he had peeked from the tree, he had noticed that although that Tang man was wearing hu robes, he was also wearing a silk inner robe. Thus, he was certain that that person was not a commoner. This official isn't sure if this matter has anything to do with the official's rebellion. Because cotton had not been introduced to China in large quantities in the early Tang Dynasty, the commoners mostly wore hemp clothing. Only the nobles and wealthy merchants had the ability to wear silk clothing. If the Tang person that the official saw was wearing a silk undergarment, it meant that the person was either rich or noble. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment before saying, Du Guming House, ask this person again. When did he see the Tang person appear in their tribe? Du Gufeng turned his head and asked a few more questions before replying, Duke, he said that it was 10 days ago. Then when did Du Guming House's official kidnap a commoner's girl happen? Replying to the Duke, that was 3 days ago. Haha, that's interesting. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and said, Du Guming House, from what I know, these officials usually don't have much contact with the Tang people, right? Yes, Duke is right. The customs of the officials are poles apart from the Tang people. In addition, the Tang people mostly despise the officials for being vulgar and call them barbarians. Thus, other than those officials who come down the mountain to sell mountain products and buy goods, they rarely interact with them. Du Gufeng's words made Li Wangyu even more certain that the rebellion of the officials was a premeditated conspiracy. Chapter 898. Even the commoners of the Tang Dynasty disdained to interact with the officials. Yet, the mysterious person went to the tribe of the officials and talked to the leader in secret. He even avoided the eyes and ears of the other officials in the tribe. Obviously, what they talked about was confidential. The mysterious Tang people, the rebellion of the officials. All these things happened within a few days. Li Wangyu would never believe that there was no connection between them and that it was just a coincidence. But if the officials rebelled because someone was behind it, what was the purpose of this person? Rebellion? That was obviously impossible. It would be good if the officials could at most take over Jiolong County. Once the Izhou Governor-General knew about this, they would send troops to surround and suppress them. There would be no chance for them to rebel. In history, there was a larger-scale rebellion in the beginning of the Tang Dynasty. In the 7th year of Wuda, the rebellion of the officials in Shizhou was huge. Li Yuan sent Dou Guo to lead the army into Shu to quell the rebellion. In the Battle of Fang Mountain alone, he captured 20,000 Tujia men, and killed the Tujia men until their souls flew away and scattered. After that, Dou Guo stayed in Izhou and became the governor of the Izhou Governor-General. He suppressed the officials until the 1st year of Zhengguan. After that, the officials in Shu were quite afraid of the military power of the Tang Dynasty. Hundreds of thousands of officials rebelled, but it was to no avail. Li Wangyu did not believe that the officials in Pengzhou were stupid. They would be courting death if they dared to go against the Tang Dynasty with just a few thousand people. In that case, the goal of the rebellion was obviously this small Jiolong County. The idea of the leader of the guards was to escape back to the mountains and disappear without a trace after conquering Jiolong County before the arrival of the Tang army. But what was so attractive about this small Jiolong County that someone would want to do such a thing? Was it for money and food? Li Wangyu denied this guess again. When the officials told him that the leaders of their tribes had promised them that after the city was taken, they could take whatever they wanted in the city. The leaders of the tribes did not want a single cent. If that was the case, why did the leaders of the 5 tribes still want to drive their people to attack Jiolong County? What was their purpose? He asked Du Gufeng again and confirmed that there wasn't any large amount of money or grain stored in Jiolong County. Jiolong County was just an ordinary county in the Tang Dynasty. How could there be many benefits in it? For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to do.
He only knew that this matter was very strange.
Since there was no clue for the time being, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think about it. In short, he had to guard the city well and wait for reinforcements to arrive. When the time came, he would capture the few deputy leaders and interrogate them. This would save him from wasting his brain cells here. After instructing Dugu Feng to look after the captives, Li Wangyu returned to the inn. After he told Su Chongqing about what had happened today, his beautiful boss had the same opinion as him. There had to be some hidden reason behind the rebellion of the officials. Even she couldn't figure out what their goal was. The two of them pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. However, they were too lazy to continue investigating. In short, with the explosives in their hands, they didn't have to worry about the officials playing any tricks. The night passed silently. The next morning, after experiencing a great defeat, the officials who had rested for a day beat the bronze drum outside the city. They planned to attack the city again. When Li Wangyu dressed up and climbed up the city wall with a sword in hand, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had already arrived. Lang Jun, last night, the Zhang brothers and I worked through the night and made 30 thunderbolts. Hee, today we'll let those damn officials have a taste of their own medicine. Niu Wu said to Li Wangyu proudly. In the turret behind him, there were already many explosives. This scene made the corner of Li Wangyu's eyes twitch. This bastard, how could he just casually pile up such dangerous explosives? If someone outside the city accidentally ignited the explosives by shooting a fire arrow into the city, it would all be over. He immediately thought of Niu Wu's words and his face became even darker. Damn it, he forgot to tell them yesterday. Plus, he had been thinking about the rebellion of the officials and forgot that Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had been making explosives in the county office. It was fine if they were making explosives, but what did this bastard just say? Working through the night? Then what did these three bastards use to light up the place? There were no electric lights in the Tang Dynasty. They either used oil lamps or candles to light up the place. When making the gunpowder, there were oil lamps or candles next to them. How come these three bastards didn't die? Li Wangyu was so angry that he kicked each of them and scolded loudly. You three don't want to live anymore? What did I say before? When making gunpowder, there can't be a fire source. Are you *King tired of living? Niu Wu smiled and rubbed his head. I was worried that the officials would attack the city today. Without these thunderbolts, many people would die. Don't worry, Lang Jun. We were very careful. Look, aren't we fine? Li Wangyu was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. You three just wait. When today's war is over, I will put you three in confinement. Now go find someone to move these thunderbolts further away and store them separately. Remember, don't get close to the fire source. He made up his mind to throw these three lucky bastards into the county office's prison and lock them in the coffins for an hour. Let's see if they still dare to act so recklessly in the future. Today, he could still see the three of them alive and kicking. It was simply a blessing from the gods. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' ancestral graves were smoking. Yes. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers saw that Li Wangyu was really angry, so they didn't dare to argue. They quickly ran away to move the explosives. Li Wangyu shook his head at the three of them. At this time, he didn't have the energy to continue to cause trouble for them. In front of the city wall, more than 100 government soldiers were already on the battlefield. They led many of the city's youths and waited on the city wall. Accompanied by the deafening sound of the officials' drums, a black mass of officials appeared in the forest outside the city. Each of them held a weapon and looked at the people on the city wall, ready to attack at any time. Li Wangyu now had the explosives in his hands, so he wasn't too worried about this group of officials. Although Niu Wu and the rest only made 30 or so explosives, it was enough to make the officials suffer. Li Wangyu wasn't at ease with the others using the explosives, so he simply let Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers each take 7 to 8 explosives to guard one side of the city wall and support the government soldiers in battle. He personally led a few yeoman runners with the remaining explosives to guard one side of the city wall. As for the one responsible for igniting the explosives, it was a familiar person. It was the yeoman runner who was used as a guinea pig by Li Wangyu yesterday. The yeoman runner's face was only scratched by the gravel yesterday. After treatment by the doctor, it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, this bailiff was bragging to the bailiffs beside him about his glorious achievements yesterday. He was extremely proud that Li Wangyu had once again given him these quaking thunders, and his chest was puffed up high. He was even more disdainful of the bailiffs outside the city. Everything was ready. Just as another battle was about to begin, Li Wangyu heard someone exclaim behind him. He looked back in shock and saw that in Jiulong County City, there were billowing smoke in several directions. Chapter 899. Dugu Feng's face was full of fear.
Duke, looking at the direction of the fire, it's my county hall and the granary in the city. This must be the work of a spy in the city.
Li Wangyu's face was gloomy as he nodded silently. Needless to say, it would be strange if the county hall and granary in the city were on fire during such a big battle. As for Dugu Feng's claim that it was a spy, Li Wangyu could only sneer. It might not be a spy. He thought of what the spy said in the prison yesterday. That mysterious Tang person. Dugu Ming House, immediately take the bailiffs and mobilize the people in the city to put out the fire, Li Wangyu ordered. Dugu Feng looked at the people outside the city who were ready to attack at any time and hesitated. Duke, why don't I stay here? Li Wangyu waved his hand. That's enough, I'm here. You don't know how to use the quaking thunder, so it's useless for you to stay on the city wall. Don't worry, with my quaking thunder, those people won't be able to reach the city wall. Dugu Ming House, just put out the fire. Yes. Then I'll leave the safety of Jiulong County to you, Duke. Dugu Feng knew that Li Wangyu was right and did not continue to insist. After bowing deeply to Li Wangyu, he led a few bailiffs and rushed down the city walls. He was prepared to gather the people in the city to put out the fire. Wait, Dugu Ming House. Take 10 more bailiffs with you. Li Wangyu called out to Dugu Feng again. Since someone has set fire to the county hall, their target might be the captured subordinates. Be careful that they don't act rashly. Dugu Feng immediately nodded and led a group of bailiffs to leave. The fire in Jiulong County was naturally seen by the bailiffs and the young men on the city wall. Since they were the young men who came to help, their families were all in the city. When they saw the city on fire, it naturally caused an uproar. They were worried about the safety of their families in the city. There were even some impulsive young men who wanted to turn around and run down the city wall. The people on the city walls, who had been nervously guarding against the people outside the city, were in a state of chaos. Seeing this, Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted, "Stop! If anyone runs around and disturbs the morale of the troops, they will be charged with the crime of disobeying orders and executed." The group of yamen runners behind him quickly followed and shouted, "If anyone runs around and disturbs the morale of the army, kill them." Once their voices spread, the squad leaders and akachas on the wall knew very well that they must not let the young men run amok. They yelled one after another, "Anyone who runs around and disrupts the army's morale will be killed." In the blink of an eye, Li Wangyu's order was spread to all 4 sides of the city wall through the mouths of the bailiffs and soldiers on the city wall. The cold word, slash, calmed the young men who had been panicking a little. The military orders of the Tang Dynasty were strict. Although these young men were not soldiers, they knew this very well. Therefore, when the military order was passed down, even though the young men were worried about the safety of their relatives in the city, they dared not make a ruckus anymore. Li Wangyu did not have time to care about the situation in the city at the moment because the people outside the city had begun to attack the city. Naturally, the people outside the city could see the thick smoke rising from Jiulong County's county seat. How could the leader of the people let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately ordered his men to blow the horn and ordered the people in the tribe to attack the city amidst the chaos. The situation was basically the same as the day before. The fearless people on the city wall braved the rain of arrows from the soldiers on the city wall. After leaving behind dozens of corpses, they successfully leaned the crude wooden ladder against the city wall. The young men who were assisting in the defense of the city began to throw rolling logs and stones desperately to stop the people from climbing up. As for the archers outside the city, they had entered the range of their bows and were ready to suppress the defense on the city wall. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not give the archers a chance to do so. When the people gathered at the foot of the city wall, he immediately patted the shoulder of the yamen runner next to him. "Go, let these people see what it means to not offend the power of heaven. Let them have a taste of the sky tremor bomb." Yes. The yamen runner with a bloody scab on his face was so excited that his face was flushed red. He stood up and saluted Li Wangyu with a fist and palm salute. Then, he rushed out with a bag of explosives in each hand. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was distracted out of habit. The military salute of the Tang Dynasty was really not that good.
The fist salute was the military salute of the Tang Dynasty. Compared to the common salute, the only difference was that they did not have to bow. He could not help but start to wonder if he should go back and suggest to Pai Lupi to come up with a standard military salute. The military salutes of the later countries were similar, but Li Wangyu felt that in the era of cold weapons, the chest-beating salute of the ancient Roman Republic was more domineering. When saluting, the right hand would beat the chest. Not only was it imposing, but it could also show off one's strength. He silently kept this in mind and planned to discuss it with Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda when he returned to Chang'an. While he was thinking, he heard a sudden thunderclap outside the city wall. It made the battlefield, which was originally filled with war cries, suddenly quiet down. Then, 3 more explosions sounded in the other 3 directions of Jiulong County. Obviously, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had made a move together. Several bags of explosives were thrown down the city wall. After the successive explosions, the people of the Tang dynasty roared furiously. The shock wave of the explosion and the flying gravel, with the explosives as the center, instantly cleared the area with a radius of 20 to 30 meters. The people who had been swarming toward the city wall like ants were suddenly cleared out by the sudden explosion. The deafening sound, the flame soaring into the sky, the black smoke column, and the human body parts flying in all directions, deeply shocked everyone's heart. For a moment, whether it was the soldiers of the Tang dynasty on the city wall, the young men, or the people outside the city, they were all dumbfounded. They stopped, twisted their stiff necks, and stared blankly at the place where the explosion occurred. It seemed that they did not understand what had happened. On Li Wangyu's side of the city wall, the Yamen runner responsible for throwing the bags of explosives was flushed. He roared at the people below the city wall. He used so much force that even the blue veins on his neck bulged. He didn't care whether those subordinates were scared silly or not. After roaring angrily, he once again chose a place where the subordinates were gathered. With a sinister grin, he ignited the explosive in his hand with a match and threw it out with all his might. Boom! Another loud sound came. After being struck by the fury of thunder twice in a row, looking at their companions who had been blasted beyond recognition and were badly mutilated, the soldiers below the city did not dare to continue attacking the city. They let out terrified roars, turning around and fleeing toward the forest outside the city. Many of the people were scared out of their wits by the explosion. They did not run away, but knelt on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. The soldiers on the city wall were not in the mood to shoot arrows to kill the people who fled. How could they not be shaken by this shocking explosion to the point that they were at a loss for what to do? Just like that, because of a few packs of explosives, the large-scale siege ended with a strong start and a weak finish just like that. Li Wangyu was naturally very satisfied with this result. He did not need to use a single soldier, and he could solve the problem with a few bags of explosives. Why not? After the people outside the city retreated, the fire in the city was slowly extinguished due to the efforts of Dugu Feng and the people in the city. Recently, this old dragon has been updating 2 to 3 times a day, but there are still people who want to send me razor blades. It's too hard for me. Let's exchange the razor blades for tips. Chapter 900. The fire in Jiulong County was set on fire during the crucial moment of the siege. It was obvious that someone had done it on purpose. Needless to say, the motive was to create chaos in the county in order to coordinate with the siege. However, the people outside the city who had taken the opportunity to attack the county were scared out of their wits and fled in panic because of the variable that was Li Wangyu's explosives. After the crisis in Jiulong County was resolved, Li Wangyu ordered the 2 colonels to arrange the defense of the city wall. Then, he led Niu Wu and the others to check on the fire in the county. When he found Dugu Feng, he saw that the county magistrate of Jiulong County was covered in dirt. His light green official robe was also full of holes from the fire. Dugu Ming House, how is it? Did you suffer a great loss? When Dugu Feng saw Li Wangyu, he quickly bowed. Reporting to the Duke. Fortunately, Major Wang was organizing the people nearby to transport supplies for the soldiers. He led the people here in time and prevented the fire from spreading. After I arrived, I organized the people and put out the fire. It was only now that Li Wangyu noticed the middle-aged man beside Dugu Feng. His face was covered in soot, and even much of his beard had been charred. He was none other than Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yi Province's Governor-General's office, whom Li Wangyu disliked. When Wang Yichuan saw Li Wangyu looking at him, he hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. On his dark face, only a row of white teeth could be seen, which made Li Wangyu very amused. Wang Yichuan, who was previously afraid of death, led a group of people to put out the fire. This reduced Li Wangyu's dislike for him. Major Wang has worked hard. Wang Yichuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Duke is too polite. This lowly official just happened to come by at the right time. I was organizing the people nearby to move rolling logs and stones when I saw that the granary was on fire. I hurriedly led the people to put out the fire. I am ashamed to say that as a major, I did not dare to go to the city wall to supervise the battle. I could only do some small things within my ability. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. When this matter is over, I will definitely ask for a reward from Major Wang. Thank you for your kindness, Duke. On the other side, Dugu Feng had already led the scribes of the county government to make a rough inventory of the losses in the granary. He returned to report to Li Wangyu. Duke, this lowly official has already sent people to check. The loss of grain isn't too great. About a few dozen dawn were burned. It's not a big problem. That's good. How's the situation at the county yamen? Your Highness, there are no major problems with the county yamen. It seems that the arsonist only wanted to cause chaos in the city, and did not intend to rescue the officials locked up in the prison. Therefore, they only burned some official robes. When Li Wangyu heard that, he also rejoiced endlessly. Luckily, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had already finished making the explosives and moved them to the top of the city wall. Otherwise, if the explosives were stored in the county yamen, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, he agreed with Dugu Feng's words. The arsonist's purpose in setting the fire in Jiulong County wasn't to burn the grain or rescue the officials. It was only to cooperate with the officials outside the city to attack the city and set the city on fire to cause panic. However, the arsonist would never have thought that the explosives made by Li Wangyu would turn the matter of the officials attacking the city into a joke. Furthermore, the arsonist's effort in setting the city on fire was completely in vain. Instead, he exposed himself. When Li Wangyu thought about what the officials told him yesterday, he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He asked, Dugaming House, are there many rich merchants in Jiulong County? Dugu Feng shook his head. This county is a lower county and the population is less than 1,000 households. There are only a dozen or so families in the city that can be considered rich merchants. When Li Wangyu heard that, he nodded slightly. Today's fire in the city confirmed one of his suspicions. The person who colluded with the officials was also in Jiulong County. According to the officials, the mysterious person wearing a silk undergarment gave Li Wangyu reason to suspect that the mysterious person was one of the rich merchants in Jiulong County. He thought about it from left to right, but he still couldn't figure out the purpose of the officials attacking Jiulong County. However, no matter what, the people who were related to Jiulong County must be the local tycoons of Jiulong County. There must be some secret that Li Wangyu and even Dugu Feng, the county magistrate of Jiulong County, didn't know. That was why the mysterious person took the risk and cooperated with the officials to attack Jiulong County to achieve his goal. Li Wangyu thought for a long time and came up with a solution that wasn't really a solution. Dugu Ming House, today is another great victory. Why don't you invite the Ming House to choose a restaurant in the city, and invite the rich merchants in Jiulong County to celebrate today's victory? What do you think? When Dugu Feng heard that, he was slightly stunned. He didn't quite understand Li Wangyu's words. Now that there were thousands of officials surrounding the city, how could they invite the rich merchants in the city to a banquet? Then he suddenly understood. Duke, are you thinking of... Before he could finish, Li Wangyu nodded, indicating that he didn't need to continue. Yes, this official understands. This official will order someone to send invitations to those country gentlemen. Dugu Feng and Li Wangyu looked at each other. They could tell what the other was thinking from the look in the other's eyes. Li Wangyu's idea was simple. The mysterious person probably didn't expect that his whereabouts would be discovered by one of the officials. He also didn't expect that the official would be captured by Jiulong County. As such, the most direct method was to capture the assistant and have him recognize the person in person. As long as the official could identify the rich merchants in Jiulong County as the Tang person he saw that day, he would be able to easily capture the mastermind. Dugu Feng, the county magistrate of Jiulong County, was also a clever person. He immediately understood Li Wangyu's idea. Wang Yichuan naturally didn't understand the conversation between the two, but he didn't care about it. After Dugu Feng left to arrange these matters, Wang Yichuan also cupped his hands and bid farewell to Li Wangyu. He returned to the hostel to wash up and change his clothes. This major of the Yizhou Governor-General's manor was trapped in Jiolong County. He was also staying in the hostel in the city. Li Wangyu saw that the situation in the city had stabilized. The mastermind's plot had failed, so he led Niu Wu and the others back to the city wall. He needed to properly store the remaining bags of explosives. If they weren't stored properly and accidentally detonated, it would be very troublesome. These bags of explosives were dangerous items. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't bring them back to the hostel. After thinking it over, he decided that it was more appropriate to entrust the bags of explosives to the prefectural soldiers. After ordering people to find the 2 colonels of the prefectural soldiers, Li Wangyu explained to them how to store the bags of explosives. These 2 colonels had already been convinced by the power of the bags of explosives on the city wall today. When they heard that Li Wangyu wanted to entrust these divine items to them for safekeeping, they naturally patted their chests and promised that they would send the most elite prefectural soldiers to look after the bags of thunderbolt shaking thunder. There wouldn't be any mistakes. Li Wangyu also trusted the 2 of them. If even the prefectural soldiers couldn't protect the bags of explosives, then he didn't have anyone else to trust. After ordering the prefectural soldiers to carefully move the bags of explosives away, one of the colonels couldn't help but sigh. If we had the Duke's thunderbolt shaking thunder back then, we wouldn't have suffered so much in Songzhou. When Li Wangyu heard this, he asked curiously, "Aren't you the prefectural soldiers of Pengzhou? Why, were you stationed in Songzhou before?" There's only one more update today. Perfecting the plot definitely isn't because of playing games. Chapter 901. In response to Li Wangyu's question, the colonel nodded and replied, "Duke, you may not know this, but all of us, including Pengzhou and Songzhou, are under the control of the Yizhou Governor-General. Therefore, every year, we have the opportunity to be sent to Songzhou to train." Hearing this, Li Wangyu understood a little. The Yizhou Governor-General's office actually had the military and political power of Yizhou, Mian, Jian, Jia, Ling, Ya, Mei, Meng, Jian, Chong, and Songzhou. Although the government soldiers were not professional soldiers like the imperial army, the Tang dynasty would still give them intensive military training every year to maintain their combat strength. Songzhou was an important city on the border with the Tuyuhun. In addition, the Tang dynasty and the Tuyuhun had small conflicts on the border from time to time. As such, the Yi Province Governor-General's manor took turns transferring these soldiers from the various provinces to Song Province for a period of time in order to achieve the effect of actual combat training. Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Based on what you said, did you fight with the Tuyuhun in Songzhou? And you suffered a big loss?" The 2 colonels looked at each other with a sad expression and nodded with a bitter smile. "Duke, to be honest, we were originally 3 brigades of government soldiers. A month ago, when we were stationed in Songzhou, one of the brigades was out on patrol and was ambushed by the Tuyuhun. The entire brigade died in battle." The colonel's words made Li Wangyu very surprised. There was actually such a thing happening? Immediately, he thought of the government soldiers he saw rushing to Songzhou when he departed from Yanzhou. It must have something to do with this. Is the Tuyuhun so arrogant? Aren't they afraid of the Tang dynasty's revenge? The colonel shook his head. "Duke, you may not know, but it is normal for the Tang dynasty and the Tuyuhun to attack each other. It's just that it's rare to see an entire brigade like us die in battle without even a messenger escaping." The colonel continued, "After this happened, we originally wanted to avenge our comrades, but we didn't expect to be immediately sent back to Pengzhou." Sigh! As he spoke, he angrily punched his own palm. His face filled with grief and indignation. Li Wangyu had never been in the army before, but he could immediately understand the mood of the 2 colonels. He sighed and comforted the 2 colonels. After the regiment commander left, Li Wangyu also returned to the hostel to prepare for the feast at Hongmen that night. After receiving Du Gufeng's invitation, the 10 or so wealthy merchants of Jiolong County were somewhat surprised, but none of them refused. They all arrived at the restaurant as scheduled. Du Gufeng had already ordered someone to bring the assistant out of the prison. After washing up and dressing up, he got him a set of restaurant doctor's clothes and had him follow the bailiffs to receive the rich merchants in front of the restaurant. His goal was naturally to find out who that mysterious Tang was. However, to Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng's surprise, even after all the guests had arrived, the guard was still unable to identify the mysterious Tang from the crowd. Regardless of whether it was the rich merchants themselves or their servants, none of them matched the description. After receiving Du Gufeng's report, Li Wangyu frowned. Could it be that his previous thoughts were wrong? The people who were spying on Jianghu County were not the rich merchants in the city? However, other than these people, Li Wangyu could not think of anyone else who would benefit if Jianghu County was taken over by the guards. What was the motive? Needless to say, the people outside the city must have been promised great benefits, which was why they were tempted. However, what was the motive of the mastermind behind the scenes? Who would benefit if Jianghu County was taken over by the guards? Li Wangyu thought until his head was about to explode, but he could not think of anyone who would benefit from it. This matter was too *king illogical. He even suspected Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yizhou Governor General's office. He ordered Du Gufeng to investigate in private to see if Wang Yichuan had any connection with Jianghu County. However, after Du Gufeng ordered the bailiffs to investigate, they confirmed that Wang Yichuan had no relationship with the rich merchants of Jianghu County. He did not have any relatives or old friends, nor did he have any family members. Wang Yichuan only liked Pengzhou's peonies. Whenever Pengzhou's peonies bloomed, he would come to Jianghu County to admire the flowers. This time, he was trapped in Jianghu County, just like Li Wangyu and company. Seeing the situation, Li Wangyu no longer suspected Wang Yichuan. Since he could not catch the mastermind behind the scenes, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to continue being a detective to solve the case. In the past few days, the guards outside the city did not continue to attack the city. It was as if they were completely scared out of their wits by the explosives. In fact, it was not just the guards. Even the soldiers and youths on the city walls were frightened by the power of the explosives. Even the commoners of Jianghu County took out their incense burners, burned incense, and kowtowed to thank the god of thunder for his protection. In the eyes of the commoners, the sound of the explosives exploding was the god of thunder's wrath, striking those damned guards to death. Jianghu County and the guards outside the city were in a stalemate. Early in the morning, when the sun rose as usual, the soldiers on the city wall who were in charge of guarding the city were surprised to find that the shadows of their subordinates who had appeared from time to time outside the city had disappeared. The forest outside the city was silent. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng, who had been notified, hurried over. When they saw the situation, they were very suspicious. Did the guards give up and retreat, or were they deliberately trying to mislead the enemy? After the two discussed for a while, they ordered people to use ropes to hang a hanging basket and let a group of guards go down the city walls to check on the situation. It didn't take long for the soldiers to return with good news. The guards had all retreated, leaving only a mess in the camp in the forest. When the news came back, it immediately attracted the excited shouts of the guards and youths on the city walls. This time, the crisis of Jianghu County was completely resolved. Soon, another guard came to report that dust was rising on the official road in the south of the city. It seemed that a large group of cavalry was approaching. This made the guards and youths on the city walls nervous. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng looked at each other. They did not see any panic in each other's eyes. The cavalry that appeared on the official road was undoubtedly the reinforcements of the Yi province governor's mansion. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the cavalry to appear before everyone's eyes. The flag of the Tang army fluttering high in the air immediately caused the soldiers on the city walls to erupt into thunderous cheers. Du Gufeng was very cautious. He did not directly order people to open the city gates. Instead, he personally shouted at the cavalry below and asked for their identity. It was impossible for the guards to pretend to be the cavalry of the Tang Dynasty. After all, the equipment of the Tang Dynasty's cavalry could not be bought even if they pawned the guards' pants. After confirming the identity of the cavalry below, Du Gufeng immediately ordered people to open the city gates to welcome the reinforcements sent by the Yi province governor's mansion. This time, the Yi province governor's mansion had sent 3,000 cavalry to reinforce the besieged Jianghu County. However, they did not expect that the guards had already escaped by the time they arrived. Li Wangyu did not expect that the person leading the cavalry to be the Yi province governor's mansion governor, Shijian. Chapter 902. Because the power of the governor was too great, after Li Er ascended to the throne, he transferred all the governors of the various governor manors away. He only appointed Zhong Wangyao as governor. The actual power and responsibility of the governor's office was managed by the governor's office. Therefore, the governor's office in Yizhou was the boss of Yi, Mian, Jian, Jia, Ling, Ya, Mei, Meng, Jian, Jiang, and Song prefectures. His position was equivalent to the Jidushi of the Tang dynasty. As for Gao Shilian, his background was even deeper. Although Li Wangyu had never met him, he knew the influence that Gao Shilian had in the imperial court. He was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, the wife of Pai Lupi, and the uncle of Empress Zhang's son.
Gao Shilian came from a famous family.
He was very ambitious, loyal, and could recognize talents.
He was known as the Prime Minister of the early Tang Dynasty.
Zhang's son Wuji and Empress Zhang's son were both brought up by their uncle, Gao Shilian, and were educated into talents.
Even Pai Lupi was chosen by Gao Shilian at first sight.
He felt that Pai Lupi's temperament was different from normal people and that he would be able to achieve great things in the future. Therefore, he decided to marry Empress Zhang's son to Pai Lupi. In the first year of Zhengguan, Gao Shilian was punished for taking away the secret memorial that Wang Gui had given to Pai Lupi. He was demoted to the governor of an province and then transferred to the governor's office in Yizhou. In history, Gao Shilian was called back to Chang'an City by Pai Lupi the next year and became the Minister of Personnel and Duke of Su. Li Wangyu naturally knew Gao Shilian's position, so he was very surprised that Gao Shilian personally led troops to rescue Jiulong County.
Gao Shilian, the big shot of Yi Province, had come here in person. Could it be that something had happened again? Li Wangyu did not want to meet Gao Shilian. It was fine if other people knew, but Gao Shilian might know that he ran away. If he met Gao Shilian and this guy insisted on escorting him back to Chang'an City, then it would be pointless. But now that he was in Jiulong County, it was almost a well-known fact. So, it was impossible to hide it. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu was unwilling, he could only obediently descend from the city wall and greet Gao Shilian. Sure enough, Gao Shilian was shocked when he heard that Li Wangyu was in Jiulong County.
County Duke Hu.
Why are you in Jiulong County?
Haha. This old man didn't expect that you would actually run to this old man's territory when the saints were searching all over the world for you.
Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly. Sure enough, Gao Shilian knew about this.
In fact, ever since Mi Tuo and the other playboys failed to find Li Wangyu in Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi simply sent secret letters to all the governors of the Tang Dynasty, asking them to keep track of the whereabouts of County Magistrate Hu. Once they found County Duke Hu, they would immediately send troops to escort him back to Chang'an.
Wu Shixian had not received the letter when he arrived in Lizhou. Otherwise, he would have been escorted back to Chang'an and given to Pai Lupi to kick his ass.
He had considered this possibility that day, so he deliberately set up a deceptive formation and played the trick of a cicada shedding its shell on the river boat.
When Wu Shixian received Pai Lupi's secret letter, he smiled bitterly. He had fallen for Li Wangyu's trick and sent people to chase him along the waterway. Gao Shilian naturally received Pai Lupi's secret letter.
So when Li Wangyu appeared in front of him, Gao Shilian could not help but stroke his beard and laugh.
County Duke Hu, don't blame this old man for being rude. I've finally found you. Let's go back to Chengdu County together. Later, this old man will arrange for people to escort County Duke Hu back to Chang'an. County Duke Hu, please don't make things difficult for this old man.
Gao Shilian was only a secondary grade 3 official, slightly lower than Li Wangyu, a secondary grade 2 official who had founded the country. However, with Gao Shilian's experience, he did not need to call himself a lower official. He was on the same level as Li Wangyu. In terms of seniority, Li Wangyu could even be considered Gao Shilian's grandson. After all, Pai Lupi was Li Wangyu's uncle, and Gao Shilian was Pai Lupi's wife's uncle. Li Wangyu could only bitterly smile and shake his head at Gao Shilian's words. Duke Gao can just call me Zio. When this matter is over, I will return to Chang'an and will not make things difficult for Duke Gao.
Haha, then this old man will not be polite. Zio, you have been away for several months. His Majesty and Maid Guanyin have missed you a lot. Right, is Marquis Yanling also in Jiulong County?
Marquis Yanling. Li Wangyu was slightly stunned, and then his face was filled with surprise. Duke Gao, did His Majesty give my Lady Su a title?
Gao Shilian twisted his mustache and smiled. That's right.
His Majesty has already given her the title of Marquis Yanling and announced it to the world.
Speaking of which, Marquis Yanling is really amazing.
The 3 female marquises in the former Han did not have any achievements. They were only given titles because they were close to Han Emperor Gaozu and Empress Lu. As for Marquis Yanling, she relied on her own merits to be given a title.
She is a heroine, a woman amongst women. I really respect her. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed.
He laughed and said, "You're exaggerating, Duke Gao."
Haha.
Since Pai Lupi had already given Su Chongqing a title, Li Wangyu's goal had been achieved. In this way, returning to Chang'an City would not be a difficult task. Although he would definitely be taught a lesson by Pai Lupi when he returned, Li Wangyu felt that it was worth it to run away. Knowing that Su Chongqing had already been given a title, Li Wangyu no longer held any grudges and chatted happily with Gao Shilian. After the army entered the city, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were carefully invited to the county office by Dugu Feng. He also ordered people to invite Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yizhou Governor-General's manor, to the county office. After everyone talked, Li Wangyu found out that Gao Shilian was not clear about the situation in Jiulong County. However, after the rebellion, although they tried their best to block the news, there were still many scholars and ladies from Chengdu County who came to admire the flowers. Even Wang Yichuan was trapped in Jiulong County and could not leave. This matter could not be hidden for long. When people from Chengdu County went to the county office to report that their relatives had gone to Jiulong County and never returned, the matter was quickly reported to the Yizhou Governor-General's manor. The Governor-General's manor quickly sent out scouts and the matter of the rebellion was immediately exposed. After learning about this matter, Gao Shilian was naturally furious. Originally, this kind of matter did not require him, the chief of the Yizhou Governor-General, to personally deal with it. However, Gao Shilian was like an old man who had gone crazy. Frankly speaking, he was just bored in Chengdu County. Thus, he decided to personally take action. He planned to lead the army and crush these reckless subordinates into smithereens. Gao Shilian did not expect that he would make a wasted trip. Li Wangyu and Dugu Feng also told Gao Shilian about the rebellion from beginning to end. When Gao Shilian heard that there were Tang people who colluded with the rebels, he was also furious. To think that there was such a thing. Ziyu, do you know who is behind all this? Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Wang Yichuan and Dugu Feng also looked helpless. Obviously, the mastermind behind this was very well hidden. Other than knowing that there was such a mysterious person, they did not even know his purpose, let alone find out who he was. Gao Shilian pondered for a while and said, "Since that is the case, let's not bother about that person for now. When I lead the army to encircle the few tribes that the rebels are from, we will capture their leaders and interrogate them directly." Li Wangyu and the others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. That was the only thing they could do now. Chapter 903. The 3,000 soldiers rested for a day in Jiulong County. The next morning, the army set off to attack the Farron tribe. After Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing discussed, they led Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers and set off with the army. It wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to join in the fun, but because he heard that the Farron tribe was in the mountains. They usually chose places that were easy to defend and hard to attack. Thus, he wanted to bring the remaining packs of explosives to see if they could help. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had spent the night making explosives, and there were still 20 or so left. Li Wangyu believed that there was no defensive power that could withstand the gunpowder. Gao Shilian naturally didn't want to bring Li Wangyu to attack the Farron tribe. From Gao Shilian's point of view, attacking the Farron tribe wasn't dangerous. However, if he had nothing to do, bringing Li Wangyu, the founding county duke, to the battlefield was still risky. Gao Shilian obviously didn't want to do something that didn't bring him any benefits. Li Wangyu's method of persuading Gao Shilian was simple. He just needed to detonate a pack of explosives in front of him and easily deal with the old man. In the era of cold weapons, there was no need to doubt the power of explosives. Gao Shilian, as well as the captains and captains, were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. After personally witnessing the power of the heaven-shaking thunderbolt, Gao Shilian immediately changed his mind. Zio, this heaven-shaking thunderbolt is truly incredible. I wonder if you can give me the secret recipe for this item? If we have such a powerful weapon, Tufan and Tuyuhan will be nothing but chickens and dogs. Li Wangyu didn't even think about Gao Shilian's words and shook his head to reject. What a joke. How would he dare to casually give away such a dangerous item? Even if the remaining explosives hadn't been used up by the time he left Yi Province, Li Wangyu was prepared to destroy them all and not leave them in Yi Province. As for how to use the explosives in the future, he would leave it to Pai Lupi and the other dukes to worry about. Gao Shilian could understand this, but he felt that it was a pity. Gao Shilian left behind 500 soldiers to defend Jiulong County, in case those damned Fu Ren tribe came back to attack. Then, with the guide sent by Dugu Feng to lead the way, 2,500 soldiers entered Jiulong Mountain to annihilate the Fu Ren tribe. However, to everyone's surprise, The army went to a few Farron tribes, but found nothing. There were a total of 5 Farron tribes that participated in the rebellion and lived in Jiulong Mountain near Jiulong County. However, when Gao Shilian and Li arrived at the Farron tribe, the tribes were already deserted. Other than the mess on the ground and the pots and pans that they didn't have time to take away, there wasn't even a dog in the tribe. Li Wangyu was speechless at this situation. When did these Farron? They actually knew that the rebellion had failed and that the Tang army would come to settle accounts with them, so they all patted their butts and ran away? If the Farron hid in the mountains, they would be dead. There was no way to find them. The current Tang dynasty wasn't like the future. Shu was filled with mountains and undeveloped forests. There were no roads or signs of human habitation. It was too easy to hide a few thousand people. However, when Li Wangyu thought about it carefully, he rejected this idea. The Farron tribe didn't only have young men. There were more than 1,000 Farron tribes, and there were countless women and children. If these people ran into the mountains with the young men, where would there be enough food to feed them? The guardsmen were not barbarians. Although they hunted, like the Tang, they mainly relied on farming to support themselves. There were many farmlands around the Farron tribe. Under such circumstances, how far could the Farron tribe run when the rebellion failed? Gao Shilian tribe was so angry that he ordered people to burn down the empty Farron tribe. In truth, Li Wangyu tribe didn't think that there was anything to burn. The houses of the Farron tribe were simple thatched huts built on large trees. The Farron tribe called this type of house Hailang. They used wood as nests to avoid the miasma, and it was extremely simple. There was no difference whether they burned it or not. After missing twice, Gao Shilian tribe was so angry that he found the guide that Jiulong County sent over. The guide was an acquaintance of Li Wangyu's. He was the brave Yamen runner who was the first to detonate the explosives on the drill ground. Let me ask you, where can these Farron tribe run to? What do you think? The bailiff thought about it and replied, if these Farron tribe members didn't run into the mountains, then only Xianxia camp can hide so many Farron tribe members. Xianxia camp? Where is that? Gao Shilian tribe did not understand. Legend has it that during the Three Kingdoms period, Xianxia camp was where Shu country general Xianxia led his troops. There were very few people there, and it was filled with forests and wilderness. Xianxia camp was about 700 to 800 steps tall, and the top of the mountain was flat. It was about 3,000 mu wide. It was surrounded by rocks, and there was only one small path up the mountain. It was the best place to hide troops. The bailiff's words made Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu tribe members frown. If there was such a place, it wouldn't be hard for the Farron tribe members to hide in Xianxia camp. Gao Shilian tribe did not understand and asked, since there is such a good place to hide troops, why didn't they send troops to guard it? The bailiff gave a bitter smile. Lord Gao, the place where Xianxia camp is located is really deserted. It is also deep in the mountains, so there isn't much point in having troops there. During the Shu country, there was an official road at the foot of the mountain. Xianxia camp guarded the mountain beside the official road, so it was naturally a place that military strategists fought over. However, the official road has long been abandoned, so there is no need for troops to be stationed there. His explanation allowed everyone to understand why the barracks that Xianxia had set up back then had been taken over by his subordinates. Since that is the case, then let's go directly to Xianxia camp. Gao Shilian tribe did not care what was special about Xianxia camp. As long as the Farron tribe members were there was no need to worry about them escaping. Even if it was easy to defend and hard to attack, Gao Shilian did not believe that he could not take down the camp with his 2,500 elite soldiers. Ever since they entered the mountains to encircle the Farron tribe members, the horses of these soldiers were all stored in Jiulong County. The mountain forest was dense, so they could only climb it on foot. The army changed direction and headed toward Xianxia camp, which the bailiff had pointed out. Marching through the mountain forest, Li Wangyu tribe members complained incessantly. He regretted joining in the fun. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close enough to kill a horse. Furthermore, they were marching through the mountain forest on foot. Not only was Li Wangyu tribe members tired, Gao Shilian tribe members also walked until they were out of breath. Fortunately, there were smart people among the soldiers. Seeing that the two nobles could not walk anymore, they chopped some bamboo and made 2 simple poles for them to carry Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian tribe members. After marching for about a day, the army finally arrived at the foot of the mountain where Zhang Fei camp was located. Li Wangyu tribe members and Gao Shilian tribe members got off the poles and looked up. Both of them could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The terrain in front of them was more dangerous than they had expected. Chapter 904. The stone mountain in front of Zhang Fei Ying was about 700 to 800 meters high and surrounded by cliffs. Only the top of the mountain was lush and green, and was as flat as a round table. As for the path up the mountain, it was just as the bailiff had said. There was only one narrow path that could be used. Li Wangyu took out a monocular from his pocket and opened it to look at the top of the mountain. Sure enough, he saw a vague figure flashing on the mountain top. Needless to say, those were the people who had disappeared. Li Wangyu was in awe of these subordinates for being so decisive. After failing to besiege Jiulong County, they retreated before the army arrived. Moreover, they retreated so decisively. The 5 tribes all ran to Zhang Fei Ying's camp to avoid being chased by the Tang army. They were really decisive. In this kind of terrain, even if the Tang army was well equipped, it would be extremely difficult to take down Zhang Fei Ying's camp. The saying, "One man can hold back 10,000 men," described the terrain in front of them. Not to mention the thousands of strong men and close to 10,000 women and children on the top of the mountain. In this kind of terrain, as long as the people weren't stupid, they could send out hundreds of archers to seal off the entire path up the mountain. Even if the Tang Dynasty soldiers had armor and shields, they wouldn't be able to charge through the hundreds of meters of narrow path to the people under the rain of arrows. The more Li Wangyu looked, the more shocked he became. In this kind of terrain, even if he had the bags of explosives, they wouldn't be of any use. No matter how strong the soldiers were, they wouldn't be able to throw the bags of explosives up 100 meters. Not to mention these 7 to 8 kilograms of explosives, even if Li Wangyu used a cheat and took out the grenades, no one would be able to throw the grenades up 100 meters, right? Li Wangyu looked through the telescope, and the more he observed, the colder his heart became. According to the bailiff who led the way, there was a water source at the top of Zhang Fei Ying's camp, so they wouldn't die. Moreover, the people definitely didn't move here in a hurry. If the top of the mountain had 3,000 mu of land, then they would be able to cultivate a lot of land and be self-sufficient in a short time. As for the Tang Dynasty, if they were unable to take down Zhang Fei's camp in a short period of time, they would have no choice but to retreat. While Li Wangyu was observing with his binoculars, Gao Shilian was very curious about the binoculars in his hand. The telescope had been introduced in the Tang Dynasty for almost 2 years, and Li Wangyu had given the manufacturing method to Pai Lupi. However, because there was no glass in the Tang Dynasty, telescopes were made with colorless and transparent crystals that were manually polished. The production rate was extremely low. Nowadays, only the high-ranking generals of the imperial guards in Chang and were given binoculars. Therefore, even Gao Shilian, the actual ruler of Yi province, had never seen such a novel thing as a telescope. He saw Li Wangyu holding the metal cylinder and constantly observing it. Out of curiosity he asked, "Zio, what's that in your hand?" Li Wangyu looked at the binoculars in his hand in astonishment. He could not help but smile. "Master Gao, this is called a telescope. It's a gadget that I ordered people to make. It can magnify people or objects far away for observation." "That's interesting. I wonder if Zio can lend it to me to take a look?" Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. He smiled and handed the telescope to Gao Shilian. He even guided Gao Shilian on how to use it step by step. "Hiss! This thing is really amazing. I can actually see the figures of the people on the top of the mountain clearly." After Gao Shilian learned how to use the telescope, he was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Gao Shilian, this big shot, was like a child who had gotten a new toy. He held onto the telescope and refused to let go. This made Li Wangyu's heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, is this old man going to learn from Cheng Yaojin and borrow Jingzhou without returning it? Sure enough, after Gao Shilian finally saw enough, he put the binoculars into his arms with an indifferent expression. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. This old man's movements are very skillful. Gao Shilian's action of putting something into his arms reminded Li Wangyu of a doctor friend he had met in his later life. What was different was that his doctor friend was using his pen instead of his pen. No matter if it was a signature pen, a ballpoint pen, or a fountain pen, as long as he dared to give it to his doctor friend, the next thing he would do after using it would be to put the pen into his pocket. His movements were extremely skillful and natural. There was not the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was as if the pen naturally belonged to him. As for Gao Shilian's actions of taking his telescope, Li Wangyu opened his mouth but decided to endure it in the end. After all, this old man was Pai Lupi's wife's uncle. He was also the uncle of Empress Zhang's son and Zhang's son Wuji. He was 2 generations older than Li Wangyu. He could not afford to offend him. It was just a telescope. He would just treat it as a gift from this junior. Gao Shilian carefully observed the terrain of Zhang Fei's camp. He then gathered all the captains and colonels of the prefecture army to discuss how to attack. With regards to the unique terrain of Zhang Fei's camp, no one had any good ideas. There was no better idea. After the captains and colonels discussed, they decided to attack first. As the mountain path was narrow, at most 2 people could walk side by side. As such, they could not put in too many soldiers to attack. The captains and colonels picked out 100 of the strongest soldiers from the 2,500 prefecture soldiers. They all put on Mingguang armor and held heavy shields, preparing to attack. The fighting strength of the Tang prefecture soldiers was relatively strong. If these 100 or so prefecture soldiers were to fight on flat ground, even if there were 500 or 600 of them, they would not be afraid. However, due to the restrictions of the terrain, they could only wrap themselves in an iron shell to see if they could withstand the rain of arrows. After some preparation, the Tang army beat the war drums. The 100 or so fully armed prefecture soldiers started to attack Zhang Fei's camp. Behind them, there were a few hundred prefecture soldiers ready to provide support at any time. As long as the vanguard could open a gap, the army at the back would immediately charge in and take down the mountain. After the army set off, Gao Shilian once again took out the telescope and stared at every movement on the mountain. Li Wangyu was also a little nervous. He asked Niu Wu for another pair of binoculars and followed Gao Shilian to observe the movement on the mountain. They saw that the prefecture soldiers were holding heavy shields in their hands and cautiously walking up the mountain. Hundreds of people climbed up 500 or 600 meters in one breath, but they did not see any of the prefecture soldiers. It was as if the prefecture soldiers did not notice the attack of the Tang army at the foot of the mountain. Even through Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian's binoculars, they couldn't see anyone at the top of the mountain. Right when the mansion soldiers turned a corner and were about to charge through the last few hundred meters, they heard the sound of drums and horns coming from the mountaintop. Then, hundreds of arrows came from the dense forest at the top of the mountain towards the Tang army.
Chapter 905.
Even though these hundreds of Tang soldiers had wrapped themselves up like tin cans and were protected by the heavy shields in their hands, they still could not withstand the rain of arrows shooting from above. The hundreds of valiant Tang soldiers raised their shields and tried to charge up against the arrow rain. However, they did not expect that the soldiers would start to roll down the mountain path. This time, the soldiers could not hold on any longer. They were knocked down by the stones on the narrow mountain path and screamed in pain. The colonel commanding the attack did not dare to be slow and immediately ordered a retreat. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of the hundreds of Tang soldiers were killed, and more than 20 or 30 were injured. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu both frowned at the foot of the mountain. It would be difficult to break through Zhang Feiying's tough bone. The Tang commandant and lieutenant were not willing to lose like this. They tried a few more times to test the waters but returned with no results. Instead, they lost many men for nothing. Gao Shilian saw the situation and had no choice but to order a retreat. 2,000 soldiers set up camp at the foot of Zhang Feiying's mountain. After arranging the defense and preventing the soldiers from sneak attacking the camp, Gao Shilian gathered the commandants and lieutenant in his tent to discuss how to break through the situation. Facing such a terrain, everyone was at their wits' end. Li Wangyu was also very angry. He thought that the explosives he brought would be able to win by surprise. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation where even the explosives in his hands were useless. He had thought that if they had siege weapons like trebuchets, they should be able to throw the explosives 100 meters away. However, the Tang army did not have any trebuchets. Even if they did, they could not transport them up the mountain to attack. Furthermore, there was no place to place trebuchets on the narrow mountain path. He also thought that if they had large ballistae, they might be able to tie the explosives to the arrows and fire them. However, like trebuchets, large ballistae were also very large and difficult to transport up the mountain. Usually, large ballistae were fixed on the city walls for defense. Other than this, Li Wangyu really couldn't think of any other way to throw the explosives more than 100 meters away. He couldn't help but think angrily that if they had modern weapons like mortars, this kind of terrain would be nothing. With just one round of cannon fire, those subordinates who were defending from above would scatter and collapse. But this was just a thought. It was impossible for the Tang dynasty to have such firearms as mortars. After all, Li Wangyu was just a fake military fanatic. He didn't really know how to fight a war. He racked his brains for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, so he could only give up. Gao Shilian and the commandant had no choice either. With the current situation, unless they hardened their hearts and used the lives of their men to fill in the gaps, they would not be able to attack Zhang Fei's camp no matter what. Thus, the two sides were in a deadlock. The subjugation army was besieged at the foot of Zhang Fei Ying's mountain, but they could do nothing to the subjugation army at the top of the mountain. After being trapped here for several days, the mansion soldiers tried various kinds of attack methods such as night attacks, fire attacks, and archery. However, they all failed and even lost some men. Gao Shilian had no choice but to gather a group of soldiers again and discuss the matter of retreating. Their 2,000 soldiers couldn't keep defending at the foot of the mountain forever. Who knew how long it would take to trap the subjugation army at the top of the mountain? Regarding this, although Li Wangyu was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He was too lazy to continue staying in Gao Shilian's tent to listen to everyone discuss this matter. Thus, he simply said goodbye to Gao Shilian and brought Niu Wu out of the tent to get some fresh air. Raising his head and looking at the steep cliff of Zhang Fei Ying, Li Wangyu could only sigh. Not being able to attack Zhang Fei Ying and capture the 5 tribe leaders alive to find out who the mastermind was made Li Wangyu very unhappy. Furthermore, these traitors hiding here was like a fishbone stuck in the throat for Jianghu County. Who knew when they would become a disaster? There was only 1,000 days of being a thief. How could there be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves? If they couldn't deal with these subjugation army, Jianghu County would have a hard time in the future. Thinking about it, Gao Shilian could only send more soldiers to be stationed in Jianghu County to prevent the subjugation army from rebelling again. Niu Wu was also very unwilling. Lang Jun, why don't you let me take some men to sneak up at night? When we get close, we can throw out thunderbolts to kill those bastards. No, the soldiers have already tried to sneak up at night, but it didn't work. Those subjugation army are already prepared for this. Once night falls, they will light up a bonfire on the mountain peak. There are no trees on the mountain path to hide, so how can we sneak up? Are we just going to let it go like this? Wouldn't that be letting those bastards off easy? Niu Wu angrily pulled out his blade and chopped off a small branch beside him to vent his anger. Li Wangyu shrugged and comforted Niu Wu. He continued to wander around the camp aimlessly, thinking about how to get out of this situation. Unknowingly, he walked to the camp's kitchen. Next to the kitchen tent, the squad leader was busy preparing food. When the squad leader saw Li Wangyu, the nobleman, he quickly gestured for everyone to greet him. Li Wangyu waved his hand, indicating that he was just looking around. He told them not to bother about him and to do their own things. After the cooks apologized, they busied themselves with their own affairs. Just as Li Wangyu was about to turn and leave, he saw 2 cooks putting something in a big wooden bucket. He couldn't help but be curious, so he went over to take a look. He saw a layer of cobblestones in the wooden bucket. The cooks at the side were constantly digging out hot cobblestones from the bonfire and throwing them into the wooden bucket. Seeing as Li Wangyu looked over, the cooks quickly explained with a smile that they were preparing to cook meat. The method of cooking meat with roasted cobblestones was famous in Sichuan. After the bottom of the bucket was covered with hot cobblestones, the cooks poured the condiments and meat on top of the cobblestones. Following that, a bucket of boiled bone broth was poured into the bucket. Sizzle sizzle sounds were heard, and an aroma immediately gushed out of the wooden bucket. Li Wangyu nodded as he was pleased. Looks like I'm going to have a good lunch today. He had seen the method of cooking meat with cobblestones in his previous life, and the taste was very unique. After praising the cooks, Li Wangyu turned around and left. But he hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the steaming hot wooden barrel. Immediately after, Li Wangyu's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his thoughts became clear all of a sudden. Mwahahaha, wonderful, truly wonderful. Niu Wu, reward these brothers. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed loudly. Even Chang Yaojin's laughter could be heard. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers looked at each other. They didn't understand what their Lang Jun meant. The cooks were pleasantly surprised. They couldn't understand why their Lang Jun would reward them for no reason at all. Li Wangyu didn't pay any attention to them, and directly walked towards Gao Shilian's tent with large strides. 2nd Battalion Commander. Where's your mother's Italian artillery? Pull it up for me. Chapter 906. During the War of Liberation, the People's Liberation Army had very few cannons at that time, so their weapons and equipment were at a disadvantage. In order to solve the problem of insufficient firepower, the soldiers invented a crazy weapon, the Heartless Cannon. It used a gasoline barrel as a barrel to launch explosives. The official name of the launcher should be the Flying Thunder Cannon. In the movies of later generations, Li Wangyu had seen this kind of extremely crude weapon many times. Its structure and principle were also quite simple. It was an empty gasoline barrel, and the bottom was filled with propellant. Then, bundles of explosives were stuffed into a round shape. After the propellant was ignited, the 10-kilogram explosives could be thrown a distance of 1 to 200 meters. The caliber of the Heartless Cannon was the same as the thickness of the gasoline barrel. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was definitely the cannon with the largest caliber. Although its firing range was not very far, the explosive power of the 10-kilogram explosives could not be underestimated. Everywhere it passed, the bunkers, people, and horses would be blown away. Many of the enemies who were killed by the explosions often did not have any wounds on their bodies, but they died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. They were killed by the shock wave of the explosives. It was also because of this that this kind of cannon, that could not be more crude, was called the Heartless Cannon. This kind of homemade cannon played a huge role in the Huaixi Battle and the War of Resistance against the United States and Aid Korea. Li Wangyu had just seen the big wooden barrel in the cook's camp. When he saw the steam coming out of the barrel, the words, Heartless Cannon, unconsciously popped up in his mind. This naturally made him feel enlightened. That was why he was so excited and asked Niu Wu to reward the cooks. The principle of the Heartless Cannon was too simple. Now that he had the black gunpowder and the explosives in his hands, he could also fiddle with it. To launch the explosives, he did not even need something like a gasoline barrel. The earliest Flying Thunder Cannon directly dug a round hole in the ground, stuffed the explosives and propellant into the hole, and fired. However, doing this was too inefficient, and the excavated barrel could only be used once. After that, the soldiers continued to improve and used the discarded gasoline barrel as the cannon barrel. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, didn't need to worry about that. All he needed to do was to toss the bag of explosives to the top of the mountain 100 meters away. Even if he wanted the mansion soldiers to dig the earth, he could do it too. When Gao Shilian heard that Li Wangyu had a way to break through Zhang Feiying's defenses, he was naturally overjoyed. However, he was worried that Li Wangyu was just boasting, so he decided to provoke him. Zio, there's no joking in the military. You must not speak nonsense. Otherwise, even if His Majesty is here, this old man will punish you for the crime of making a false report. How could Li Wangyu not see through the old man's thoughts? He couldn't help but silently roll his eyes. Elder Gao, is it worth it for me to joke with you about this kind of thing? Since I said I can, then I am confident. Duke Gao, please don't be in such a hurry to withdraw your troops. Give me a day. Once I'm done with my experiments, I'll show it to Duke Gao and you'll understand. Gao Shilian naturally agreed to this and agreed not to mention the matter of withdrawing his troops for the time being. After delaying Gao Shilian, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to a secluded area outside the camp with several bags of explosives. They were preparing to launch the Heartless Earth Cannon. Now that there were only 20 or so bags of explosives, Li Wangyu felt that it would take too much time to transport the explosives back to Jianghu County. Therefore, the test firing of the Heartless Earth Cannon needed to be successful as soon as possible. The fewer bags of explosives used, the better. Li Wangyu guessed that these subordinates had already been scared out of their wits by the explosives outside Jianghu County. When the time came, as long as 1 or 2 bags of explosives landed on their heads, these subordinates would lose their will to resist and run away like rats. However, no one could be sure about this kind of thing. Therefore, it was always good to save some explosives. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was also a fan of the military in the past, so he had a certain understanding of the Heartless Earth Cannon. Normally, the barrel of the Heartless Earth Cannon would be placed at a 45-degree angle to the ground to maximize its range. Between the propellant and the explosives, there would be a thick, circular wooden board. The purpose of this wooden board was to isolate and reduce the high temperature and impact of the explosives after the propellant was ignited. Secondly, it was to seal the propellant and increase the efficiency of the high-temperature gas produced after the propellant was ignited, thus increasing the range of the cannon. In the afternoon of this day, There were thunderous noises outside the camp of the Tang army. If it were not for the fact that the commandant, lieutenant, and colonel had already informed the soldiers that it was county magistrate who testing a new weapon, they would have been so scared that they would have exploded.
As for the subordinates in Zhang Fei's camp, when they heard these sounds, they were all shocked. This was especially so for those who had personally experienced the explosion outside Jiolong County. They had personally seen the explosives blow up their comrades, so they were even more terrified. Many of the subordinates knelt on the ground and started to pray to the gods. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the others were outside the camp. They exploded 5 or 6 times in a row before they finally stopped. The next day, Li Wangyu invited Gao Shilian to a small hill outside the camp. He was ready to demonstrate his flying thunder cannon in front of everyone. Gao Shilian led a group of commandants and lieutenants to follow Li Wangyu to the small hill. When they looked up, they did not see anything. Other than the 3 troops of the Li family standing not far away and greeting everyone, there was nothing else. Zio, where is your method of defeating the enemy? Gao Shilian looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, wanting an explanation. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and said with a laugh, Gao Gong, look at that hilltop, it's about 100 meters high. I'll use this place to replace Zhang Fei's camp, which is being guarded by my subordinates. I'll demonstrate to Gao Gong how to defeat the enemy. His words not only confused Gao Shilian, but also the captains of the Tang army looked at each other in confusion. Other than the 3 troops of the Li family, there was nothing else. County Duke who was going to attack that hill with just 3 troops? Could it be that this County Duke who really knew how to use immortal methods? Looking at the situation, could it be that he was going to show everyone how to use beans to create soldiers, or was he going to summon celestial soldiers and generals? He couldn't be joking and think that he could break through the hill with just 3 troops, right? Li Wangyu did not care about how confused Gao Shilian and the others were. He turned and waved at Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers, indicating that they could begin. Gao Shilian and the others saw Niu Wu and the other 2 take out matches from their bosoms. After lighting them, they turned and squatted on the ground, as if they were burning something. Then, in the next moment, the 3 of them turned and ran back. Their speed was so fast that Gao Shilian and the others were shocked. They did not understand why the 3 of them were running. Niu Wu and the others could not be blamed for running so fast. It was because Li Wangyu's heartless earth cannon was not reliable at all. Yesterday, he had tested it 5 or 6 times. Although it was a great success, there was still one time when the explosive pack did not fly out of the barrel and exploded. Fortunately, Li Wangyu also knew that this thing was not reliable enough. He had Niu Wu and the others immediately retreat after lighting the fire. In the end, the explosive pack only drenched Niu Wu and the others in a layer of mud. Fortunately, they were not injured. So today, after demonstrating this heartless earth cannon to Gao Shilian and the others, the 3 of them immediately ran back after lighting the fire, fearing that it would explode again. Just as Gao Shilian and the others were feeling suspicious, they suddenly heard 3 loud explosions in a row from the flat ground in front of them. Then, 3 black objects shot out from the ground and flew toward the small hill not far away. There's one more later. Chapter 907. Needless to say, what flew out from the ground were 3 pancake-shaped explosive packs. The homemade heartless cannon used an earthen cylinder to fire. In other words, a round hole similar to a cannon barrel was directly dug out from the ground to replace the cannon barrel. Therefore, when Gao Shilian and the others arrived, they did not see any weapons. They had all hidden their achievements and names under the ground. The 3 explosive packs that were thrown out did not fly very fast. They could be seen with the naked eye. Under the surprised gaze of Gao Shilian and the others, the explosive packs slowly fell from the sky and landed on a small hill 100 meters away. However, the explosive packs seemed to have lost their effect. There was no movement at all. Gao Shilian looked at Li Wangyu suspiciously. He did not understand what was going on. Li Wangyu shrugged helplessly and spread out his hands. There was no other way. There were no detonators and no triggering devices. Even the burning speed of the powder was different. Therefore, it was very difficult to know when the explosive packs would detonate. In order to prevent the explosive packs from being detonated in the air, Li Wangyu could only let Niu Wu and the others make the powder longer so that it would burn for a longer period of time. It was better to detonate it later than to detonate it earlier. Zio, what is the meaning of this? Why? Gao Shilian waited for a while, but there was still no reaction. He could not help but ask. However, before he could finish his words,
3 thunderous sounds came from the small hill 100 meters away. Everyone looked over in horror, only to see that on top of the hill, following the explosion, flames suddenly appeared, black smoke rose, and trees fell one after another. As for the birds that were resting in the forest on the hill, they were so shocked that they flew into the sky and fled in all directions. This is the sky-shaking thunderbolt. It's the sky-shaking thunderbolt. Zio, how did the sky-shaking thunderbolt fly to the top of the hill by itself? You still say that you don't know magic? Gao Shilian was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. The Tang army's commandants and lieutenants also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that the sky-shaking thunderbolt would fly to the top of the hill 100 meters away and explode by itself? Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. However, he would not explain the theory to Gao Shilian and the others. It was best to keep gunpowder a secret. Therefore, Li Wangyu avoided answering Gao Shilian's question and only asked with a smile, "What does Duke Gao think of my idea? Is it possible to break through Zhang Fei's camp?" "But, of course. Haha. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. As long as this heaven-shaking thunderbolt can explode on the mountain guarded by my men, they will definitely lose." Gao Shilian was too lazy to care about how Li Wangyu did such an incredible thing. As long as Li Wangyu was able to deliver those thunderbolts to the heads of his subordinates, the Tang army under his command would be able to take advantage of the chaos to attack Zhang Fei's camp and wipe out this group of lawless subordinates in one fell swoop. The group of commandants and lieutenants were surprised, but they were also pleasantly surprised. How could they not understand what Li Wangyu's demonstration of this scene to them meant? For a moment, flattery flooded in like a tidal wave. Duke Gao is truly a celestial being, to be able to come up with such a godly method. Haha, let's see how those subordinates will defend themselves. That's right. Duke Gao's method is naturally extraordinary. Those rascals will naturally be captured easily. Duke, you were able to turn those damn barbarians into dust without any effort. That is what you call a thunderous method. Duke Gao is mighty. Duke Gao is domineering. The soldiers of a certain generation kowtow to the Duke. With regards to these flattery, Li Wangyu accepted it all without blushing. He smiled and nodded pretentiously at the crowd. With Li Wangyu's heartless cannon as their backing, the previously frowning crowd immediately became interested and began to offer suggestions on how to use the heaven-shaking thunderbolt to quickly eliminate Zhang Fei's rebel subordinates. After a round of discussion, Niu Wu and the 3 Zhang brothers led hundreds of soldiers and the remaining packs of explosives up the mountain. They pushed until they were 100 steps away from Zhang Fei's camp, where they set up camp and set up an attack position. At the same time, Niu Wu led a group of soldiers and began to dig out the earth to shoot the explosives. After several tests by Li Wangyu, there weren't many explosive packs left. There were less than 20 of them. However, including Li Wangyu, no one was worried about the lack of ammunition. As long as these explosives flew to the top of the subordinates and exploded, it would be enough to solve the problem. On this day, the Tang army did not attempt to attack Zhang Fei's camp. Niu Wu led the soldiers and used half a day to dig out more than 20 earth cylinders. The thick wooden planks and the explosives were all prepared. They were only waiting for the sun to rise tomorrow to officially attack. Early the next morning, the Tang army soldiers ate breakfast and prepared their armor and weapons. They began to climb the mountain, preparing to take down Zhang Fei's camp in one go. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu stayed in the camp at the foot of the mountain. They held binoculars and looked at the top of the mountain nervously. At 7 in the morning, the war drums sounded in the camp, giving out the order to attack. When the war drums sounded at the foot of the mountain, the subordinates of Zhang Fei's camp also followed suit. The subordinates held bows and arrows and prepared all sorts of rocks and rolling logs. Although the continuous sounds of thunder at the foot of the mountain had frightened them for a while. However, when the subordinates realized that there were only sounds, they did not think much of it. In these few days, they had effortlessly forced back the Tang army's attacks without any injuries. This caused the subordinates to go from fear to underestimating the Tang army. In their eyes, as long as they occupied the advantageous terrain of Zhang Fei's camp, even if there was a huge army, they would not be afraid. The 100-meter-long mountain path in front of Zhang Fei's camp was a dangerous place, and no one would be able to attack it. Needless to say, the subordinates were at the end of the mountain path, using stones and thick tree trunks to build a small pass. In this way, even if the Tang army charged through the 100-meter mountain path, they would not be able to threaten the subordinates above the pass. Instead, they would become targets for them to shoot at. Therefore, when the subordinates heard the war drums of the Tang army, they did not panic. Instead, they laughed and picked up their weapons, waiting for the Tang army to come and die. Through the binoculars, Li Wangyu looked at the mountain 500 to 600 meters away. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers stood up at the same time and signaled for the soldiers to retreat. Because there was no time to train the soldiers to fire the cannons without conscience, all the lighting of the cannons were done by Niu Wu and the other two. Therefore, on the mountain path, the cannons dug by the soldiers were arranged in groups of 3. Niu Wu and the other two simultaneously blew on the fire and ignited the cannons. Then, they quickly retreated to the next cannons and ignited the cannons again before retreating. When they ignited the third cannons, they heard 3 loud explosions in front of them. Then, everyone watched as the cannons slowly flew toward Zhang Fei's camp 100 meters away. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers did not have time to admire the results of their battle. They ran all the way and ignited the cannons. When all the cannons were ignited, the first thunderous sound finally came from the top of the mountain. The soldiers who had been waiting impatiently immediately pulled out their swords and led the soldiers to charge toward the top of the mountain. Chapter 908. Zhang Fei's camp, where one man could hold off 10,000 men, was broken after the first explosive pack exploded. The appearance of explosive packs in the era of cold weapons was something that could not be solved. Whether it was the power of the explosive packs or the strong impact brought about by the shock, it was something that the subordinates could not handle. In fact, not to mention these uncivilized subordinates, even the Tang army would most likely collapse in the face of such a dimensional attack. Following the sound of dozens of explosive packs exploding like thunder, hundreds of Tang soldiers surged over the 100-meter mountain path like a tidal wave and surged into Zhang Fei's camp. As for those subordinates, they had already thrown down their weapons and fled like rats when the explosives exploded. When the fully armored Tang soldiers charged into Zhang Fei's camp, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Although Zhang Fei's camp was about 3,000 mu in size, it would still take some effort to capture all of them if they wanted to escape in all directions with just these 2,000 soldiers. But the subordinates had already lost their will to fight after being shocked by the explosive packs. They ran back to their camp like frightened birds returning to their nest. This saved the prefecture soldiers the effort of capturing them from the top of the mountain. When the Tang army arrived, the subordinates of the 5 tribes quickly put down their weapons and surrendered. Knowing that the battle on the mountain had ended, Gao Shilian could not help but laugh and invited Li Wangyu to go up the mountain to see the captives. Li Wangyu was naturally interested. He wanted to know if the leaders of the 5 tribes had been captured. But when he and Gao Shilian, one old and one young, finally reached Zhang Fei's camp, they received a piece of bad news. According to the captives, the 5 tribe leaders and their trusted subordinates had all escaped into a wooden house on the mountain top after the Tang army had attacked Zhang Fei's camp and never appeared again. As for that wooden house, Li Wangyu looked in the direction of the Tang lieutenant's finger, only to see a wreckage that had been burned to the ground with smoke rising from it. What was going on? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by this scene. Were all these subordinates so unyielding? He would rather commit suicide than be captured by the Tang army? Even if they would certainly be killed after they were caught, even ants would struggle to survive. Li Wangyu did not believe that the leaders of the tribes would be so righteous and brave as to sacrifice their lives for justice. This was too freaking illogical. Could there be a secret passage in the house? Did those deputy leaders escape through the secret passage? Li Wangyu asked, unwilling to give up. The Tang military officer shook his head, replying to the Duke, "This humble one has already led people to check that house and did not find the existence of a secret passage. Furthermore, I found more than a dozen charred corpses in the house. Just now, I've already asked those subordinates to identify them. They're confirmed to be the chief of their tribe, as well as the chief's trusted aides." These words immediately blocked Li Wangyu's stomach of words, and he didn't know what to say. What the F***ck? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart and turned around to leave. Immediately he stopped and turned his head to ask, "Those subordinates, did they burn themselves to death or were they killed by someone?" This humble one does not know." The officer's face was troubled. He was a military officer, not a coroner in the yamen. How would he know about these things? Suddenly someone spoke. "Duke, why don't this humble one go down and take a look? Although this humble one is not a coroner, this humble one works in the yamen and roughly knows how to distinguish the wounds on a corpse." Li Wangyu looked up and saw that it was the yamen runner from Jiolong County, who was sent to lead the way for the Tang army. Naturally, He agreed and nodded with a smile, indicating for the Yamen runner to quickly check the charred corpses. Li Wangyu now had a suspicion in his heart. He felt that these subordinates did not commit suicide, but were killed to silence them. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that these subordinates and their trusted aides all burned themselves to death just as the Tang army broke through Zhang Fei's camp? Even if these subordinates were not afraid of death, they would not be so brave. The bailiff quickly ran to examine the corpses and quickly returned to report to Li Wangyu, replying to the duke, "This lowly one has examined the corpses and confirmed that there are no sword wounds on them. They should have been burned to death." His words did not dispel Li Wangyu's suspicion. After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu suddenly recalled the plot of a case that he often saw in TV dramas. There was a plot of how to identify whether the victim died in a fire or was murdered. His eyes lit up and he ordered the Yamen runner, "Go, cut open the trachea of these subordinates' corpses and see if there are ashes inside." These words stunned the Yamen runner and the Tang army officer. They looked at each other and did not understand the meaning of Li Wangyu's order. "Duke, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Although these subordinates are despicable, the dead are more important. Duke, why don't you let these people go?" The Tang army officer hesitated and persuaded. He and the Yamen runner both thought that Li Wangyu hated these subordinates and wanted to humiliate their corpses. In Chinese tradition, stabbing corpses and beheading people was against morality. Even if they were enemies, they would not purposely destroy their corpses under normal circumstances. This was also the reason why the Tang dynasty hated Goguryeo so much. The reason was that Goguryeo piled up the heads of the Sui army's fallen soldiers. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he understood the meaning of their expressions and couldn't help laughing. "Do the two of you think that this duke has nothing better to do? The reason why I asked you to cut open the trachea of these corpses is to determine if they died in a fire or were killed and burned." The Yamen runner and the officer were stunned. They could not understand how cutting open the trachea of the corpses would reveal this point. The Yamen runner bowed and asked, "Duke, please forgive this lowly one for being slow-witted. I really don't understand what Duke means. Cutting open the trachea of these corpses would reveal if they were burned or killed." Li Wangyu pretended to pull out a fan from his waist and flung it open with a schwa sound. He fanned himself with the fan in his hand and explained unhurriedly, "Dead people can't breathe. Naturally, there won't be any ashes in their trachea. If they were burned alive, then there will definitely be ashes in their trachea. How can you not understand such a simple principle?" In truth, his words were something that he had seen in television dramas. In the era of information explosion in the future, people would unconsciously accept any useful or useless information. In the future, this was naturally useless. But in the Tang dynasty, it came in handy. But if his words were heard by the forensic doctors of the future, they would probably laugh their heads off. Naturally, this was not completely correct. Some of the dead would quickly go into shock and stop breathing due to the pain of being burned. Naturally, there would not be any ashes in their trachea or lungs. Of course, the method he spoke of was also feasible to examine the corpses of these subordinates. After all, it was impossible for all the subordinates to go into shock from being burned alive. Therefore, as long as they examined the corpses, they would definitely find something. How could the Yamen runner and the officer know about this? They only felt that Li Wangyu really knew everything from heaven to earth. As expected of a celestial figure, they hurriedly agreed and ran to examine the corpses. Taking a break over the weekend, only one update today. Chapter 909. Li Wangyu thought about the many movies he had watched in his previous life, and they all had plots where people passed off as genuine. For example, in Lyon, the killer, Leon, took advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a police officer and sneak out of the encirclement. In Ocean's 11, a group of highly intelligent criminals also disguised themselves as police officers and stole large amounts of cash from the casino's vault. There were quite a lot of similar plots. Then, was it possible that the wretched mastermind, the Tang man who killed the leader of the Farron tribe, was in Zhang Fei's camp, among the 2,000 soldiers? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, these 2,000 soldiers belonged to more than 20 brigades. It was impossible for all of them to know each other. If there was really a Tang man who put on the armor of the soldiers, it was entirely possible for him to sneak into the army during the chaos. Everyone's attention, including Gao Shilian, was focused on the Farron tribe. Who would have thought that there would be a fake among them? At this thought, Li Wangyu immediately found Gao Shilian and told him his guess. Gao Shilian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyu's idea. Zio, I'm afraid your worry is not possible. Why is that, Duke Gao? Seeing that he did not understand, Gao Shilian simply called over a lieutenant beside him. He pointed at the lieutenant's uniform and explained, Zio has never come into contact with the military, so you don't know. Not everyone can impersonate a government soldier. Not to mention, where would that person get the armor and uniform in such a hurry? Even if he could get it, he would have a waist token to identify his identity. It's not that easy to impersonate a soldier. After Gao Shilian's reminder, Li Wangyu noticed that the lieutenant and the other soldiers who passed by all carried a waist token around their waist. This waist token was equivalent to the identity card of the soldiers. Moreover, even if these soldiers do not know each other, there is a system in the way they speak, walk, sit, and lie in the army. Unless one has been a soldier before, otherwise, even if he or she managed to sneak in, it would be very eye-catching and impossible to hide. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers also nodded their heads. Lang Jun, Duke Gao is right. My brothers and I were all born in the army, but this is how it is. The army has its own way of distinguishing between our own people and those who are not. Otherwise, wouldn't any spies be able to sneak into the army to gather intelligence? When Li Wangyu heard what everyone said, he realized that he had watched too many movies and thought that it was easy to sneak in with makeup. However, he was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was not that this sort of possibility did not exist. It was just that the probability was very small. Duke Gao, as a precaution, why don't we order the soldiers to do a head count? It won't take much effort anyway. Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Gao Shilian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Most of the government soldiers of the Tang Dynasty were from the same hometown, so it was not difficult for them to confirm each other's identities. Following Gao Shilian's order, the government soldiers immediately divided themselves into brigades and began to count the number of soldiers in each squad. Following the orders, more than half of the 2,000 government soldiers were accounted for in no time. There were no abnormalities. Gao Shilian smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, you worry too much. This old man has already said that it is impossible for anyone to sneak into the government soldiers. You? Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden commotion not far away. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian looked up in shock, only to see a person suddenly jump out from the government soldiers. He held a saber and went straight for Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian. Seeing that person's ferocious expression, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little nervous. He and Gao Shilian, one old and one young, did not have any ability to protect themselves. If this person really came up to them, it would be terrible. However, Li Wangyu did not panic or dodge. After all, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were beside him. Li Wangyu was confident that this government soldier, who suddenly rushed out, could not threaten his safety. The reality was no different from what he had expected. Without waiting for that government soldier to reach them, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers drew the weapons at their waists and went up to meet him. With Niu Wu and the other two's abilities, they knocked away the saber in that person's hand without much effort and placed 3 barrier sabers on his neck. Niu Wu, don't kill this person. I have something to ask him. Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. All of this happened rather quickly. Gao Shilian's words were still ringing in his ears when this sudden change occurred. By the time the old man reacted, Niu Wu's saber was already on that government soldier's neck. Gao Shilian's words were blocked and he almost choked to death on his own saliva. After a long while, the old man finally reacted to what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he felt lingering fear. If not for Li Wangyu's insistence on doing a head count of the government soldiers, this person would certainly have sneaked away. He might even have quietly snuck up beside them and suddenly attacked. The commotion just now was obviously due to the mansion soldiers doing a head count to expose this person's whereabouts. That was why this person had no choice but to resort to desperate measures and wanted to kidnap him and Li Wangyu as a protective talisman. After thinking this through, Gao Shilian couldn't help but blush. Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, we might have been fooled by this guy. You're too kind, eunuch Gao. Seeing that the person was caught, Li Wangyu was also in a good mood. Just as he was about to turn around and order someone to fetch a rope to tie up this fake government soldier, another change occurred. The man whose arms were being held by the Zhang brothers suddenly roared. Everyone was startled by his sudden roar, and his body abruptly rushed forward. Moreover, there were 3 shining steel sabers on this person's neck. Niu Wu's reaction was rather quick. He immediately withdrew his saber and slapped down with the back of his saber at that person's neck. However, the Zhang brothers didn't expect this person to have such a reaction. They were caught off guard and didn't have time to withdraw their sabers. That person straightened his neck and just like that, crashed straight into the sharp edge of the saber. With a soft puff, a stream of red blood gushed out from that person's neck. This change shocked Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian so much that they were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that after the murderer was caught, he would choose to commit suicide? Looking at the person who collapsed on the ground with blood gushing out from his neck, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was obvious that this person couldn't be saved. In the future, if the emergency treatment was timely, even if the artery at the neck was cut off, it could still be saved. However, with the medical technology of the Tang Dynasty, even if the medicine king's son Xianxia was here, he probably couldn't save this person. Under everyone's silent gaze, that person collapsed in a pool of blood. After twitching for a while, he lost all signs of life. Li Wangyu didn't expect that after finally catching the person, this would be the outcome. Chapter 9-10. Li Wangyu thought about the many movies he had watched in his previous life, and they all had plots where people passed off as genuine. For example, in Lyon, the killer, Leon, took advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a police officer and sneak out of the encirclement. In Ocean's 11, a group of highly intelligent criminals also disguised themselves as police officers and stole large amounts of cash from the casino's vault. There were quite a lot of similar plots. Then, was it possible that the wretched mastermind, the Tang man who killed the leader of the Farron tribe, was in Zhang Fei's camp, among the 2,000 soldiers? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, these 2,000 soldiers belonged to more than 20 brigades. It was impossible for all of them to know each other. If there was really a Tang man who put on the armor of the soldiers, it was entirely possible for him to sneak into the army during the chaos. Everyone's attention, including Gao Shilian, was focused on the Farron tribe. Who would have thought that there would be an imposter among them? At this thought, Li Wangyu immediately found Gao Shilian and told him his guess. Hearing this, Gao Shilian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyu's idea. Zio, I'm afraid your worry is not possible. Why is that, Duke Gao? Seeing that he did not understand, Gao Shilian simply called over a lieutenant beside him. He pointed at the lieutenant's uniform and explained, Zio has never come into contact with the military, so you don't know. Not everyone can impersonate a government soldier. Not to mention, where would that person get the armor and uniform in such a hurry? Even if he could get it, he would have a waist token to identify his identity. It's not that easy to impersonate a soldier. After Gao Shilian's reminder, Li Wangyu noticed that the lieutenant and the other soldiers who passed by all carried a waist token around their waist. This waist token was equivalent to the identity card of the soldiers. Furthermore, even if it's impossible for all of these soldiers to know each other, there is a system in the way they speak, walk, sit, and lie. Unless one has been a soldier before, otherwise, even if one were to sneak in, it would be very eye-catching and impossible to hide. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers also nodded their heads. Lang Jun, Duke Gao is right. My brothers and I were all born in the army. But this is the case. The army has its own way of distinguishing between our own people and those who are not. Otherwise, wouldn't any spies be able to sneak into the army to spy on them? When Li Wangyu heard what everyone said, he realized that he had watched too many movies and thought that it was easy to sneak in with makeup. However, he was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was not that this sort of possibility did not exist. It was just that the probability was very small. Duke Gao, as a precaution, why don't we order the soldiers to do a head count? It won't take much effort. Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Gao Shilian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Most of the government soldiers of the Tang Dynasty were from the same hometown, so it was not difficult for them to confirm each other's identities. Following Gao Shilian's order, the government soldiers immediately divided themselves into brigades and began to count the number of soldiers in each squad. Following the orders, more than half of the 2,000 government soldiers were accounted for in no time. There were no abnormalities. Gao Shilian smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, you're worrying too much. I've already said that it's impossible for anyone to sneak into the government soldiers. You? Before he could finish his words, There was a sudden commotion not far away.
Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian looked up in shock.
They saw a person suddenly dash out from the government soldiers with a sword in his hand, heading straight for Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian. Seeing that person's ferocious expression, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little nervous. He and Gao Shilian, one old and one young, did not have any ability to protect themselves. If this person really came up to them, it would be terrible. However, Li Wangyu did not panic or dodge. After all, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were beside him. Li Wangyu was confident that this government soldier, who suddenly rushed out, would not be a threat to his safety. The reality was no different from what he had expected. Without waiting for that government soldier to reach them, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers drew the weapons at their waists and went up to meet him. With Niu Wu and the other two's abilities, they knocked away the sword in that person's hand without much effort and placed 3 barrier swords on his neck.
Niu Wu, don't take his life. I have something to ask him. Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. All of this happened rather quickly. Gao Shilian's words were still ringing in his ears when something strange happened. By the time the old man reacted, Niu Wu's swords were already on that government soldier's neck. Gao Shilian's words were blocked and he almost choked to death on his own saliva. After a long while, the old man finally reacted to what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his back in lingering fear. If not for Li Wangyu's insistence on doing a head count of the government soldiers, this person would surely have sneaked away. He might even have quietly snuck up beside them and suddenly attacked. The commotion just now was obviously due to the mansion soldiers doing a head count to expose this person's whereabouts. That was why this person had no choice but to resort to desperate measures, wanting to hold him and Li Wangyu hostage as a protective talisman. After thinking this through, Gao Shilian couldn't help but blush. Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, we might have been hoodwinked by this guy. You're too kind, eunuch Gao. Seeing that the person was caught, Li Wangyu was also in a good mood. Just as he was about to turn around and order someone to fetch a rope to tie up this fake government soldier, another strange change occurred. The man whose arms were being held by the Zhang brothers suddenly roared. Everyone was startled by his sudden roar, and his body suddenly rushed forward. Moreover, there were 3 shining steel sabers on this person's neck. Niu Wu's reaction was rather quick. He immediately withdrew his swords and turned them around, slapping down with the back of his swords at that person's neck. However, the Zhang brothers didn't expect this person to have such a reaction. They were caught off guard and didn't have time to withdraw their swords. That person straightened his neck and just like that, he bumped straight into the sharp blades. With a soft puff, a stream of red blood spurted out from that person's neck. This change shocked Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian so much that they were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the culprit would choose to commit suicide after being caught? Looking at the person who collapsed on the ground with blood spurting out from his neck, Li Wangyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. It was obvious that this person couldn't be saved. In the future, if the emergency treatment was timely, even if the artery at the neck was cut, it could still be saved. However, with the medical technology of the Tang Dynasty, even if the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, was here, he wouldn't be able to save this person. Under everyone's silent gaze, that person collapsed in a pool of blood. After twitching for a while, he lost all signs of life. Li Wangyu didn't expect that after finally catching the person, this would be the outcome. Chapter 909, If there's a mistake, please refresh. Chapter 911. After spending so much effort to take down Zhang Fei's camp, this was the result that Li Wangyu got. This made Li Wangyu feel very depressed. For this murderer to be able to kill himself so cleanly, it was certain that he was not the real mastermind. At most, he was just a knife in the mastermind's hand. Originally, they thought that they could catch the real murderer, but who would have thought that the clues would be cut off again? Everyone examined the murderer who had pretended to be a government soldier, but they found something strange about him. The government soldier's waist tag on this person was actually real. The wooden waist tag was engraved with complicated patterns. These patterns that were difficult to imitate were the key to identifying the authenticity of the waist tag. Although there was no name on the Tang soldier's waist tag, there was basic information engraved on it. From the waist tag of the deceased, it could be seen that this person was also a government soldier of Izhou and his official position was a colonel. Elder Gao, could this person really be a government soldier? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Gao Shilian nodded. It is very possible. I have already ordered everyone to check. No government soldier lost his waist tag.
This means that this waist tag must be something that he always carried with him. This is interesting. A government soldier's colonel actually colluded with his subordinates to commit treason. I wonder who this person is? Gao Shilian snorted. Zio, you don't need to worry. When I return to Qingdu County, I will immediately order people to check all the government officials and see which one has a missing colonel. If he really is a government soldier of Yizhou, then this kind of thing cannot be hidden from others. Li Wangyu also nodded in agreement with Gao Shilian's words. Now they could only take things one step at a time. First, they had to find out the identity of this person and then investigate his background to see who could possibly command a government soldier of the Tang Dynasty to do such a thing. At this point, there was no point in thinking too much. The army stayed at Zhang Fei's camp for a night and then escorted the 20,000 captives down the mountain towards Jiulong County. As for how to deal with these captives, that was Gao Shilian's problem. Li Wangyu was too lazy to get involved. It was troublesome either way. Most of the 20,000 captives were women, children, and the elderly. This was an even more difficult burden to deal with. Fortunately, these trivial matters had nothing to do with Li Wangyu, so he naturally wouldn't meddle. The army escorted more than 20,000 people. After a few days of arduous travel through the forest, they finally returned to Jiulong County. As soon as they returned to Jiulong County, Li Wangyu mercilessly left Gao Shilian behind and led Niu Wu and the others back to the inn in the city. After being away for a few days, he missed his wife. Su Chongqing, Afra, and Perrin were naturally happy to see that Li Wangyu had finally returned safely. They hurriedly took care of bathing, changing his clothes, and preparing food for him. Li Wangyu didn't tell the three girls about the details of the battle, so as not to scare them. He only briefly mentioned that the matter of the assistants had been resolved, so they didn't need to worry. Su Chongqing knew that things weren't as simple as he made them out to be, but she cleverly didn't ask too much. She only disdainfully urged Li Wangyu to hurry and bathe. After staying in the forest for a few days in the scorching summer, Li Wangyu's body had long since stank. No wonder the beauties disdained him. Even Li Wangyu felt uncomfortable when he smelled the rancid odor on his body. After allowing Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to take a bath and rest, Li Wangyu comfortably soaked in the bathtub. He then enjoyed a beautiful massage and bath with a clear conscience. Finally, all the hardships of the past few days had been dispelled. After bathing and changing his clothes, Li Wangyu sat in the room, feeling refreshed, and tasted the delicious food and wine that the three girls had prepared for him. Thinking back to the hard life of marching in the army, Li Wangyu very cleverly recognized one thing. A lazy person like him was definitely not suited for the battlefield. He couldn't eat well, he couldn't sleep well, and there were also mosquito bites. It was simply killing him. A gentleman labored with his mind, while a villain labored with his body. Li Wangyu felt that he could be considered a gentleman now, and his status was high enough. In the future, he would politely decline this kind of labor. He couldn't help but think of the ambition he set when he first transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty. Beautiful wives and concubines, thousands of acres of fertile land, countless cows, horses, pigs and sheep, and servants as many as the clouds. Sure enough, one shouldn't forget one's roots. One must not forget one's original intentions is the right path. Li Wangyu self-reflected in his heart about the experience of asking for trouble this time. He made up his mind that he would never do such a stupid thing again in the future. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, this guy looked at the two beauties beside him, Su Chongqing and Aphrodite. Some men know how to be careful. Just as he was about to find an excuse to send Perrin, the little girl who was in the way, out, there was a knock on the door of the side room. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel angry. Why was it so difficult to do something shameless? What's the matter? Being disturbed, Li Wangyu's tone was also very unfriendly. It was Niu Wu who knocked on the door. Lang Jun, Gao Gong sent someone to invite you to the county yamen to discuss something. Since Gao Shilian invited him, he naturally couldn't refuse. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly and stood up with a long sigh. Fortunately, Su Chongqing didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise, he would definitely make fun of him. Until he went to the county yamen and saw Gao Shilian, Li Wangyu's mood was not very high. He lazily greeted Gao Shilian. Gao Gong, you invited me to the county yamen. Is there something you need? Gao Shilian didn't know the thoughts of a dissatisfied man. He twirled his beard and smiled. I've long heard that Zio is a master of both painting and calligraphy. This old man wanted to draw a portrait of the dead colonel and wanted to see Zio's painting skills. Therefore, I'd like to trouble Zio to draw a portrait of the murderer. How about it? When the time comes, this old man will order someone to make a copy and take it to the various prefectures to find out the murderer's identity. When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. He immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Was this old man crazy? For such a trivial matter, he actually sent someone to disturb him. This was an unforgivable sin. Li Wangyu was now a master of both painting and calligraphy. After all, sketching was the most lifelike art. Since it was a portrait, even the Tang people loved it. Since he transmigrated to this world, there weren't many paintings that had been circulated. However, those who obtained these paintings all treated them as treasures and carefully kept them. They wouldn't easily show them to others. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's identity was noble enough that not many people could ask him for a painting. Otherwise, he would be annoyed to death. As for calligraphy, he copied the thin gold body of Emperor Huizong of Song. Now, it was the famous, thin muscle body of the Tang Dynasty. Many people imitated his calligraphy. As the original creator, Li Wangyu's reputation went without saying. Even a famous calligrapher like Yu Shernan could write better than Li Wangyu after some practice. However, the world still believed that the thin muscle body of the county magistrate Li Wangyu was the orthodox one. Therefore, it wasn't wrong for Gao Shilian to say that he was a master of both painting and calligraphy. However, how could Li Wangyu be willing to draw a sketch of the murderer? Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't it be nice to have someone at home? Running to the county magistrate's office to draw a sketch of a bloody person's head? How stupid would he be to do such a thing? 2 chapters were published yesterday. Chapter 909 has been changed to Chapter 910. It has been amended. Chapter 912. The murderer who committed suicide was unfortunately beheaded by Gao Shilian. Not even a complete corpse was left. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the weather was hot, and if the corpse was left there for a few days, it would definitely start to smell. As such, Gao Shilian could only order people to cut off the head and preserve it with salt before burying it in Zhang Fei's camp. The reason why he wanted to keep the head was so that he could bring it back and find an artist to paint it so that he could find out the identity of the murderer. Gao Shilian did not know what he was thinking. Just because he wanted to see Li Wangyu's painting skills, he actually made such a request. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally rejected it and found an excuse to brush it off. Duke Gao, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. My painting skills cannot be copied by normal artists. It is better to find an artist to paint it. Seeing that Li Wangyu was unwilling, Gao Shilian could only smile and drop the matter. He invited Li Wangyu to take a seat and have a chat. Then, he ordered someone to inform Du Gufeng to find an artist in the city to paint. The two of them chatted for a while before they saw Jiolong County Magistrate Du Gufeng leading a white-haired old man into the hall. Greetings, Duke Gao. This person is the best artist in Jiolong County. What do you need him to paint? After confirming that the person who died was the colonel of the house soldiers, Gao Shilian did not want this matter to spread. After all, if this matter was spread out, it would damage the reputation of the Tang army. As such, Gao Shilian ordered everyone in the house soldiers to keep their mouths shut and not talk about this matter. Even Du Gufeng did not know why Gao Shilian wanted him to find an artist. When Gao Shilian saw that the painter had arrived, he immediately dismissed the servants and maids in the hall. Other than the painter, only Du Gufeng was left. There was no need to hide this matter from the Jiolong County magistrate. Gao Shilian's bodyguard took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. When he opened the box and revealed the head inside, Du Gufeng and the artist were shocked. Du Gufeng was still fine. At least he had seen blood before. Although he was shocked by the head, he was still calm. As for the painter, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would be brought to the county yamen to draw a portrait of a bloody head. Gao Shilian comforted the painter for a long time before he finally calmed down. His fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the drawing paper and began to draw a human head. Du Gufeng stared at the head for a long while before hesitantly asking, Duke Gao, may I know who this person is? Why do I find him so familiar? His words made Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian's spirits rise. Dugu Ming House, is this true? Are you sure you know this person? Looking at his appearance, this lowly official found him somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him before. Li Wangyu hurriedly said, Duga Ming House, this matter is very important. Try to recall where you've seen him before. This person is very likely to be a colonel of the prefecture troops. Dugu Feng frowned and thought hard for a long time. I can't recall where I've seen this person before. However, since Duke said that this person could be a colonel of the prefecture troops and I find this person familiar, why don't Duke call the 2 colonels stationed in the city over to identify the head and see if they recognize this person? Li Wangyu felt that this was a good idea and immediately ordered people to call the 2 colonels to the county yamen. When the 2 colonels were called to the county yamen and saw the head, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They froze on the spot and couldn't speak for a long time. When Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian saw their reactions, they immediately knew that they had found the right person. It was obvious that the 2 colonels recognized this person. Gao Shilian immediately had the artist leave before asking, Do the 2 of you recognize this person? The 2 colonels looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. One of the colonels swallowed hard and replied anxiously, So we do. This person is the colonel of the Gung Brigade from the Zhechong House in Pengzhou. His name is Wang Hu. When Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian heard this, they were also slightly shocked. If this person really was a colonel of the Tang Dynasty's prefecture troops, then this matter was worth pondering. The Zhechong House in Pengzhou had a total of 1,000 prefecture troops and was split into 10 brigades. They were named after the heavenly stems, and were respectively A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Xin, Ren, and Gue. Just as Gao Shilian was about to ask, he heard the colonel say something that made Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian shiver and their hairs stand on end. But this Wang Hu and the Gung Brigade all died in battle in Songzhou half a month ago. Where did you find Wang Hu's head, senior officer? Died in battle? Songzhou? Li Wangyu immediately remembered that when he was chatting with the 2 colonels on the city wall, they seemed to have mentioned that their 3 brigades had been sent to Songzhou for training. One of the brigades was attacked by the Tuyuhun when they were out patrolling. The entire brigade of 100 people was completely wiped out, and not a single one escaped. The owner of the head in front of them was the colonel who had already died in battle in Songzhou? How was this possible? Li Wangyu was completely confused. If what the colonel said was true, then how did this colonel named Wang Hu come back from the dead and run to the mountain where Zhang Fei's camp was and get involved with his subordinates? Gao Shilian's face was also green, and his expression was serious. One of the brigades of the Zhe House in Pengzhou was attacked by the Tuyuhun when they were sent to Songzhou for training. As the Izhou sir, he knew about this matter. Because of this matter, he even ordered the soldiers of the Zhe House to be transferred from Yanzhou, Zhenzhou, and other places to Songzhou as reinforcements. However, the colonel who should have died in battle actually came back to life. Are the 2 of you really not lying? This person is really the colonel of the Gung Brigade of the Zhe House in Pengzhou, Wang Hu? The 2 colonels nodded without hesitation. Sir, we are not lying about this matter. Wang Hu has been with us all the time, so how could we not recognize him? On the side, Dugu Feng also slapped his head. That's right, I also remember. This person is the colonel of the Gung Brigade, Wang Hu. Because I don't have much contact with the prefecture soldiers, I didn't remember. Now that the 2 of them have said this, I am also certain that this person is Wang Hu. Gao Shilian immediately ordered people to bring the dead colonel's armor and waist token for the 2 colonels to identify. Sir, there's no mistake. This waist token is Wang Hu's. It can't be wrong. One of the colonels pointed at a crack on the side of the waist token and said, This crack was left on his waist token when I was drinking. I wasn't paying attention, and my machete hit his waist token. Because of this, Wang Hu complained to me for a long time. When Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian heard this, they no longer had any doubts about the identity of the dead colonel. It seemed like this person really was the colonel of the Gung Brigade, Wang Hu. However, after confirming his identity, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian became even more confused. Why did a person who died in battle in Songzhou run back to Jiulong County half a month ago? Whose orders did he listen to? What was his motive? Chapter 9:13. After Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian figured out the identity of the culprit, they became more and more confused. Not only did the fog in front of them not dissipate, but it became even thicker, making Li Wangyu completely lose his train of thought. The foreign tribe was tempted by someone to try to conquer Jiulong County. What was their goal? Why did the colonel, who had died in battle half a month ago, appear in Zhang Fei's tribe again. Whose orders did this Colonel Wang Hu listen to? Wang Hu? Wang family name? Li Wangyu suddenly asked. This Wang Hu, is he from the Taiyuan Wang clan? His words made Gao Shilian freeze. He didn't understand why Li Wangyu would ask such a question. The two colonels also froze. They looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't know, but it shouldn't be. If I remember correctly, Wang Hu's ancestral home is Izhou, not Taiyuan. Duke, how could Wang Hu be from the five families? Even if he was from a branch family, he couldn't be a colonel in the Zhetsong house, the other colonel replied. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. A colonel was just the captain of a 100-man squad. It was similar to a company commander in the future and didn't have any status. If Wang Hu's ancestral home was Izhou, it meant that he was thinking too much. In reality, Li Wangyu thought of Izhou's Governor-General Manor Sima Wang Yichuan and thought that since Wang Hu's surname was Wang, he might be from an aristocratic family. He thought that the aristocratic families were playing tricks, which was why he asked such a question. After learning that Wang Hu's surname was only Wang and he had nothing to do with the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 watches, Li Wangyu also laughed self-deprecatingly. He felt that he had become a little paranoid because of the mastermind behind the scenes and was making wild guesses. However, Wang Hu's so-called death in battle in Songzhou seemed to be more worth investigating. Li Wangyu asked, the entire Gung Brigade died in battle in Songzhou. Did you see this with your own eyes? The two colonels shook their heads and nodded. Duke, the Gung Brigade was ambushed and killed by Tuyuhun. Naturally, we didn't see it with our own eyes. But after that, I led my brothers to collect the corpses of the comrades of the Gung Brigade. Is Wang Hu's corpse among them? This. Your humble servant and the others did not confirm it one by one. The colonel hurriedly explained. Duke, after we found the battlefield where the Gung Brigade was ambushed, the scene was chaotic. Not only were there the corpses of the Gung travelers, but there were also the corpses of the Tuyuhuns that they had killed. The brothers of the Gung Brigade are less than 100, but the Tuyuhuns also left over 100 corpses. It is too difficult to identify them one by one. That's right, Duke. On the battlefield, missing an arm, a leg, or a head is a common occurrence. Many of the corpses of fellow soldiers are hard to identify. We could only piece together the broken limbs of our brothers and count the number of people. It matched the number of people in the Gung Brigade. That's why we concluded that the entire Gung Brigade had died in battle. I didn't know that Wang Hu. The two colonels were both old prefecture soldiers. How could they not see that the head in the box had clearly been cut off not long ago? If Wang Hu had really died in battle in Songzhou more than half a month ago, then his head would have rotted long ago. Although they did not know where Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian had obtained the head, it still made the two of them panic. They were afraid that this matter had something to do with them. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu did not reprimand the two colonels for their explanations. Was this not the case in the era of cold weapons? Even in the future, the soldiers all had identification plates on them. However, there were still people who went missing on the battlefield. In reality, there were no corpses left, so it was impossible to identify them. If Wang Hu had purposely concealed it and pretended to be dead, it was normal for him to fool the Songzhou prefecture soldiers and the two colonels. However, this matter was worth thinking about. Li Wangyu quickly deduced the illogical points from this information. Had Wang Hu fled because his troops had been defeated, or did he have other motives? It was obvious that he had not fled because his troops had been defeated. This was because the two colonels had already said that when they were cleaning up the battlefield after the battle, they had counted the number of people in the Gung Brigade and confirmed that the number of corpses they counted matched the number of people in the Gung Brigade. Since they could be sure that Wang Hu had not died in Songzhou, then who were the extra corpses? Therefore, the only logical explanation was that Wang Hu had purposely used the attack on the Gung Brigade in Songzhou to escape. It was even more likely that the deaths of all the members of the Gung Brigade had something to do with Wang Hu. When the prefecture soldiers of the Tang Dynasty went out on patrol, they all rode war horses and were not weak at all. Although they were not cavalry and had to dismount during battle, if they wanted to retreat, it was not to the extent that none of them could escape and were surrounded by the Tuyuhun. The most likely possibility was that Wang Hu had colluded with the Tuyuhun people and purposely led the 100 or so Tang Dynasty prefecture soldiers of the Gung Brigade into the Tuyuhun people's encirclement and then faked his death to escape. However, there was something that did not make sense. Li Wangyu could not understand. If Wang Hu wanted to escape by faking his death, there were many ways. Why did he have to go through so much trouble and even drag the entire Gung brigade down with him? Did he have nothing better to do? He just randomly found a corpse, changed into his own clothes, and then burned the corpse. Would it attract the attention of others? Could it be that Wang Hu's goal was? A bold conjecture suddenly popped up in Li Wangyu's mind, and even he himself was shocked. If his guess was correct, then his previous thoughts were misguided. No wonder he could not figure out the motive of the mastermind behind the attack on Jiulong County. Previously, Li Wangyu could not figure out the motive of attacking Jiulong County. No matter if it was for money or food, it did not make sense. Jiulong County was just a normal county in the Tang Dynasty. There was no conflict of interest in it at all. However, according to his guess, although it was a little unbelievable, it did make sense. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more shocked he became. However, this was just a guess. Whether it was the truth or not, it still needed to be proven. The mastermind had always been hiding in the dark. He might even be in Jiulong County. Li Wangyu felt that he could not be so passive anymore. He had to think of a way to find the mastermind. Looking at the hideous head in the wooden box, Li Wangyu thought of a way that was not really a way. Since Wang Hu committed suicide immediately after being captured, it meant that the mastermind must know a lot of inside information. Although Wang Hu was dead and they could not find out who the mastermind was, other people did not know. Gao Shilian did not want to damage the reputation of the Tang army. Only a few people knew about Wang Hu, and they were all ordered to keep their mouths shut. Therefore, they might as well create a fake Wang Hu. They could create the false impression that Wang Hu was captured and locked in Jiulong County's prison to be interrogated. Li Wangyu did not believe that the mastermind would not be anxious after knowing that Wang Hu was captured. I caught a cold. Seems like a fever. My whole body is sore and weak. I was not in the mood to write and only finished this chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 9:14. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and felt that he could give this idea a try. Since there was nothing to lose, he might as well hit the nail on the head. Even if the mastermind did not fall for it, there was nothing to lose. However, if the mastermind did something out of fear of the captured Wang Hu, it would be easy to give himself away. After thinking about this, Li Wangyu pulled Gao Shilian to the side and whispered his idea to him. When Gao Shilian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a joyful expression. The old man and the young man whispered to each other for a while, and occasionally let out strange laughter. Hearing this, Du Gufeng and the others got goosebumps. Ziyu, this is a good idea. I think it will work. Leave this matter to this old man. Gao Shilian stroked his beard and laughed heartily as he swept away the haze that had hung over him for the past few days. Li Wangyu was naturally happy and relaxed. It couldn't be better if Gao Shilian took over this matter. Instead of scheming against the mastermind behind the scenes, he still felt that it was more relaxing to go back and whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful superiors. That afternoon, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard in the small Jiulong County. The people walked out of their houses to see what was going on. They saw a large group of government soldiers escorting a prisoner carriage from outside the city. In the prisoner carriage was a man with bloodstains on his face and messy hair. He was wearing a tattered Tang army armor. The commoners didn't know what was going on. They couldn't understand why they were captured and locked up in the prison carriage even though they were all prefecture soldiers. Just as they were discussing, a government soldier shouted to the people around them, "Everyone, come and take a look. This man is a government soldier of the Tang Dynasty. He colluded with the Sun people and tried to break into Jiulong County and kill the people. Such a greedy bastard deserves to die." Luckily his scheme was seen through. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been killed. The people who were watching the commotion became excited when they heard the government soldier. When the Sun people besieged the city, the people in the city were terrified and could not sleep at night. They were afraid that the Sun people would break into Jiulong County and kill their way into the city. At that time, what kind of hell would Jiulong County become? The commoners didn't even dare to imagine. As for those who had young and strong men in their families who had gone to help defend the city, they were even more furious at this moment. Everyone immediately stared at the person in the prison carriage, their eyes almost spitting fire. No one knew who was the first to shout, "Beat this bastard to death." The crowd of onlookers immediately surged towards the prison wagon. The mansion soldiers who were escorting the prison wagons broke out in cold sweat when they saw the situation. They quickly raised their shields and blocked the prison wagons. The captain's back was drenched in sweat as he stole a glance at the prison wagon beside him. As Gao Shilian's trusted aide, he naturally knew the inside story. The person in the prison carriage was just a fake. If he was beaten to death by the angry citizens, it would be a real joke. In a moment of desperation, he shouted loudly, "Don't move!" This person was a wanted criminal. He needed to be interrogated carefully before being executed. At this moment, anyone who approached the prisoner's carriage would be considered an accomplice of this person. Kill without mercy. The mansion soldiers around him also shouted, "Anyone who approaches the prisoner's carriage will be killed without mercy." With the threat of the mansion soldiers, the angry citizens finally managed to control their emotions and didn't continue to rush forward. No one knew who started it, but all kinds of rotten vegetables, rotten eggs, and other junk flew out from the crowd and were thrown at the prisoner's carriage. Many of the junk were thrown at the mansion soldiers around the prisoner's carriage, causing them to be in a sorry state. When the captain saw this, he knew that the show was almost over. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that something bad would happen. He hurriedly ordered the mansion soldiers to open a path and rush into Jianghu County's government office with all kinds of junk flying in the air. The news of the Tang Dynasty's mansion soldiers colluding with others to attack Jianghu County spread like wildfire. In less than half a day, the news had spread to the entire Jianghu County. Many of the families who lost their lives because of the collusion all ran to Jianghu County's government office and knelt in front of it, begging Jianghu County's magistrate Du Gufeng to uphold justice for them. Regarding this, Du Gufeng could only helplessly lead a group of bailiffs out to comfort the people. He promised that he would interrogate the real culprit and submit a memorial to the imperial court to behead the culprit. This was to appease the souls of the deceased in heaven. After persuading all the citizens to go back, Du Gufeng wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked back to the government office. He smiled bitterly at Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian. Duke Gao, this idea of yours is putting me in a difficult position." "Haha, sorry for the inconvenience of the Dugu Ming house," Li Wangyu said with a smile. Du Gufeng shook his head. "I don't mind, but I'm worried that the mastermind behind the collusion might not be fooled. That will depend on whether or not that person is afraid that Wang Hu will confess and reveal his identity. That person might be driven to desperate measures and do something. If he gives up, we can't do anything to him for the time being. But as long as he makes a move, the more he does, the more mistakes he makes. We don't have to worry about not being able to catch him." "That's right. Dugu Ming House, you have to arrange this government office well. Even if it's just a show, don't let anyone see through it." "Yes, I know. In the government office, only I know the truth. I won't leak it." Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. Now we just have to wait and see." In fact, Li Wangyu had no idea whether the mastermind would take the bait. He was just giving it a try. If there was no movement, then so be it. After all, there was nothing to lose. But if the mastermind was afraid of exposing himself and did something, then it would be an unexpected gain. Amidst the drumming, the sky darkened and night fell. Jianghu County, which was noisy during the day, slowly fell into silence. It was peaceful everywhere. Jianghu County was the same as the other counties of the Tang Dynasty. There was a night curfew. Other than the patrolling soldiers, the streets were very quiet. On the wall of the square, a stray cat meowed a few times. Under the night sky, it was very creepy. Someone in the square cursed twice before it returned to silence. After another group of patrolling soldiers passed by, a few black shadows sneaked out from the darkness and headed straight for the government office. These black shadows carefully avoided the patrolling soldiers and quickly climbed over the wall of the government office. In the prison of the government office, two yamen runners who were on night duty were chatting. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the prison. "Who is it? It's so late. What's the matter?" The yamen runner grumbled unhappily and asked outside. "Sanlang, open the door. It's me. I'm here to bring you some food." When the bailiff in the prison heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. He immediately got up and opened the thick prison door to let the person in. The yamen runners all knew the person who came. It was the head of the yamen. "Head Lu, hee, why are you so nice today? You're even bringing us food? Oh, there's wine too. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll take it away." Of course. How can we not eat? It's the middle of the night and we're feeling hungry. Head Lu, You're really considerate of us. The two yamen runners didn't say anything and quickly took the food and wine from him. Chapter 9:15. The two yamen runners who were on night duty took the food and wine. After happily thanking head Lu, they began to eat and drink without any scruples. However, after a short while, the two of them fell to the side of the table, unconscious. Head Patrol Officer Lu, who had been joking with the two of them a second ago, lightly kicked them a few times. When he saw that there was no reaction, he smiled contemptuously and got up to open the door of the prison. A few black figures immediately flashed into the prison. Lang Jun, the two yamen runners who were on night duty, drank the knockout drug and fainted. Should we go and rescue Brother Wang Hu? There were a few torches lit in the prison. Under the illumination of the torches, the leader's face could not be seen clearly due to his dark clothes and hood. However, the leader slowly shook his head and said, "No. When I ordered you to set the county on fire, I wanted to cause chaos in the county so that we could attack the county with the help of the people outside. However, I didn't expect that county magistrate who would come up with something called the thunderbolt shaking thunder. Not only did we not succeed, but we also aroused county magistrate Hu's suspicion. The gains did not make up for the losses. I didn't expect that county magistrate Hu to be so capable. He was even able to create something as heaven-defying as the thunderbolt shaking thunder. However, this is also a good thing. It doesn't matter if we break into Jiolong County or not. The most important thing now is to get the recipe for the thunderbolt shaking thunder." The leader in black looked into the dark depths of the prison and sighed regretfully. Wang Hu's identity has already been exposed. There is no point in saving him. Now, we just have to make him shut up. He waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "Go and bring the things in." Yes. A few people immediately brought in a large wooden bucket from outside the door. Pour this alchemical fire oil all over the prison. Old Lu, accompany this official to see Wang Hu. No matter what, he has worked hard even if he didn't make any contributions. This official will personally see him off. His words clearly meant that he was going to kill Wang Hu. From the looks of it, it seemed that they were going to burn down the entire county jail and destroy the corpses. The reason why they chose to set fire to the county government prison instead of rescuing Wang Hu or killing him in the prison was that the man in black was still delusional enough to pretend that it was an accident. If the prison accidentally caught fire and all the prisoners were burned to death, it would not be easy to arouse suspicion. If they rescued Li Wangyu or brazenly killed him in prison, it would definitely attract the attention of Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu, which might lead to even more trouble. Of course, this was only the black-clothed man's wishful thinking. Lu Ban felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He bowed slightly and led the way with a torch in his hand towards the depths of the prison. The two of them walked to the cell where Wang Hu was locked up. Under the light of the torch in Chief Lu's hand, the man in black looked at Wang Hu in the cell. His hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood and heavy shackles. "Wang Hu, I'm here to see you. This official didn't expect that you would actually be captured alive. You've really disappointed this official. You promised me that Zhang Fei's camp was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if it was surrounded by 100,000 soldiers, it would not be taken down. However, in just a few days, I received news that Zhang Fei's camp was breached. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to me?" The Wang Hu in the cell didn't seem to hear him. He just sat on the ground with his head lowered and didn't respond. This Wang Hu naturally couldn't respond. He was just a person who Gao Shilian ordered to find among the soldiers who had a similar build to Wang Hu. He changed into Wang Hu's armor and messed up his hair so that people couldn't see his face clearly. He just pretended to be Wang Hu and acted as bait. No one expected that they would really catch a big fish. Seeing that the Wang Hu in the cell didn't speak, the black-clothed man didn't continue to say anything. He just said indifferently, "Wang Hu, I will keep my promise and take good care of your relatives. You can go in peace." After saying this hypocritically, he turned around and was about to leave. However, the Wang Hu in the cell wanted to fish for more information. He deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "You're just going to abandon me like this? I've risked my life for you." When the black-clothed man heard this, he suddenly turned around and stared at the Wang Hu in the cell. "You're not Wang Hu. Who are you?" Then, he abruptly dashed out of the prison. At this time, as long as he wasn't too stupid to be saved, he would know that he had been fooled. However, since this was a trap set up by Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian, How could they give him a chance to escape? Before the black-clothed man could run to the prison door, the originally closed cell door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Outside the cell door were hundreds of fully armed soldiers with torches in their hands. How could the black-clothed man not understand now that he had fallen into a trap? He saw Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian walking out from among the soldiers and looking at the black-clothed man with smiles on their faces. Major Wang, the night is long. Are you also not in the mood to sleep? Li Wangyu couldn't help but tease as he recalled the lines in the Chinese novel Journey to the West. Under the illumination of the firelight, the face of the black-clothed man under the hood was revealed. It was the major of the Yi Province's Governor-General's office, Wang Yichuan. The muscles on Wang Yichuan's face twitched uncontrollably a few times before he finally forced himself to calm down. This humble official also didn't expect that Duke and Duke Gao would still be awake even though it's already so late. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian looked at each other, then raised their heads and laughed. Aren't we waiting for Major Wang to walk right into our trap? I didn't expect that a fake Wang who would be able to trick Major Wang so easily. This humble official also didn't expect that Wang who was actually a fake. In that case, Wang who must be dead. Am I wrong? Wang Yichuan asked. Gao Shilian twirled his beard and smiled. That's right. When Wang who was captured, he had already committed suicide. When Wang Yichuan heard this, he laughed bitterly. It seems that this humble official really did think himself clever. It's a pity that I didn't see through Duke Gao and Duke's plan. Otherwise, how would I have walked right into your trap? Li Wangyu shook his head and laughed. No. Major Wang, you're wrong. Even if you didn't appear tonight, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to hide for much longer. I've long suspected that you were the mastermind. Oh? How did this humble official give myself away? How did I make Duke suspect me? Wang Yichuan asked curiously. At this moment, Wang Yichuan and his subordinates had already become turtles in a jar. There was no need to worry that they would be able to escape from the county yamen. Li Wangyu was also in the mood to say a few more words to Wang Yichuan so that he could understand why he died. Li Wangyu's first sentence scared Wang Yichuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Major Wang, not only did I guess that you were the mastermind, but I also guessed that your goal was clearly related to Liz Ho. I wonder if I guessed correctly? Wang Yichuan looked as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. How did you know? Chapter 9:16. Li Wangyu did not understand why the protectors wanted to attack the small Jiolong county. When he found out that Wang Hu faked his death and dragged the entire Gung brigade into making dumplings for the Tuyuhuns, Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that when he left Mianzhou, he saw a large group of soldiers heading to Songzhou. When Li Wangyu thought about how all the soldiers in Mianzhou were mobilized because of this, he suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that all of this was to attract the attention of the Yi Prefecture Governor-General and mobilize all the soldiers in Yi Prefecture? He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he hadn't come to Jiolong County by accident and brought the explosives to help defend the city. Without a doubt, the defenseless Jiolong County would have been broken through by the protectors and then massacred. Close to 1,000 Tang Dynasty citizens would have been massacred. Even the scholars and ladies who came from all over Yi Prefecture to admire the peony flowers would not have been able to escape. If such a thing happened, when the news spread to the Yi Prefecture Governor-General, Gao Shilian would be furious. He would definitely lead the army to attack the protectors. The protectors would definitely escape to Zhang Fei's camp and use that dangerous pass as a barrier to face off against the Tang army. If Jiolong County was massacred, Gao Shilian naturally could not withdraw his troops. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to Pai Lupi and the imperial court. Thus, after being stopped by Zhang Fei's camp, Gao Shilian could only mobilize soldiers from all over the Yi province and forcefully take down Zhang Fei's camp to take revenge for the people of the Great Tang. Previously, Gao Shilian had already mobilized many soldiers from all over to Songzhou to prevent the Tuyuhuns from suddenly attacking. In order to recruit more protectors, he would continue to gather soldiers from all over Yi Prefecture. This would cause all the states in Yi Prefecture to be in a state of a military vacuum. When he thought of this, Li Wangyu could not help but break out in cold sweat. The word rebellion immediately popped up in his mind. However, Li Wangyu immediately denied his guess. After all, in history, during the 4th year of Zhengguan, there were no rebellions in Shu. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, the county king of Yan, Li Yi, rebelled and was executed. Li Prefecture's governor Li Shaochong committed treason and was executed. After that, There was peace for 10 some years, until the 16th year of Zhengguan, when Hou Junji rebelled and was executed. Li Chengqian plotted a rebellion and was deposed. Then where did this rebellion come from in the 4 years of Zhengguan? Li Wangyu felt that he was thinking too much, but he didn't dare to completely dismiss this idea. Because since he and Su Chongqing traveled to the Tang Dynasty, too much history had changed. What if the butterfly's wings fluttered and triggered a chain reaction, causing things that had never happened in history to appear? After all, in history, Li Chengqian and Li Tai did not acknowledge him as their master. Li Chengqian had never had appendicitis, and when Li Ji was born, there was no such thing as a leopard cat swapping the crown prince. Therefore, even if there was no rebellion in Shu during the 4th year of Zhengguan's reign, Li Wangyu could not be sure that there would be no rebellion in Shu today. However, this was just Li Wangyu's personal guess, and there was no real evidence, so he did not tell Gao Shilian about it. As for Wang Yichuan, Li Wangyu had always had suspicions in his heart, but Wang Yichuan had always concealed it well, so he only had suspicions in his heart. Today, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were sitting in the county office, waiting for someone to walk into the trap. While chatting, the two of them talked about Li Prefecture's governor Wu Shiqin. Gao Shilian unintentionally said something, but it attracted Li Wangyu's attention. Speaking of Li Prefecture, Duke Wu has really worked hard. After Li Xiaochong was executed for treason, there were still remnants of Li Xiaochong causing chaos in Li Prefecture. After Duke Wu took office, he stabilized the situation in Li Prefecture and contributed greatly to the country. Alright, speaking of which, I am Wang Sima of the governor's office, and I also held the position of Sima of the governor's office in Li Prefecture. It is said that in stabilizing the situation in Li Prefecture, I also put in a lot of effort. Li Wangyu was slightly startled. Sima Wang also held a position in Li Prefecture? That's right, but Sima Wang was not involved in Li Xiaochong's treason, so he was not implicated. Instead, because of his contributions, he was promoted to the position of Sima of the governor's office in Yi Prefecture. When Li Wangyu heard this, his heart could not help but beat like a drum. Wang Yichuan really had nothing to do with Li Xiaochong's treason? His heart moved slightly, and he summoned Niu Wu and gave him a few orders. After Niu Wu understood his words, he nodded his head and immediately walked out. After Niu Wu returned, he whispered a few words into Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu told Niu Wu to ask the two colonel commanders whether or not Wang Hu had anything to do with Li Prefecture. The answer he received was something he did not expect. Wang Hu was actually the colonel of the Zhechong Manor in Li Prefecture. Because he was implicated in Li Xiaochong's treason, he was moved out of Li Prefecture and demoted to colonel. Li Wangyu did not believe that this was all a coincidence. At this moment, he started to suspect that Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu were the trusted aides of Li Xiaochong in Li Prefecture. Therefore, after Wang Yichuan had been captured, Li Wangyu had purposely said this to trick Wang Yichuan and verify his guess. Who would have thought that he would be right? Just looking at Wang Yichuan's expression like he had seen a ghost, Li Wangyu knew that his guesses were right. This Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu really did have something to do with Li Xiaochong. However, Li Wangyu was still confused. Did that Li Xiaochong really have such great charm? He had already died for 4 years, and there was still someone who wanted to inherit his dying wish and try to start a rebellion in the Shu lands? Such a huge scheme, Li Wangyu did not believe that Wang Yichuan alone could do it. It was not that Li Wangyu looked down on him, but Wang Yichuan did not have the ability to be the mastermind. At most, he was just a knife in the hands of the mastermind. Furthermore, a secondary grade 4 major of the Governor-General's manor did not have the ability to make Wang Hu and the others work for him. Not to mention, he still had to convince the leaders of the 5 tribes to listen to his commands. However, Li Wangyu was not in a rush. Since he had captured Wang Yichuan, he could slowly ask him about these things. Li Wangyu did not believe that Wang Yichuan was someone like Wang Hu who would not hesitate to commit suicide just to keep a secret. For an old official like Wang Yichuan who was used to living like a prince, not to mention torture, once he was locked up and saw the torture tools, he would immediately confess. Major Wang, this duke knows a lot of things, but there are still many doubts that I need Major Wang to clear up. Li Wangyu smiled in a relaxed and happy manner. Wang Yichuan's face was ashen, and he lowered his head. Since you have something to ask, I will naturally answer everything that I know. This lowly official only hopes that the Duke can see this lowly official's cooperation and plead leniency on this lowly official's behalf. As long as this lowly official can be spared from death, it will be enough. Li Wangyu could naturally agree to Wang Yichuan's request. He did not care about the life and death of such a small character. What Li Wangyu cared about was the real culprit behind the scenes who could command Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu. Okay. I guarantee that you won't die, you. Before Li Wangyu could finish his words, he saw that behind Wang Yichuan, there were a few men in black who were also dressed in black. Suddenly, one of them dashed out, pulled out the blade at his waist, and viciously stabbed towards Wang Yichuan's back. Chapter 9:17. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian didn't expect that one of Wang Yichuan's subordinates would suddenly launch an attack in such a situation. Everyone was caught off guard and could only watch as the shiny blade pierced Wang Yichuan's back and blood spurted out. Wang Yichuan's back was stabbed and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head with a frightened and stunned expression and looked at the person behind him. You're actually his man. Aye. Before he could finish his words, he died and fell to the ground. The person who assassinated Wang Yichuan from behind pulled out the blade from Wang Yichuan's back without hesitation, turned the blade around, and slit his own neck. All of this happened in a flash. Before anyone could react, 2 corpses had already fallen to the ground. Looking at Wang Yichuan lying in a pool of blood, Li Wangyu only wanted to curse in his heart. He had painstakingly set up a trap and the fish had already been caught. Who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen? Li Wangyu didn't even need to use his knees to think that the person who killed Wang Yichuan and then killed himself so cleanly must be a man of sacrifice sent by the real mastermind behind the scenes. This person must be responsible for monitoring Wang Yichuan. Once Wang Yichuan tried to rebel or had other thoughts, he would immediately kill him. From this, it could be seen that Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yizhou Governor General's office, knew a lot. If he confessed honestly, it would be clear who was hiding in the dark and plotting a rebellion. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. However, although Li Wangyu was depressed, he didn't care much. There was nothing to worry about this kind of person who hid in the dark and stirred up trouble. In the Tang Dynasty, those who dared to rebel in front of Pai Lupi, except for his own son, were all dead. Did they really think that the eternal emperor Pai Lupi was made of clay? In the history of Wuxia, there were a total of 494 emperors, starting from Qin Shi Huang. No matter how you counted, Pai Lupi could be ranked in the top 5. To rebel against him, wouldn't that be the same as an old man eating arsenic and tired of living? Li Wangyu's involvement in this matter was just a coincidence. Moreover, his and Su Chongqing's lives were threatened, so he wanted to find out who was behind the scenes. Since the clues had been cut off with Wang Yichuan's death, it was better to leave this troublesome matter to Pai Lupi and the 100 Horsemen department. Wang Yichuan had brought 5 or 6 men with him. Except for one man who was a man of sacrifice, who killed Wang Yichuan and then killed himself, the others, including Head Lu, had all surrendered. Li Wangyu did not have much hope for these people. Sure enough, the results of the interrogation of these people were the same. These people were only following Wang Yichuan's orders. They couldn't get anything of value out of them. However, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were clear about what Wang Yichuan had done in this rebellion. According to Wang Yichuan's subordinates, the subordinates who attacked Jianghu County were bewitched by Wang Yichuan. Wang Yichuan promised that he would give the subordinates a large amount of wealth, beauties, and even make them officials. Wealth moved people's hearts, so the subordinates were naturally no exception. Both sides hit it off. Wang Hu was sent by Wang Yichuan to be in charge of contacting the leaders of the 5 tribes. On that day, Wang Yichuan was not trapped in Jianghu County by accident. He purposely stayed in Jianghu County to help the subordinates attack the city. Wang Yichuan did not expect Dugu Feng to react so quickly, sealing off the 4 gates at the first moment. He also knew that the subordinates lacked siege weapons and was worried that something would happen if they delayed. Thus, he pretended to be in a hurry to leave the city and ordered Dugu Feng to open the south gate. As long as the gate was opened, the subordinates lying in ambush outside the city would take the opportunity to attack and take down Jianghu County. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu, the founding county duke, would also be trapped in the county by a freak combination of factors, foiling Wang Yichuan's plan. Wang Yichuan came up with another plan. When the subordinates attacked the city, he ordered his subordinates to set fire in the city to create a chaotic atmosphere so that the subordinates could break through the city as quickly as possible. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu would come up with something like explosives? Not only did they save Jianghu County, they also scared off thousands of subordinates. Regarding this, Wang Yichuan could only scold the subordinates for being useless. He could only continue to pretend to be a good person in front of Li Wangyu. When Gao Shilian led the army to attack, Wang Yichuan did not panic. After all, he knew how dangerous Zhang Fei's camp was. However, he did not expect that in just a few days, the impenetrable Zhang Fei's camp would be broken through by 2,000 soldiers and all of the subordinates were captured. This made Wang Yichuan very worried as he did not know whether Wang Hu could escape or not. After all, Wang Hu knew too many of his secrets. If Wang Hu was captured, his head would probably fall to the ground. Hence, after knowing that Wang Hu was captured and locked up in Jiolong County's prison, Wang Yichuan anxiously led his subordinates to personally kill him. However, he did not expect that not only would he fall into a trap, but he would also be killed. As for what happened in Songzhou, Wang Yichuan and the person behind the scenes, and what Tuyuhun had done, these people did not know. After understanding all this, Li Wangyu's confusion was mostly solved. As for how to find the person behind the scenes and how to deal with the aftermath, that was Gao Shilian's problem and had nothing to do with him. Li Wangyu led the 3 girls and followed Gao Shilian to Chengdu County. Since he had been discovered by Gao Shilian, he could not escape. Furthermore, Su Chongqing had achieved his goal of being knighted. Li Wangyu planned to play around in Chengdu for a while before returning to Chang'an. Gao Shilian had sent someone to deliver the news of what had happened in Yizhou and the discovery of Li Wangyu to Chang'an City via an express delivery of 800 miles. Pai Lupi was naturally furious about this. On one hand, he hated that someone dared to collude with the Tuyuhun and rebel. On the other hand, he was angry that Li Wangyu, that bastard, had run away for a few months. Pai Lupi ordered the 100 Cavalry Department and Gao Shilian to continue searching for the culprit. He also ordered Gao Shilian to immediately send people to escort Li Wangyu back to Chang'an. Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and say goodbye to Gao Shilian. Under the escort of a large group of people, he followed the Taurus Road and headed back to Chang'an. On the way to Li Prefecture, Wu Shixian saw Li Wangyu again and smiled bitterly. "Duke, you've deceived this lowly official quite a bit." Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. "Haha, Duke Wu, please don't blame me. I was just having fun." "Oh right, where is Main Yang? Did she go to Chang'an?" "I have already ordered people to escort Main Yang to Chang'an. I think Duke will return to the academy." Before Wu Shixian could finish speaking, Niu Wu rushed in with a panicked look on his face. His words shocked Li Wangyu and Wu Shixian. "Lang Jun, something bad has happened. News from Chang, and says that Duke Du has passed away." Li Wangyu heard this and was stunned for a few seconds. Then his face turned pale. Chapter 9:18. Du Ruhui. Courtesy name Kemming. He was the head of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's residence, and one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. He had served as the Minister of War and the Minister of Personnel. Together with Fang Xianling, he was known as Fang Mao Du Duan. He had assisted Li Shimin in establishing the rule of Zhongguan. He was born in 585 AD and died in 630 AD, which was the 4th year of Zhongguan. This was the record of Du Ruhui in Li Wangyu's memories. To Li Wangyu, Du Ruhui was no longer just a cold record in the history books, but a close elder. Although he wasn't as close to Du Ruhui as he was to Yu Shernan and Cheng Yaojin, they were still close. Du Ruhui was also very protective of Li Wangyu. Because of Du He and Du Go, Li Wangyu's relationship with the Du residents wasn't bad. He didn't even need to report when he went to Du Ruhui's residence. He could enter directly, and it was no different from returning to his own residence. Now that he heard Niu Wu say that Du Ruhui had passed away, Li Wangyu suddenly came to his senses and was annoyed that he had forgotten about this matter. How could he have forgotten that Du Ruhui had passed away in the 4th year of Zhongguan? Li Wangyu suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped himself in the face, making a crisp sound. A red handprint immediately appeared on his face. His action startled Wu Shifeng and Niu Wu. They didn't know what had happened to Li Wangyu. Su Chongqing, on the other hand, understood that Li Wangyu must have forgotten about the time of Du Ruhui's death in the history books and blamed himself. "Wangyu, this is fate. Even if you're in Chang'an, you can't change anything. You should hurry back to Chang'an as soon as possible," Su Chongqing whispered into Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu nodded with red eyes. "Chongqing, you go with Avro and the others. I'll take Niu Wu and go first." Go ahead. Be careful on the way." Niu Wu, Xianxian, the three of you protect Wang Yu. Li Wang Yu nodded. He didn't say anything more. He hurriedly led Niu Wu and the other two guides. The six of them jumped onto their horses and galloped towards the Taurus road. Just as Su Chongqing thought, his heart was filled with regret. If it weren't for the fact that he had been living too comfortably for the past 2 years and had completely forgotten about this matter, he wouldn't have run away from home at such a time. If he had been in Chang'an, he would have asked Sun Simiao to diagnose Du Ruhui's illness earlier. With the help of penicillin, perhaps this generation's famous prime minister would not have died so quickly. Even if he and the medicine king Sun Simiao were powerless to reverse the situation, shouldn't he, as a good friend of the two brothers, Du He and Du Go, accompany this elder in his final days? He could only blame himself. When he left Jianghu and saw Du Ruhui's haggard face, he only thought that it was because he had been running around. He completely did not think that the 4th year of Zhenguan would be the end of Du Ruhui's life. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu hated that he couldn't slap his own mouth a few more times. Niu Wu and the other two naturally didn't know what Li Wangyu was thinking, but seeing their Lang Jun urging his horse to gallop, they could only increase the speed of their whips and follow closely to protect him. No matter how good a horse was, it couldn't gallop for long distances. Therefore, if they wanted to hurry, they had to change horses. Fortunately, the Taurus road had relay stations of various sizes that could be used to change horses. The reason Li Wangyu only brought Niu Wu and the other 4 with him was because there was a limit to the number of post horses. According to the laws of the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu, as a second-rank county duke who founded the country, could change 6 post horses at a time at the relay station. If there were more people, the relay station would not be able to provide enough horses for them to change horses. Li Wangyu's group of 6 was like an 800 li express delivery. Every 20 li, they would change horses at the relay station. Changing horses didn't stop as they galloped towards Chang'an. Li Wangyu galloped for more than 1,000 li without hesitation. Finally, on the 3rd day, he rushed into Chang'an's illustrious Virtue Gate, covered in dust and exhaustion. Li Wangyu didn't even have time to change his clothes before leading Niu Wu and the others to Du Ruhui's residence. It was already the 10th day since Du Ruhui's death, but there were still many guests who came to pay their respects. Du Ruhui was the right servant and the founding duke of the country. Naturally, his funeral was very complicated and there were many rules of the imperial court. In the Tang Dynasty, the death of a 3rd-rank official and above was called deceased, a 5th-rank official and above was called soldier, and a 6th-rank official and below was called deceased. From the size of the grave, the coffin, the burial clothes, and the mourning clothes, there were strict rules. For Du Ruhui's funeral, the minister of Honglu was in charge of the funeral, and the rules were similar to that of a noble. Therefore, when Li Wangyu rushed back, Du Ruhui's coffin had not yet been buried and was still resting in the residence. The news that Li Wangyu, the Duke of Huxian, had returned to Chang'an after disappearing for several months, spread throughout the Du residence. The guests who came to pay their respects all looked over. He didn't have time to greet the guests he was familiar with and rushed straight to Du Ruhui's coffin room to pay his respects to this venerable elder. But before Li Wangyu entered the coffin room, he saw several people rushing out. It was the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, dressed in mourning clothes, and a group of foppish sons behind them. Li Wangyu was just about to say something to comfort the Du brothers when he saw Du He and Du Go. Their eyes immediately turned red when they saw Li Wangyu. They looked like they were about to devour someone, and they swung their fists at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu! You bastard! My father is dead, why did you come back? I'll beat you to death, you bastard! Why weren't you in Chang, and when my father was sick? If it weren't for Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' quick reactions, stopping Du He and Du Go, Li Wangyu would have been beaten up by the agitated Du brothers. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. Although he felt a little guilty about Du Ruhui's death, what did it have to do with him? Why were Du He and Du Go so agitated? Why did it seem like he had caused Du Ruhui's death? Cheng Chumo and the others saw the situation and hurriedly came forward to dissuade the Du brothers. Ai, Ziyu, don't blame Du He and Du Go for blaming you. When old man Du was seriously ill, the 2 brothers went crazy looking for you, the divine doctor, to come back and save their lives. Unfortunately, you were still 1 step too late. Fang Yai patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and sighed. Li Wangyu stood there stunned. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He suddenly understood why Du He and Du Go were so agitated. It was all because he had treated Li Chengqian and Cheng Chimo, including the group of playboys, everyone in Chang'an, from the common people to the high officials and nobles, even including Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, all thought of Li Wangyu as a divine doctor who could bring back the dead. Du Ruhui was seriously ill, so Du He and Du Go naturally hoped that Li Wangyu could save their father. But Li Wangyu just so happened to be missing, and there was no news of him for several months. When he returned to Chang'an, Du Ruhui had already passed away. Therefore, in their grief, Du He and Du Go became emotional and blamed Li Wangyu. It was understandable. In response, Li Wangyu could only sigh helplessly. He knew his own family's affairs. He wasn't some bullshit divine doctor. Being able to save Li Chengqian and Cheng Chimo was just a coincidence. It was only because the Tangs didn't understand surgery and blood transfusion that they thought he was quite mysterious. That was why they mistakenly called him some bullshit divine doctor. But Li Wangyu also felt that he was in the wrong. He could only pretend to be an ostrich in front of the Du brothers' agitation. Chapter 919. In fact, when Du Ruhui was seriously ill, the Du family had already gone to Xianwei and asked Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong to diagnose him. However, Du Ruhui's illness was beyond cure and could not be cured with the power of medicine. Even with penicillin, it was not a miracle drug that could cure all diseases. Therefore, Sun Simiao and the others could not do anything. After delaying for a period of time, Du Ruhui finally left the mortal world and traveled to the west on a crane. Li Wangyu could naturally understand Du He and Du Go's emotions. This was human nature. Brothers, I did come back late. If you want to scold or beat me, I will not complain. However, can you let me go and pay my respects to old Master Du first, and then apologize to you two brothers? Du He and Du Go, who were stopped by the playboys, did not listen to these words and continued to shout excitedly. The door of the spirit room was suddenly pushed open, and Feng Xianling and Wei Zhang walked out with ashen faces. Du He, Du Go. Shut up. Don't act like a little girl again. If old Master Du knew, he would not let you fool around like this. Even Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zheng's saliva. After a round of scolding, Du He and Du Go sobered up a little and finally stopped talking. However, their eyes were red and they kept wiping their tears with their sleeves. Feng Xianling also sighed. Zio, you are finally back. Sigh, let's pay our respects to Brother Kemming first. Li Wangyu cast an apologetic look at Du He and Du Go, then followed Feng Xianling and Wei Zhang into the spirit room to pay their respects to Du Ruhui. Looking at Du Ruhui's coffin in the spirit room, Li Wangyu's eyes could not help but turn red. Du Ruhui, a famous minister of the Tang Dynasty, was the first famous person to die in the Tang Dynasty after Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty. Du Ruhui was also close to him. From Du Ruhui's death, Li Wangyu thought of Yu Shernan, Li Gang, and the others who would pass away in the next few years and felt even more sad. He suddenly felt that it was not a good thing to predict the lifespan of people he knew in advance. However, there was nothing he could do. In this damned life, joys and sorrows were all fates. He, Li Wangyu, could not change his fate, and he did not have the ability to do so. Feng, how is His Majesty's mood now? After paying his respects to Du Ruhui, and Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui and Li Er had a close relationship, and Du Ruhui was the main instigator of the Black Tortoise Gates Rebellion. In history, after Ruhui's death, he was and cried to cry many times over Ruhui had. Li Wangyu had secretly run away for several months. Now that he had returned to Chang'an and encountered Du Ruhui's death, he was somewhat worried about Pai Lupi. After all, apart from the matter of Princess Changle, Pai Lupi, this cheap uncle, had been quite good to him. Li Wangyu was also very concerned about Pai Lupi. He was worried that Pai Lupi would be overly sad because of Du Ruhui's death. Feng Xuanling's expression was gloomy. Shaking his head, he said, "Because of Kemming's matter, His Majesty has already suspended court for many days and has not dealt with court affairs." He then pointed at a golden belt placed in the spirit room and said, "His Majesty ordered me to bring this here as a gift for Brother Kemming." His Majesty also ordered Yu Gong to create an inscription for Kemming's memory. In addition, Zio has been away for many days. His Majesty has missed you greatly. Now that Zio has finally returned to Chang'an, you should go to the palace to visit His Majesty as soon as possible. Li Wangyu nodded his head in agreement. Although he was somewhat afraid of meeting Pai Lupi, knowing that he would not be able to escape a beating, an ugly daughter-in-law still had to meet her parents-in-law. Being reprimanded or even punished by Pai Lupi was unavoidable. In any case, he would have to meet His Majesty sooner or later. Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and decided to meet His Majesty at Taiji Palace today. He hoped that Pai Lupi would not punish him too harshly, seeing that he had traveled thousands of li to attend Du Ruhui's funeral. Outside the spirit room, Du He and Du Go saw Li Wangyu. Although they were no longer as excited, they still snorted coldly and turned their heads away, refusing to look at him. Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and bow to the Du brothers. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Du family and Du Ruhui's younger brother, Du Chuk, and the others, he took his leave and headed to Taiji Palace to meet Pai Lupi. News of Li Wangyu's return to Chang and had already spread through Chang, and as the six of them charged into the illustrious Virtue Gate on horseback. When Li Wangyu led Niu Wu into the imperial city, Mi Tua was already waiting outside the Gate of Heaven Influence. "Greetings, Duke. It's been a few months since we last met. How have you been?" "Mi Tua, long time no see. How is His Majesty today?" As for seeking an audience with Li Heir, Li Wangyu's heart was actually drumming. After all, when he ran away with Su Chongqing on a whim, he had not expected Du Ruhui to pass away. Originally, he had thought that even if he returned to Chang'an, he would at most admit his mistake and do something to make Pai Lupi happy. Then, he would be able to gloss over the matter. Even if Pai Lupi wanted to punish him, it would not be too serious. But who would have thought that Pai Lupi's right-hand man, Du Ruhui, would pass away due to illness? Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how terrible Pai Lupi's mood would be. Mi Tua peeked at Li Wangyu and decided to tell the truth. "Duke, ever since Duke Kai passed away, His Majesty has not smiled. He has even cried for Duke Kai many times. How can he be in a good mood?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt even more annoyed. But now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. If he stuck his head out, he would also be stabbed. Let's see how Pai Lupi would deal with him. Mi Tua led Li Wangyu to the Lizhen Hall where Empress Zhang's son lived instead of the Lizhen Hall or the Yinanyang Palace. Recently, His Majesty has not been eating or drinking. His mood has not been calm, so he has been living with Her Highness, Mi Tua explained. Li Wangyu nodded slightly. This made him feel a little relieved. With Empress Zhang's son by his side, Pai Lupi would not kill him, right? After Mi Tua informed him, he invited Li Wangyu into Lizhen Hall. In the hall, Pai Lupi's face was ashen. He stared at Li Wangyu without saying a word, which made him feel a little scared. Empress Zhang's son, who was standing to the side, smiled when she saw Li Wangyu. "Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt." "Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt." Li Wangyu did not hesitate and immediately bowed to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. "Uncle and aunt, I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm really worried and miss you. A day without seeing you is like 3 years in autumn. I miss Chong and an uncle and aunt every day." Li Wangyu hurriedly flattered him, but Pai Lupi was still ashen. He stared at Li Wangyu without saying a word. Pai Lupi's performance made Li Wangyu more and more uneasy. He hurriedly threw out his trump card. "Uncle, aunt, when I was away and missed you, I wrote a poem called Quiet Night Thoughts. The moonlight in front of the bed is like the frost on the ground. Looking up at the bright moon, I bow my head and think." Li Wangyu copied Li Bai's poem again. He wanted to curry favor with Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Unexpectedly, before he finished reciting Quiet Night Thoughts, Pai Lupi slammed his palm on the table in front of him. "Enough. I know you are talented. I just want to ask you why you were not in Chang, and when Minister Du was seriously ill." Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu's heart turn cold. Chapter 920. How could Pai Lupi be like Du He and Du Go, blaming him for Du Ruhui's death? Li Wangyu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He regretted that he had pretended to be so pretentious. Now, he had been struck by lightning. Even Pai Lupi believed that he was a godly doctor. He really couldn't continue living like this. The most important thing was that he still couldn't explain that he didn't know anything about medicine. Even if he said it now, no one would believe him. They would only think that Li Wangyu was trying to shirk responsibility. Because of Du Ruhui's death, whether it was Du He, Du Go, or Pai Lupi, they were all inconsolable. Taking out their anger on him was just a normal reaction to losing a loved one. If he wanted to explain this matter, he could only do so in the future. Although Li Wangyu was helpless, he could understand. Therefore, in the face of Pai Lupi's anger, Li Wangyu could only lower his head and obediently admit his mistake. It's all this official's fault. Your Majesty, please punish me. Just because of a woman. You dare to abandon us and the court? Do you think you can face us? Minister Du has always treated you like a nephew. When he was seriously ill, you were free and unfettered. How happy. Li Zio, we hate that we can't. Hate that we can't. Pai Lupi gnashed his teeth and spoke for a long time, but he didn't say that he hated that he couldn't do anything to Li Wangyu. After all, if he hated that he couldn't push Li Wangyu out of the Meridian Gate and behead him, then he couldn't bear to do it. After all, this was his nephew, the teacher of his children, and his future son-in-law. Empress Zhang's son understood her husband. Seeing that Pai Lupi was at a loss for words, she hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Erlang, don't be angry. Zio is still young. It's normal for him to be playful. I heard that Zio rushed back from Yizhou. Look at this child's travel-worn appearance. Erlang, don't blame him anymore. Li Wangyu thought to himself, sure enough, the mother-in-law dotes on her son-in-law. Bah, there seems to be something wrong with this. He hurriedly took advantage of the situation and put on a very aggrieved expression. Little nephew heard that Duke Du had passed away in Lizhou, so I immediately traveled 800 miles in a hurry, not daring to rest for a moment. I rushed back to Chang'an in 3 days, just to send Duke Du off on his last journey. Empress Zhang's son nodded lovingly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You must be exhausted after rushing back to Chang'an from Lizhou in 3 days. Humph. Tired my ass." Pai Lupi coldly snorted. He still has the face to come back. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes in his heart. Why did Pai Lupi's words sound so weird? However, after Empress Zhang's son spoke, Pai Lupi's extremely ugly expression finally eased a little. Pai Lupi continued, even if the Empress pleads for you, don't think that this matter is over. You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Li Wangyu was too lazy to retort. People have no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. He could only obediently lower his head and admit defeat. Yes, it's all little nephew's fault. Uncle, just deal with it. Little nephew accepts the beating and punishment. Since that's the case, I will remove your title of nobility. Are you willing? Remove my title? Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to give such a punishment. He didn't care if his title was removed. In any case, with his current status, even if he didn't have a title of nobility, it didn't seem to be a big deal. As long as Pai Lupi still recognized him as his nephew, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Ji were still his disciples. There wasn't much difference whether they had a title or not. Moreover, he had many businesses, all of which were in partnership with the imperial family. He also had Chang Yaojin and a group of dukes as his backing. Who would dare to stretch out their claws towards him? Even if it was an aristocratic family, would they dare to treat Li Wangyu like a commoner and humiliate him? Originally, Li Wangyu was worried that Pai Lupi would throw him into prison in a fit of anger. Although he had been to prison a few times during the Tang Dynasty, he had visited both the prison in Chang'an and the prison in the censorate. He hadn't suffered any grievances. However, if he could avoid going to prison, it was better not to. It wasn't something to be proud of. Compared to going to prison, removing his title wasn't a big deal. I'm willing. Little nephew did something wrong and naturally should be punished. Little nephew will have no complaints about how uncle deals with me. Good, since that's the case, I will issue a decree to remove your title of nobility. All right, that's it. I'm tired. You can leave. Scram back to Dingzhou village. If you don't have my decree, then obediently stay in Dingzhou village. If you dare to enter Chang'an without reason, I will immediately order people to arrest you and send you to prison. Do you understand? Yes, little nephew understands. Li Wangyu was speechless. He was F*king grounding himself. He didn't dare to argue. He obediently took off the goldfish talisman from his waist and gently placed it on the table in front of Pai Lupi. After bowing to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son again, he left Lijian Hall. Outside the hall, Mi Tuo was still guarding the door. When he saw Li Wangyu come out, he quickly greeted him. Your Highness Your Highness my ass. Li Wangyu directly interrupted Mi Tuo and pointed to his empty waist. See, the goldfish talisman is gone. Now I don't have a title of nobility. I'm just a commoner. Don't mention anything about your highness. Mi Tuo was stunned. He looked at Li Wangyu and then at the door of Lijian Hall. He couldn't figure out what game the uncle and nephew were playing. Your highness, you don't have to worry. Maybe Her Majesty is still angry. After some time, when Her Majesty's anger subsides, your highness title will naturally come back. Mi Tuo didn't dare to really treat Li Wangyu as a commoner. He said very carefully. Li Wangyu was too lazy to say anything more. He lifted his foot and walked out. After a few steps, he suddenly smacked his lips. Damn, this didn't seem right. Pai Lupi obviously did this on purpose. Because now he was a commoner, but his beautiful boss had a title of nobility. Marquis Yanling. Well, now it was the other way around. Su Chongqing had a title of nobility, but he was a commoner. If someone said that Pai Lupi didn't do this on purpose, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. This guy was clearly taking revenge on him, forcing him to confer a title of nobility to his beautiful boss. After Li Wangyu understood this, he couldn't help but turn around and raise his middle finger at Lijian Hall behind him. The petty and vengeful Pai Lupi was not cute at all. Li Wangyu, who originally thought that it didn't matter whether he had a title or not, couldn't help but be in a bad mood after he understood this. Pai Lupi's conscience was very bad. If Su Chongqing knew about this, he would definitely use this to make fun of him. And Cheng Chumo and those bastards would definitely laugh at him if they knew that he didn't have a title and his woman was a marquis. Damn, they were all bad people. Li Wangyu was very angry, but also helpless. After leaving Tai Chi Palace, he didn't even bother to say anything. He originally wanted to go to the Du residence to keep watch over Du Ruhui's coffin, but now he could only order Niu Wu to return to Dingzhou village. After galloping all the way back to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu pulled on the reins. Looking at the Xanadu that he and Su Chongqing had personally created, Li Wangyu's bad mood from Du Ruhui's death finally eased a lot. The men and women in the village were overjoyed when they saw that their Lang Jun had returned. They all rushed forward to greet Li Wangyu. Lord Ju is back. Duke is back. That's great, Duke is well. No wonder this morning, I heard the magpies chirping. So Duke is back. When Li Wangyu heard this, his face instantly turned black. There's one more later. Chapter 921. This group of farmers simply touched the pot that did not boil. Duke my ass. Li Wangyu laughed and scolded, then pointed to his waist. Do you see that? The goldfish talisman is gone, and my title has been stripped by His Majesty. Now I am also a commoner, so don't mention the bullshit Duke or Duke anymore. His words made the villagers look at each other. How could their main family's title be taken away without any reason? The villagers didn't know what had happened, so they couldn't help but feel worried. Dingzhou village relied on Li Wangyu to be where it was today, and the villagers were naturally well aware of this. It could be said that Dingzhou village and Li Wangyu were grasshoppers on the same rope, and all the glory and disgrace belonged to Li Wangyu alone. How could they not be worried when they heard that Li Wangyu's title had been stripped away by the sage? The old villager walked out from the crowd and greeted Li Wangyu with a smile. Duke, what are you saying? You are still our main family even if you don't have the title. Moreover, even if you don't have the title, isn't the sage still your uncle? These words immediately reminded the villagers, and they all laughed. In the eyes of these simple men and women, since Li Wangyu was the nephew of the sage, what difference did it make if he didn't have the title? Moreover, the crown prince was Li Wangyu's disciple. So what was there to worry about? The villagers of Dingzhou village were no longer illiterate like they used to be. Not to mention that the children of the right age from each family were now studying in the Tang Dynasty's academy. Even Li Chengqian and Li Tai often came to the village to play with their classmates. Because they came too often, and because their children were always hanging out with Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the other princes, the mystery of the royal family had long disappeared in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village. The villagers of Dingzhou village were the only ones who could treat the royal family as ordinary people. While everyone was joking around, the old housekeeper Li Hang and Niu Yong rushed over after receiving the news. Lang Jun, you're finally back. I've missed you so much, old slave. Li Heng's face was full of excitement, and with a bit of grievance, he squeezed to Li Wangyu's side and grabbed Li Wangyu's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Li Wangyu almost got goosebumps from Li Heng's tone and expression. This old man was already so old. Who was he trying to act cute for? When Li Heng heard that Li Wangyu's title as the Duke of the founding county had been removed by Pai Lupi, his words made Li Wangyu even angrier. Lang Jun lost his title? Anyway, Lady Su was now a marquis. TSK. Marquis Yanling was the first female marquis since the creation of the Tang Dynasty. It's just that the plaque of the mansion is troublesome. Lang Jun lost his title, but the plaque of the Duke of the Huxian County's mansion can't be hung. Should it be replaced with the plaque of Marquis Yanling's mansion? Li Heng's words even attracted the gossip of the surrounding villagers. They began to discuss what should be written on the plaque of Li Wangyu's mansion. Old me has to see the plaque of Marquis Yanling's mansion. This is the rule. No. Where is the Duke? It's better to hang a plaque of Lai Hot. Just don't hang anything to save trouble. Tisk. Forget about the plaque of the Duke's mansion. The key is that the Ministry of Works sent people to build the hang gate according to the regulations of the founding county duke. Now that the Duke's title is gone, does the hang gate have to be demolished? Bullshit. Ever since the Duke was conferred the title, the hang gate in front of the mansion has been changed a few times. Last time, when the Ministry of Works came to build the new hang gate, I chatted with the Ministry of Works official. The Ministry of Works was annoyed to help our Duke fix the hang gate. If it's demolished, it will have to be fixed again after a while. Wouldn't that be like having nothing to do after eating? Haha, that makes sense. That's not right. Lady Su is now a marquis. The hang gate in front of the mansion should be the regulations of the founding county marquis. The hang gate of the founding county duke is against the regulations. I think the Ministry of Works will have to come and fix it. But there's no reason to build two hang gates, right? Haha, it seems that the Ministry of Works officials are having a headache now. Should they tear down the hang gate of the county duke and replace it with the marquis, or should they just ignore it? In the Tang Dynasty, there were regulations for the residences of the commoners and officials of the imperial court. Under normal circumstances, they could not be violated. Li Wangyu's manor was specially approved by Pai Lupi. Moreover, it was not built according to Chinese standards. As a result, even the Ministry of Works officials could not say for sure if this manor followed the regulations or not. In front of the manor of an official who was conferred a title, there had to be a corresponding hang gate. The hang gate was the prototype of a memorial arch. It was made up of 2 pillars and a crossbar. Different hang gates had different regulations for different titles. In these 2 years, Li Wangyu's title had risen quickly. He had been promoted from a county duke to a founding county duke. However, he had to trouble the Ministry of Works to come to Dingzhou village every few days to change the hang gate for him. The villagers were having a lively discussion. Even the elders of the village were having a good time arguing, let alone those gossipy ants in the village. Li Wangyu's face became even darker. Are you treating me like I don't exist? Do you think I don't want my face? He was too lazy to bother with these bastards who wanted to watch the show and directly urged his horse to return to the manor. After being disturbed by the villagers, his mood, which had been depressed because of Du Ruhui's death, was much better. The dead could not be brought back to life, and these cute villagers were more worthy of him working hard to protect. After returning to the mansion, Li Wangyu took a good bath in the hot spring to wash away the tiredness of the past few days. Then, he stayed in the mansion obediently. He did not step out of the mansion at all, cultivating his body and mind. He only ordered Li Heng to make a few trips to the Du Manor to deliver some gifts. 7 or 8 days later, Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin also rushed back to Chang'an City. As the Tang Dynasty had always favored extravagant burials, Du Ruhui's tomb was still under construction. For the time being, there was no rush to bury him. This was a very normal thing. In the Book of Rights, Royalty, it was recorded that kings died in 7 days and were buried in 7 months. Vassals died in 5 days and were buried in 5 months. Physicians were buried in time. Scholars and commoners were buried in a month. At present, the Du Manor was still in the midst of the 7 chambers of the 7 chambers. Du Ruhui's coffin would only be buried 49 days later. During this period, The popinjays still frequently came to Dingzhou village and mercilessly ridiculed Li Wangyu for having his noble title removed. As for the brothers Du He and Du Go, they did not appear because they had to keep vigil for their father. However, they had Cheng Chumo and the others pass a message to Li Wangyu, saying that after their lord was buried, they would drink Li Wangyu, that bastard, to death. The popinjays and Li Wangyu all knew that the brothers Du He and Du Go had thought things through and no longer blamed Li Wangyu for their father's death. Li Wangyu obediently stayed in Dingzhou village for 39 days before he once again headed to Chang'an City to attend Du Ruhui's funeral. Chapter 922. After Du Ruhui's burial, Chang'an regained its peace. After all, in this world, the earth would continue to rotate even if someone left it. The dejected Pai Lupi slowly calmed down from the pain of losing his beloved subject, while Du He and Du Go also gradually walked out of the haze of losing their father. Du Ruhui was posthumously conferred the title of Minister of War and Duke of Lai by Pai Lupi, with a posthumous title of Cheng. However, Pai Lupi still didn't seem to have any intention of letting Li Wangyu off. More than a month had passed, but not only did he not restore his title, he didn't even lift his confinement order. Apart from giving Li Wangyu special permission to go out of Dingzhou village during Du Ruhui's burial, he was still not allowed to run around. It seemed that Li Wangyu's running away from home had really traumatized Pai Lupi, who had made up his mind to teach him a lesson. Li Wangyu didn't care at first, since there was nothing wrong with being an otaku. But as time passed, riding, swimming, eating, drinking, and having fun every day became meaningless, and he started to feel bored again. On this day, Li Wangyu still slept until late in the morning before lazily getting out of bed to change his clothes and wash up under the care of Perrin and Aphrodite. He then sprawled out on the recliner in a daze. Perrin and Aphrodite didn't idle around. As if serving a paralyzed patient, they fanned Li Wangyu and peeled all kinds of fruits to feed him. In short, with Li Wangyu's current appearance, if placed in the future, he would be a living landlord. Lang Jun, Principal Su is here. The old steward Li Hang came in to inform him. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He snorted to indicate that he understood and indicated for him to bring him in. He also couldn't be bothered to be polite to Su Jingzong. It was currently midsummer, and the sun outside was scorching hot. When Su Jingzong was welcomed in by Li Hang, he was already sweating profusely. Seeing Li Wangyu's lackadaisical appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. "Duke, this lowly official is truly envious of your leisure. It's a pity that this lowly official still has to run around in this weather." After interacting with Li Wangyu for a long time and experiencing the murder of Yun Geiseman, Su Jingzong felt that he was Li Wangyu's trusted aide. Now that he was interacting with Li Wangyu, he was rather harmonious. Li Wangyu indicated to a servant girl in the fu to bring a towel soaked in cold well water to wash Su Jingzong's face. He also had someone bring him iced fruit and boiled water to quench his thirst. Only then did he open his mouth to say with a smile, "General Su, the capable are always busy. A lazy person like me naturally cannot be compared to General Su. Haha. On such a hot day, what brings you here today, General Su?" Su Jingzong very comfortably drank the iced drink in one gulp and handed the cup to the maidservant beside him, indicating for her to fill it to the brim. Only then did he turn his head and smile. "Duke, you really are a person of great status with short memories. It's almost September, and the academy should start recruiting students again. Naturally, you need to preside over the overall situation." His words cheered up Li Wangyu slightly. Pai Lupi had grounded him in Dingzhou village, but that did not include the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. Previously, the academy had been on summer vacation, but there were no classes. Therefore, Li Wangyu had not been to the academy. The official and private schools of the Tang Dynasty naturally did not have such rules during the winter and summer vacations. Without a doubt, these were the rules that Li Wangyu had come up with. A school without winter and summer vacations was soulless. Although the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty had only been open for a year, in Chang'an, and even in the Tang Dynasty, it had gained a reputation as a Noda. Even in the name of the academy, the two words royal were a golden signboard. The number of people who signed up for this year's enrollment exceeded that of Zhanguan's 3 years ago. Not only did the common people of Chang'an, the rich merchants, and the high officials and nobles in Chang'an went to sign up. Even people from places as far away as Hunan, Hedong, and Jiannan brought their own children of the right age to sign up. Those who dared to travel so far to sign up in Chang'an were naturally smart children. It could be imagined that the number of students in the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty this year would be greater than in previous years. However, how to enroll students this year was difficult for Su Jingzong. After all, the little tricks that Li Wangyu had come up with during the enrollment of the academy last year had already been widely spread. It was obviously impossible to rely on Tangram, Huarongdao, and psychological tests to select students. Toys like Tangram and Huarongdao had long been popular in the Tang Dynasty. At least Li Wangyu had seen children playing in the small county of Jiulong County in Yizhou that day. Li Wangyu was astonished at how fast the news spread. As for Su Jingzong's problem, Li Wangyu did not find it difficult at all. Last year, he was just lazy and did not bother to come up with questions, so he used a trick to enroll students. Now that the academy was on the right track, it was impossible to play such games again. Therefore, in this year's enrollment exam, Li Wangyu planned to imitate the enrollment exam of the private primary schools in the future and make a set of exam papers to test the children's logical analysis, common sense, vocabulary, and other abilities. After getting an accurate answer from Li Wangyu, Su Jingzong was relieved. He sat comfortably on the recliner opposite Li Wangyu and kept asking the maidservants of the Lai Hot to bring him all kinds of fruits and iced boiled water. He did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Because of Su Jingzong's visit, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of what his beautiful boss had said to him. Since he was bored now, he might as well go to the academy to teach. He did it on a whim, but after thinking about it carefully, he found it interesting. He smiled at Su Jingzong and said, "Mr. Su, what do you think about me going to the academy to teach after the academy opens?" Su Jingzong was drinking iced drink. When he heard his words, he almost spat out the drink in his mouth. After swallowing the drink in his mouth with difficulty, Su Jingzong looked at Li Wangyu in surprise and said, "Mr. Su, what did you say just now? I don't think I heard you clearly." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at him and said, "You didn't hear me wrong. I said, what do you think about me going to the academy to teach? This is naturally good. If Mr. Su is willing to teach those children, it would be their blessing. What does Mr. Su plan to teach?" Su Jingzong was overjoyed and applauded. According to Li Wangyu's arrangement, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty was similar to the schools in the modern world. There were many classes arranged. From the Tang Dynasty's traditional Moai poetry, arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, music, all kinds of physical education, horse riding, archery, swimming. The variety of classes was even more extensive than the primary schools in the modern world. What should he teach? This was a bit difficult for Li Wangyu. Of course, he couldn't teach Moe poems or scriptures. Although Li Wangyu's talent was famous all over the world, and everyone thought of him as a literary star who had descended from the heavens. However, Li Wangyu was well aware of what he had in his belly. If he did not copy the poems and essays of those big shots, he was nothing. He could teach arithmetic, but there was no point in just teaching arithmetic. He only remembered a little about physics, chemistry, geography, and biology. This was also very normal. After so many years of graduation, most people could only remember some general knowledge in their minds. Although Li Wangyu's memory was much better now, it was still impossible for him to recall the complete physics, chemistry, geography, and biology textbooks of junior high school. After thinking for a long time, Li Wangyu suddenly clapped his hands. "Got it, Mr. Su. I'm going to teach a new class called Encyclopedia." Chapter 923. What Baidu? Baidu Baidu Baidu? Su Chongqing's voice suddenly rang out. Soon after, he saw the beautiful woman walking in with Wu Mainyang. Wu Mainyang had been sent to Chang'an by Wu Shiqiang in advance, preparing to enter the academy. Wu Shiqiang had previously been an official in Chang'an. Naturally, the Wu family had a residence in Chang'an. However, in that residence, there was no one else other than the Wu family's servants. After Su Chongqing returned to Chang'an and learned of this matter, he immediately went to the Wu family to bring Wu Mainyang back, personally taking care of her. Wu Mainyang and Su Chongqing hit it off very well, calling each other master's wife. The two had a very close relationship. Li Wangyu was naturally happy to be idle. Although he was her teacher in name, he had actually never taught Wu Mainyang, leaving everything to Su Chongqing. Just like Princess Changle in the past, Su Chongqing was able to deal with these little Lolas with great ease. Seeing these two beauties, Li Wangyu couldn't help but have black lines appear on his forehead. What Baidu 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 Baidu? Wu Mainyang's face was filled with curiosity. Master's wife, what is Baidu? Seeing Su Chongqing appear, Su Jingzong hurriedly rose to pay his respects. At present, Su Chongqing was a bona fide county marquis who founded the country, a lower third-rank official. He was on the same level as Su Jingzong, the vice principal of the Imperial Academy of the Tang Dynasty. However, although they were both lower third-rank officials, Su Chongqing's county marquis title was slightly higher than Su Jingzong's official title. After all, titles could be inherited. Although the inheritor was usually one rank lower than the original, Su Chongqing's children could inherit the title of county marquis. His grandson would be a county marquis, and his great-grandson would be a county marquis. After Su Chongqing returned the greeting, Su Jingzong smiled and asked, "What exactly did Marquis Yanling mean by what he said? I am also very curious." His beautiful superior had just walked to the door and happened to hear Li Wangyu say the word encyclopedia, so she casually replied. At this time, seeing that Su Jingzong was also in the living room, she felt that she had said something wrong, so she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She smiled and said perfunctorily, "Nothing, I was just joking with Wangyu." She deliberately looked at Li Wangyu and pretended to be ignorant. "Wangyu, what did you say just now?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and explained, "Encyclopedist refers to the knowledge of astronomy, geography, nature, mechanics, medicine, literature, and other subjects." He smiled and said to Su Chongqing, "Just now I told Principal Su that I'm going to the academy to teach a new class called Encyclopedia. Hee, Chongqing, you also know that I know a little about everything, but I'm not good at it. However, it's perfect for broadening the horizons of the students of the academy." This time, Su Chongqing didn't expose him. Instead, he nodded and agreed. "Not bad, Wangyu, your idea is very good. I support it." Su Jingzong was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe it. Li Wangyu's words, in his opinion, were too exaggerated. Su Jingzong didn't know how to respond. According to Li Wangyu's definition of the so-called encyclopedia, it was simply a celestial figure like Zhuge Kongming who knew everything about astronomy and geography, knew everything about people, understood yin and yang, understood the 8 trigrams. Although Su Jingzong also admired Li Wangyu and felt that his talent was unparalleled, to say that there was nothing that he did not know was a little arrogant. In fact, Li Wangyu wasn't exaggerating. Although he was just an ordinary, underachiever in the future. However, he and Su Chongqing had experienced the baptism of the huge explosion of knowledge in the future. Their knowledge of the world in their minds was really unparalleled. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was knowledgeable and multi-talented. Of course, Su Jingzong didn't dare to say these words. Although Li Wangyu didn't have a noble title, he was still a shareholder of the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. As an employee, he didn't dare to criticize his boss for bragging. If Su Jingzong was a straightforward person, he wouldn't have been listed as the #1 treacherous official in history. If the Duke is willing to teach these skills to the students of the academy, it's their fortune. Who in Chong and City doesn't know that the Duke is the reincarnation of a powerful person who has great knowledge? Hearing the Duke say this, even this lowly official wants to attend the Duke's class and learn some knowledge from the encyclopedia. Su Jingzong's words made Li Wangyu laugh. He was very satisfied with this guy's level of supporting the Duke. Wu Mainyang's eyes also lit up. "Teacher, can Mainyang also attend the class?" "Of course." Li Wangyu nodded and rubbed Wu Mainyang's head lovingly. Although he was lazy and didn't personally teach Wu Mainyang, after interacting with her for a long time, he was quite fond of this little lowly. Now, neither he nor Su Chongqing treated Wu Mainyang as a future empress. After all, who wouldn't like a sweet and obedient little lowly who was only 6 years old? It would be crazy to treat Wu Mainyang with something that would disappear decades later. Su Jingzong asked with a smile, "Duke, how do you plan to teach this encyclopedia class? Are you only going to teach the first years?" Needless to say, the division between the first and second years was naturally made by Li Wangyu. There was no other reason. It was a habit and sounded pleasing to the ear. Li Wangyu was a lazy person. Although he planned to teach at the academy, he didn't plan to turn himself into a miserable teacher. Standing on a 3-foot podium every day, eating chalk dust, and speaking until his voice was hoarse. This kind of thing was very scary just thinking about it. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and replied, "Isn't the academy's auditorium finished? How about this? In the future, I'll teach 1 day every 10 days in the Academy's auditorium. As for the students who listen to the class, well, let all the students of the Academy come and listen. This fellow's idea was to directly teach a big class like the universities in the future. The Academy's auditorium was modeled after the theater of the Tang Dynasty. The semicircular auditorium was used to receive and amplify the sound. In an era without loudspeakers, it was really troublesome to let everyone hear the voice of the person on the stage clearly. Fortunately, the skilled craftsmen of the Ministry of Works had figured out many tricks after building the theater of the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, the scale of the Academy's auditorium was much larger than the theater. The theater of the Tang Dynasty could only hold 300 audience members, but the Academy's auditorium could hold nearly 1,000 people. This was already a miracle in the Tang Dynasty. Now, the Academy only had 500 students in one grade. If they recruited another grade this year, it would only be 1,000 people. It was just enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore Li Wangyu proposed this idea. Su Jingzong naturally agreed with this idea. He didn't care what Li Wangyu was going to teach. In short, it was fine as long as his boss was happy. Su Chongqing glared at Li Wangyu. He felt that this fellow was really too lazy. He only taught one class every 10 days, and he still had the nerve to say that he was going to teach at the Academy. This fellow should just be lazy to death. Everyone chatted for a while. Just as Su Jingzong left, the old butler Li Hang came to report that Crown Prince Li Chengqian and King Yu Li Tai had come. Li Wangyu heard this and frowned. These two little bastards, why were they here again? Was it so easy to poach his younger brother's wife? I have something to do these 2 days, so I'll update last time. Chapter 924. The reason why Li Wangyu cursed in his heart was because Li Chengqian and Li Tai, these two little bastards, seemed to have fallen in love with the little lowly of the Wu family after seeing her for the first time. Now, these two little fellows liked to come to his residence when they had nothing to do. In name, they came to visit him, their teacher, but in reality, they came to play with Wu Mainyang. Damn it, a 10-year-old and an 11-year-old brat actually dared to peep at his Mainyang. Did they even put him, their teacher, in their eyes? Did they even put Pai Lupi and Li Ji in their eyes? Of course, this matter should have nothing to do with Pai Lupi. If that old pervert, Pai Lupi, dared to summon Wu Mainyang into the palace in the future, he, Li Wangyu, would definitely fight him to the death. As for Li Ji, well, he was only 2 years old now. It was too far away to think about him. He believed that for a long time, Wu Mainyang would not have any interest in her destined one. Li Wangyu was quite worried about this. If Wu Mainyang did not like Li Ji in the future, or if some little bastard stole her heart in advance, what should he do? If the only empress in the history of China disappeared because of him, Li Wangyu would really feel sorry for Wu Mainyang. The Tang Dynasty should also have the legend of Wu Zetian. As for whether Wu Mainyang would continue to slaughter the members of the Li Tang royal family after she ascended to the throne, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to care. Moreover, he believed that with his and Su Chongqing's careful guidance, Wu Mainyang's mentality and worldview might not be the same as in history. As long as Wu Mainyang no longer used cruel politics after ascending to the throne, his goal would be achieved. Li Wangyu felt that Pai Lupi should really thank him. For the sake of the Li Tang dynasty, for the sake of Pai Lupi's family, he was simply worried sick. To be honest, before meeting Wu Mainyang, Li Wangyu had actually thought about it in his heart. If he could take the empress of a generation into his harem, how carefree would that be? This was the same as how the losers of the later generations viewed female celebrities in their hearts. It had a kind of celebrity effect. However, after seeing Wu Mainyang, who was only 6 years old in the new year, Li Wangyu had long thrown this thought to the back of his mind. After all, Li Wangyu's mental age was already 27 or 28 years old. No matter how beastly he was, he wouldn't do such a perverted thing that would incur the wrath of heaven and people. This was also the reason why he was against Pai Lupi marrying Chengel to him. In fact, after interacting with her for a long time, Li Wangyu saw the smart, cute, and obedient little lowly Wu Mainyang as his own daughter. It was precisely because he had this sort of mentality that he felt even more furious that Li Chengqian and Li Tai, those two little bastards, actually dared to covet Wu Mainyang. He felt as if his cabbage was about to be eaten by pigs. However, Li Chengqian and Li Tai were still his disciples. Li Wangyu couldn't just use a broom to chase these two brats out. Therefore, even though he was unhappy in his heart, he could only signal Li Heng to invite them in. Why didn't the two of you study in the palace today? Why did you come to Master's place? The academy is about to start school. Have you finished the summer homework you've been waiting for? As soon as Li Chengqian and Li Tai entered the living room, Li Wangyu lectured them with a straight face. Needless to say, the summer homework was something that Li Wangyu had come up with again. This fellow was also deliberately taking revenge on society. He hadn't forgotten the suffering he had suffered when he was in school. He had given it all to the students of the academy in the Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian nodded with a smile. Teacher, I've already finished the summer homework. Yes, I've also finished it, Li Tai said. Li Wangyu glared at them. Then it seems that there's too little homework. I should give you more homework. When Li Chengqian and Li Tai heard this, they immediately begged with bitter expressions. Teacher, please spare us. It's rare for us to be free for a few days. Please don't give us any more homework. On the side, Su Chongqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Wang Yu, don't torture these two brats anymore. Let them play for a few days. Yes, teacher's wife loves us so much. We really do study hard. These few days are just a rare break. Li Chengqian and Li Tai hurriedly agreed. Li Wangyu laughed and scolded them, then let the matter pass. In fact, he himself wasn't someone who liked to study. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into a second-tier university. However, who would expose this kind of thing himself? In the future, no matter how much parents didn't like to study, wouldn't they still urge their children to study and do homework every day? Wu Mainyang was willing to play with Li Chengqian and Li Tai. After all, the Lai hut was so big. Although there were servant girls to play with her, it was normal for a child to always want to play with people of the same age. After sending the three little ones out to play, Li Wangyu instructed the servant girls in the residence to keep an eye on the three of them. Only then did he smile bitterly and say to Su Chongqing, Chongqing, if this continues, the empress of this generation will disappear. The history of the Tang dynasty is becoming more and more messed up because of us. Su Chongqing, on the other hand, didn't take it too hard. If there's no empress, then there's no empress. As long as Mainyang is happy, it's fine. Don't tell me you think that becoming an empress is definitely the life that Mainyang wants? Her philosophical words left Li Wangyu at a loss for words. Indeed, who could say that Wu Mainyang's life goal and pursuit was definitely to sit on the throne? After thinking this through, Li Wangyu was too lazy to worry about it anymore. Who cared who they were? It had nothing to do with him. Li Wangyu was also too lazy to worry about things that would happen decades later. He simply pulled Su Chongqing to the study and prepared to ask his beautiful boss to help him write a syllabus. Since he was going to open an encyclopedia course in the academy, the content of the syllabus would naturally be imaginative. He and Su Chongqing would teach as much knowledge as they could recall. Putting aside the useless e-commerce in the Tang dynasty, the two of them were actually about the same as the most meaningful elementary mathematics, physics, and chemistry knowledge. There wasn't much that they could recall. It was the same for geography, astronomy, nature, and biology. What they could remember was mostly general knowledge. Moreover, they had to remove some content that wasn't too appropriate. For example, Li Wangyu didn't plan to teach the knowledge that the Earth was a sphere in the academy for the time being. It was enough to teach his disciples this kind of knowledge that sounded unimaginable. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was hiding it, but this kind of knowledge was obviously not in line with the traditional Chinese tradition of, the sky is round and the earth is round. If he rashly taught it, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. After building the toilets and giving Su Chongqing a title, Li Wangyu really didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Even so, Li Wangyu felt that the knowledge he imparted was enough to fool the kids in the academy. He and Su Chongqing spent a few days and almost emptied their stomachs to finally come up with a syllabus. The content was varied and quite rich. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with this. Just as the academy was about to start the new semester and show its glory, a piece of news came from Chang'an. The first batch of Tang envoys sent by Dongying had already arrived in Chang, and after landing on the Shandong Peninsula. Chapter 925. Li Wangyu was definitely against the idea of the Japanese sending an envoy to the Tang Empire. As a young man in the future, Li Wangyu hated the ambitious Japanese. After all, from the Japanese pirates in the Ming Dynasty to the 8-Year War of Resistance, the Japanese had left China with nothing but devastation and sorrow. Li Wangyu's worldview was very normal. He wouldn't kneel down and lick the boots of those bastards just because the Japanese were rich. That day in the prison of the censorate, those damned Japanese actually dared to kidnap Perrin. This made Li Wangyu hate the Japanese even more. In the prison, he had told Pai Lupi not to accept the Japanese sending an envoy to the Tang Empire. Even if they were to come, they could not teach them the advanced skills of the Tang dynasty. They could learn more about Confucianism and the teachings of the sages. Buddhism and Taoism should be taught to the Japanese as well. After thinking about Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi felt that they made sense. He did not think that a small island country, even if they learned the skills of the Tang dynasty, could cause any trouble for the Tang dynasty and his rule. But who could guarantee that the Japanese would not collude with Goguryeo? Goguryeo had already been blacklisted by Pai Lupi as a country that he had to conquer. If the Dongyianjis were to impart the technology from Great Tang to Goguryeo, it would be quite a troublesome matter. Therefore, although Li Er finally agreed to the Dongying people sending Tang envoys, as Li Wangyu had said, he only allowed monks, students, onmyoges, physicians, painters, musicians, interpreters, scholars, and many others to send Tang envoys to Tang. As for the Dongying craftsmen, shipwrights, carpentry, blacksmiths, jade craftsmen and other craftsmen, Li Er and the officials of the imperial court casually found an excuse and brushed them off. None of them were accepted. Li Wangyu was rather satisfied with this result. Originally, Li Wangyu had nothing to do with Dongying sending the Tang envoy to the Tang dynasty. However, Li Wangyu did not expect that these Japanese envoys would cause him such a huge problem. The first batch of Tang envoys was not large in scale. There were only 2 ships and less than 200 people. They were led by Ambassador Inashang Mitsuda and Deputy Ambassador Yakushi Kiri. In history, Japan had sent out a total of 19 envoys to Tang, 16 of them over 200 years. The scale of the envoys sent to the Tang grew larger and larger. At the beginning, there were only 2 ships with less than 200 people. Later on, there were 4 ships with 400 to 500 people. After the Tang envoy arrived in Chang'an, he was received by Pai Lupi. Coincidentally, during the court meeting, Pai Lupi accepted the Tang envoy Inashang Mitsuda's greeting in front of all the officials in the Taiji Palace. He also accepted the letter of credence from Emperor Shuming and encouraged the ambassador and deputy ambassador to study in the Tang dynasty. After which, this matter was considered over. As for the other specific matters, the officials of the Honglu Temple would take care of it. However, Inashang Mitsuda and Yakushi Kiri, the 2 envoys, suddenly knelt in front of the imperial stairs. "Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. Please allow it." Pai Lupi was a little surprised, but he still asked, "Please speak." "Your Majesty, this matter concerns County Magistrate Hu." When Pai Lupi heard that it had something to do with Li Wangyu, he could not help but frown. Back then, Li Wangyu killed a few Japanese envoys in the prison of the censorate. Did these Japanese not know what was good for them and wanted to complain in front of the emperor? He unhappily interrupted Inashang Mitsuda's words. "I have already punished Li Zio for his conflict with your envoy group. Do not mention this matter again." "Oh, that's right. Li Zio no longer has a noble title. He is just a commoner." Pai Lupi was naturally taking sides. Li Wangyu had killed a few Japanese and his punishment was only 30 jin of copper. It wasn't painful at all. However, compared to these insignificant Japanese, Pai Lupi did not think that his nephew had done anything wrong. If it wasn't for the relationship between the 2 countries, Pai Lupi would not have even bothered to punish him with 15 kilograms of copper. He said that Li Wangyu no longer had a noble title to appease the Japanese. He wanted them to think that Li Wangyu had lost his noble title because he had killed a Japanese. He did not want to cause trouble in front of all the officials. Inashang Mitsuda hurriedly kowtowed. "Your Majesty, those envoys offended County Magistrate Hu for no reason and deserve to die. It has nothing to do with County Magistrate Hu. Your Majesty punishing County Magistrate Hu has caused this subject to feel fear and trepidation. I beg your Majesty to take back the punishment." His words caused Li Er and all the officials in the hall to be stunned. They looked suspiciously at the 2 Japanese, Inashang Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui. They wondered if there was something wrong with these 2. Li Wangyu had killed a few Japanese, and they were pleading for Li Wangyu? As for Inashang Mitsuda's next words, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Your Majesty, this subject knows that County Magistrate Hu is an extremely talented person. This subject wishes to ask your majesty to allow our Japanese envoys to choose a good person to follow county magistrate Hu and become his disciple. He will serve county magistrate Hu as his master. Please allow this, your majesty. Nanny? Within the hall, the officials and Pai Lupi could not help but look at each other. These Japanese had really gone crazy. Li Wangyu had killed a few Japanese envoys like chickens. Not only did these Japanese not hold a grudge, they even wanted to take Li Wangyu as their master? What kind of logic was this? In truth, this was also because the Tang dynasty's officials did not understand the Japanese's personality. Just as described in The Chrysanthemum and the Blade, the Japanese's personality was filled with contradictions. They were warlike yet peaceful, aggressive yet beautiful, arrogant yet courteous, inflexible yet capricious, obedient yet stubborn, loyal yet rebellious, courageous yet cowardly, conservative yet fond of the new. Pai Lupi and the others naturally did not expect that after Li Wangyu mercilessly killed a few of their envoys, not only did these Japanese not hold a grudge, but they even worshipped Li Wangyu as their idol. This was actually very normal. In the future, after the Japanese ate the two big mushrooms Fatty and Little Boy, not only did they not treat the US as their mortal enemy, but they also completely submitted to them. In the past 2 years, Li Wangyu's reputation had been growing. Even though the Japanese were far away, they knew that this Lord Bai Zhe of the Tang dynasty was extremely capable and was not an ordinary person. After the poems and articles that Li Wangyu plagiarized traveled across the sea to Japan, the Japanese who had always admired the culture of the Central Plains were filled with admiration. Even Emperor Xu Ming had become Li Wangyu's brainless fan. Every day, he would hold Li Wangyu's poems and articles and recite them while shaking his head. If the top was good, the bottom would be even better. Due to this, the Japanese almost wanted to put Li Wangyu on the altar. Therefore, this time when the Tang envoy was sent to the Tang, Inasheng Mitianxi and the pharmacist Hui Ri were present in the main hall, and in front of all the officials, they proposed to Li Er to send someone to study under Li Wangyu. Regarding this, Pai Lupi and the officials only felt that these Japanese were crazy. Chapter 926. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu didn't like these Dongying people, so he naturally wouldn't agree. My dear minister, Li Zio has always been lazy. I'm afraid he won't accept any more disciples. If he's not willing, I won't force him. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You can focus on your studies in the Tang dynasty. Inasheng Mitsuda still wanted to say something, but Pai Lupi immediately announced the end of the court session, not giving them a chance to speak. After the officials left, Inasheng Mitsuda and Yakushi looked at each other and saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. Inasheng, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, actually rejected our request. What do you think we should do now? Why don't we go directly to Li Jun's residence and beg him to accept us Dongying as his disciples? Inasheng Mitsuda thought for a moment and shook his head. No, since the emperor of the Tang dynasty has rejected this request, if we go to Li Jun rashly, I'm afraid we'll offend the emperor of the Tang dynasty. That's not good. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Yakushi, we have to show our sincerity. In Li Jun's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei went to the thatched cottage 3 times in order to invite Mr. Zhuge to come out of seclusion. Yakushi's eyes flashed. Inasheng, you mean we should follow Liu Bei's example and go to the thatched cottage 3 times? No, if we just go to the thatched cottage, it's not enough to show our sincerity. Why don't we? Inasheng Mitsuda whispered a few words to Yakushi, and Yakushi nodded repeatedly. Suga, Inasheng's idea is really good. This way, we won't have to worry about Li Jun not accepting us as his disciples. In the bones of the Dongying people, there was a brute force that wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. After Pai Lupi's clear rejection, the Tang envoy Inasheng Mitsuda, the deputy envoy Yakushi, the judge, the clerk, and the other officials all knelt in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate on the same day. This naturally gave the officials of the Honglu Temple a fright. Everyone, what are you doing? Dare I tell all of you that the reason we came to the Tang dynasty from thousands of li away across the ocean is to learn the advanced system and culture of the Tang dynasty. But now that we have a master teacher, how are we going to answer to the emperor when we return to our country in the future? That is why we are kneeling here. We are begging your majesty for mercy and to allow us to be apprenticed to the county duke, so that we can fulfill our desire to learn. Inasheng Mita's words immediately silenced the officials of the Honglu Temple. Damn, why were these Japanese so stubborn? In the main hall, His Majesty had already made it very clear. However, This group of people was so stubborn that they insisted on taking Li Wangyu as their teacher. The officials of Honglu Temple had the intention to ignore these Japanese who didn't know what was good for them. However, these people were kneeling outside the Vermilion Bird Gate. If the envoys of the vassal state saw them, they would think that the Tang dynasty was bullying them. For a moment, the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were depressed. They tried their best to persuade them, but these Japanese refused to get up. It seemed that if Pai Lupi didn't let Li Wangyu accept them as his disciples, they would kneel until they died. The officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies cursed in their hearts. They had heard of people forcing women to become prostitutes, but they had never heard of people being forced to be apprenticed. If this kind of thing were to reach His Majesty's ears, the Chamberlain of Dependencies would definitely be punished. However, these Japanese said that they were here to learn, so the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies couldn't do anything. They also couldn't order the imperial guards to chase them away. This stalemate naturally attracted the attention of the people of the Vermilion Bird Gate. In front of the Vermilion Bird Gate was the Vermilion Bird Avenue and the Golden Light Gate Avenue. It was the main road of Chang'an City. Every day, there was an endless stream of people and horses going to and from here. Seeing a group of people kneeling in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, such a rare scene naturally attracted the attention of the people of Chang'an City. These Japanese were thick-skinned. They didn't feel ashamed of being surrounded by so many people. Instead, they raised their voices and shouted, "Everyone, we are envoys from Japan who have crossed the ocean to study in the Tang Dynasty. Today, we are kneeling in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate to beg His Majesty of the Tang Dynasty to allow us to be apprenticed to the county magistrate. We are dedicated to learning, and we only hope to have the opportunity to learn from the county magistrate. We hope that His Majesty of the Tang Dynasty will be merciful and grant our wish. We have come to the Tang Dynasty to study, and we only hope that His Majesty and the county magistrate will take pity on us." With the Japanese shouting, it became even more lively, and the onlookers started to discuss. Qu'est-ce. Although Japan is an uncivilized land, they are still ambitious. It's rare for them to cross the ocean to study in the Tang Dynasty. Even the Japanese know about the county magistrate. Confucius said, "Education is without discrimination." "If it were up to me, I would say that the county magistrate should accept these Japanese," an old man said. His words immediately attracted the rebuttal of others. "How can that be? Who is the county magistrate?" "He is the imperial preceptor." "Don't you know who the county magistrate's disciples are? Not to mention His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu. Even the two new disciples he had accepted were both grand scholars. These Japanese want to be apprenticed to the county magistrate? Are they even worthy?" The old man was a little annoyed by the rebuttal, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. "Humph, vulgar. I can't be bothered to talk to such vulgar people like you." Not to mention the commotion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials of the Honglu Temple were also sweating when they saw more and more onlookers. Seeing that this matter couldn't be hidden anymore, and that they couldn't handle it, they could only brace themselves and submit a memorial to Pai Lupi, asking for His Majesty's decision. Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court had never seen the Japanese so shameless, and they didn't know what to do. After a fruitless discussion, Li Er simply ordered people to summon Li Wangyu, who was grounded in Dingzhou village, back to Chang'an and let him solve this troublesome matter himself. Li Wangyu, who was hiding in Dingzhou village to prepare for his lesson, was also shocked when he heard about this matter. Was there something wrong with the brains of these Japanese? He had killed a few members of the diplomatic mission, so how did he become the idol of these Japanese? What kind of weird idea was this? He really didn't want to care. It was none of his business whether those Japanese wanted to die or not. If they were willing to kneel at the Vermilion Bird Gate, then they could slowly kneel. As long as they didn't die in his house, what did it have to do with him? Changmen Li Shui was respected by the world. However, in Li Wangyu's eyes, it was a moral kidnapping. However, Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court didn't see it that way. To be able to make the Japanese Tang Empire's envoys want to be apprenticed was a great honor. In fact, many of the old men in Chang'an wished that they could replace Li Wangyu and make the Japanese Tang Empire's envoys acknowledge them as their masters. Although the Tang Empire's people were proud, taking in a foreign disciple could also increase the reputation of these old men. Regarding this, Li Wangyu was very annoyed. He only wanted to rush to the front of those Japanese and smash them all with a brick, ending this matter once and for all. "Why don't you die? You actually came to the Tang Dynasty to extort money. Chapter 927. Li Wangyu really did not want to bother with these Japanese, but since it was Pai Lupi who asked him to settle this matter, he could not ignore it. However, this matter was not easy to deal with. I don't know what those damned Dongying envoys thought of. They actually went to the Vermilion Bird Gate to kneel down and caused a huge commotion. No matter how much Li Wangyu hated the Japanese, he could not directly reject them without a reason. After all, in Chinese tradition, not only would such actions not be condemned, but it would also be widely publicized. For example, Hua Tuo, Zhuge Liang, etc. Respecting one's teacher and acknowledging one's teacher was praiseworthy. If Li Wangyu did not give a reasonable explanation and rejected them, his reputation would be damaged. Li Wangyu definitely did not want to become the scapegoat for these damn Japanese. However, Li Wangyu was even more unwilling to accept these envoys from the East Ocean continent. Even if he did not teach them any skills, it was disgusting to see these Japanese in front of him all day long. He had to think of a way to reasonably reject the Japanese's request to become his disciple. Li Wangyu thought for a while and had an idea. Calling for Niu Wu to prepare a horse, Li Wangyu rode his horse to Chang'an City under the protection of the troops in his residence. Logically speaking, since Li Wangyu's title had been removed by Pai Lupi, the troops in his residence should not be kept. Who would have heard of a commoner having dozens of valiant troops in his home? However, Pai Lupi seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and the officials also ignored it. Even those aristocratic families that did not like Li Wangyu the most did not jump out to make an issue out of this matter. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the so-called removal of his title was just a joke. Who knew when Pai Lupi would wave his hand and restore Li Wangyu's title of duke? As such, even the Ministry of Works seemed to have forgotten about this matter. They did not even send people to remove the illegal gate in front of the Lai Hot. The Japanese envoys in the main hall called out to him one by one, and no one reminded them that they had said something wrong. Everyone knew about Li Wangyu's title issue. This was basically a fight between uncle and nephew, and no one dared to interfere. Otherwise, who knew who would be the unlucky one? Seeing Li Wangyu appear, the officials of the Honglu Temple all let out a sigh of relief. Greetings, Duke Tang. I've troubled you with today's matter. Li Wangyu smiled and greeted the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The Honglu Temple official was originally the head of the Zheng family, Zhang Yuanshou, but he was forced to resign by Pai Lupi because of the gold theft case. The Chamberlain of the Honglu Temple was a famous figure in history, Tang Jian. Tang Jian was a meritorious minister when Li Yuan raised his troops in Jianghu. He followed the Yangon king to attack Lu Wuzhou and was captured. After Pai Lupi defeated Lu Zhouwu, he became the Minister of Rights, the Governor of Suizhou, and the Duke of Zhu. In the 17th year of Zhenguan, he was chosen to enter the Lingyan Pavilion and became one of the 24 meritorious officials. Although Li Wangyu did not have much contact with Tang Jian, they were familiar with each other. Seeing Li Wangyu appear, Tang Jian let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone had come to clean up this mess. Zio, you are finally here. These Japanese really don't know what's good for them. His Majesty has already rejected them, but they still want to kneel here and take you as their master. Haha, speaking of which, Zio is really famous. Even the Japanese know about you. Mr. Tang, don't make fun of me. I also have a headache over this matter. As the Honglu Temple official, Tang Jian could not help but persuade. Zio, why don't you accept these Japanese? It will be a good story. He did not have any selfish motives. Even the officials in the imperial court thought so. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Er had talked to Li Wangyu before and knew that he didn't like these Japanese, he wouldn't have rejected them so decisively. The Tang people naturally did not know how ambitious these Japanese would be in the future. Of course, they also could not understand Li Wangyu's hatred for them. The Tang dynasty did not hold any grudges against the Tang envoys. Not only did they pass down various advanced systems, culture, and techniques, but many of them also stayed in the Tang dynasty to marry and have children. Li Wangyu couldn't explain this to everyone. He could only smile and say, Duke Tang, it's not that easy to become my disciple. You have to pass my tests and tests. Zio, how are you going to test them? Tang Jian asked curiously. When the two of them were talking, Inakami Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui, who had been kneeling on the ground, saw Li Wangyu appear. They quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Li Wangyu. When they heard Li Wangyu say that he was going to test them, the two of them hurriedly nodded.
No problem.
Mr. Li, you may not know, but the Japanese place great importance on the envoys. The foreign students are all talented and have a clean background. They will definitely pass your test. The envoys were divided into foreign students and scholarly monks. They were usually chosen from the talented nobles and monks. The scholarly monks were mainly studying Buddhism in the temples in Chang'an, Luoyang, and other places. They had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Those who wanted to become his disciple were the foreign students. According to the original arrangement, these foreign students would enter one of the 6 institutes under the Imperial College to study their own specialties. These foreign students were carefully selected by the Japanese officials. They were required to be familiar with the Tang Dynasty and had a high level of Chinese culture. Moreover, before the envoys were sent, the Japanese officials repeatedly reminded them, when you receive the envoys, you must be polite and courteous. Do not be hostile and do not be agitated. Their attitude was quite sincere. That was why Inakami Mitsuda dared to nod and was willing to accept Li Wangyu's test. Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Judging by their clothes, they were not Tang people. They were foreign envoys or foreign students. In fact, the Tang dynasty did not only have Japanese envoys. All the vassal states admired the Tang dynasty's culture and sent foreign students. At most, there were tens of thousands of foreign students in Chang'an alone. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Greetings, Mr. Li. Greetings, Mr. Li. After everyone bowed to Li Wangyu in unison, someone asked respectfully, May I ask Mr. Li, since the Japanese students can pass the test and become your disciple, I wonder if we can do the same? I, a foreign student from Silla, have also admired Mr. Li for a long time. Yes, I, a foreign student from Bohai, am the same. I, a foreign student from Annan, would like to become your disciple. The words of the foreign students from various countries stunned Li Wangyu. What the F***ck is the meaning of this? Are they planning to change it to a student recruitment meet? Inakami Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui were so angry that their faces turned red. They, the Japanese, had knelt outside the Vermilion Bird Gate under the scorching sun and finally managed to invite Li Wangyu out. When they saw that they could become Li Wangyu's disciple after passing the test, these bastards actually came out to pick the peaches. Baka. A bunch of bastards. I'll go to a friend's place for tea in the afternoon. I'll update another chapter in the evening. They all stood up and asked that they also wanted to be his disciples. Inashang Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui were angered by the scene in front of them, but there was nothing they could do. Whether Li Wangyu accepted a disciple or not, and who he accepted as a disciple, it was not up to them to decide. Moreover, there were many international students. Even if the Japanese wanted to object, they wouldn't dare to offend the public. Li Wangyu was also depressed. He didn't really want to take in any vassal state disciples. He was just being pushed to the edge by the Japanese. He was prepared to purposely make things difficult for them so that the Japanese would know how difficult it was and retreat. That was fine. This way, even if he didn't accept any disciples, the Japanese wouldn't be able to say anything. But now, dozens of international students had come to join in the fun, and behind them were tens of thousands of international students. At the thought of the tens of thousands of international students in Chang'an, Li Wangyu felt his head swelling. If so many people came to the Vermilion Bird sect and begged him to take them in as disciples, it would be a huge joke. Confucius only had 72 disciples and 3,000 disciples. Could it be that Li Wangyu wanted to take in tens of thousands of disciples? At the thought of tens of thousands of people calling him teacher in unison, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary. He was famous for being a lazy person. If he could sit, he definitely wouldn't stand. If he could lie down, he definitely wouldn't sit. If he really accepted these international students, that would be crazy. Just as Li Wangyu was thinking of how to reject, he saw more and more people gathering around him. Because international students could only wear the clothes of the vassal state, Li Wangyu easily knew that these people were international students. Because the directorate wasn't far from the Vermilion Bird sect, the international students who heard the news also came, blocking the wide Vermilion Bird Street. Hearing the deafening greetings of the international students, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little enlightened. If these people held up signs in their hands and shouted things like, "I love you," or "I want to give birth to your children," it would be a scene of fans chasing after celebrities. Even though he had seen all kinds of big scenes after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he was still a little excited to be so popular. Originally, he just wanted to make things difficult for the Tang envoy from Japan, but now he couldn't help but hesitate. He began to seriously consider whether he should take in a few disciples from the vassal states. Although he had never heard of any historical figures from the vassal states, it didn't seem like a bad idea to take in a few foreigners as disciples. It was everyone's responsibility to promote the culture of the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu raised his voice and shouted to the people around him, "I already understand everyone's intentions. However, I have limited energy and can't teach so many students. I can only choose the best ones and take them in. If you are willing, 3 days later at the Dazhao baseball field, I will set 3 questions. If you can pass these 3 questions and have a pure heart, I will take you in as my disciple. What do you think?" His words naturally made the students around him overjoyed. They all bowed and saluted him. "It's all up to you, sir. We have no objections." "Thank you, sir. We are grateful that Mr. Li has given us this opportunity. We dare not disobey your orders." Although Inashangmita and the other Dongying people were helpless, they could only follow the crowd and bow to Li Wangyu to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "All right, you may leave. Don't disturb the people from going out." "Yes, sir." After receiving Li Wangyu's confirmation, the students no longer blocked the Vermilion Bird Gate. They all saluted again and dispersed while discussing with each other. Tang Jian was also caught off guard by this scene. Fortunately, Li Wangyu handled it well and did not cause any trouble, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Zio, your reputation." "Sigh, even those famous scholars can't compare to you," Tang Jian said with a sigh. Scholars like Li Gang, Kong Ingda, and Yu Shinan were respected, but in terms of influence, they were not as influential as Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not only good at writing poems, he was also young and handsome, and he was also rich. In the brothels of Ping Kong Fong, the young and beautiful prostitutes loved to sing Li Wangyu's poems the most. Scholars loved to visit Ping Kong Fong. They heard Li Wangyu's name and masterpieces every day. With such a publicity campaign, it would be strange if Li Wangyu didn't become popular. Moreover, Li Wangyu had created too many big news in the past 2 years, which made him even more popular. In the eyes of the Tang people, Li Wangyu was the one who was praised by everyone. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Wangyu was definitely one of the top internet celebrities in Chang'an city of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, it was not surprising that the students from the vassal states admired Li Wangyu and wanted to be his disciple. In response to Tang Jian's exclamation, Li Wangyu could only smile and rub his nose. After a few polite words, he bid farewell and left. He still had to rush back to Dingzhou village to discuss with his beautiful superior about how to choose students. Since he had already said it, he couldn't treat it carelessly. I got fat from that thing again. I regret it for 3 seconds." Chapter 929. The news that Li Wangyu had agreed to accept students as disciples quickly spread throughout the Imperial College. The tens of thousands of foreign students were all excited, discussing what kind of test Li Wangyu would give them. As for the other Tang students of the Imperial College, after hearing of this matter, they were all envious and jealous. If they could become Li Wangyu's disciple, the benefits were self-evident. There were even quite a few people who secretly pondered whether or not they should learn from those foreign students and go to the Vermilion Bird Gate to cause trouble. Fortunately, the Imperial College was strict in its management of students, dispelling any thoughts of going to the Vermilion Bird Gate to petition. Even so, 3 days later, the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium was still packed to the brim. Today, Li Wangyu was publicly accepting disciples. Moreover, he was accepting foreign students from various vassal states. Naturally, this matter attracted a lot of attention. In addition to the tens of thousands of foreign students, there were also a large number of commoners, officials, and students of the Imperial College. All of them rushed to the baseball stadium to watch the excitement. Li Wangyu was helpless against the gossiping of the commoners and officials of Chang'an. He could only order for the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium's grandstands to be open to the public. He had all of the bystanders go to the grandstands to watch the excitement, so as to not affect the foreign students who had come to take the test. Holding on to the mentality that they might win the lottery, the tens of thousands of foreign students in Chang'an all rushed to the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium.
Fortunately, the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium was large enough. Li Wangyu had made ample preparations, and the stadium staff were experienced. Thus, there was no trouble. With the exception of Princess Chang'e, all of his disciples, including the Crown Prince, Li Changqian, and the Prince of Yu Li Tai, all ran over to the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium. Even the little lowly, Wu Mainyang, insisted on running over to watch the excitement. Ever since the matter of Pai Lupi's betrothal, Chang'e had not appeared before Li Wangyu. Clearly, this little lowly was either shy or trying to avoid arousing suspicion. Li Wangyu was actually quite happy that Chang'e had not appeared. Otherwise, it would have been too awkward for them to meet. He was a good teacher, but now that Li Er had messed around with him, he was really embarrassed. In the end, it was all that damned Pai Lupi's fault. When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but complain in his heart again. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Li Wangyu was about to stand up and announce the start of the selection when he heard the sound of music coming from outside the stadium. Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. He was all too familiar with this voice. It was part of the Royal Guard of Honor when Pai Lupi was out. The soldiers beat the drums, and the musicians of Taichung Temple played music. Both sides were accompanied by fully armored imperial guards. Under normal circumstances, Pai Lupi felt that this set of ceremonial guards was too cumbersome. Most of the time, he traveled in light carriages with only a few dozen to a few hundred imperial guards. In Chang'an City, Pai Lupi rarely displayed this royal guard of honor. Usually, Pai Lupi would only let people display the full royal guard of honor on formal occasions. Today, Li Wangyu was only here to select disciples. It wasn't official business. What was the meaning of Pai Lupi coming to the Dazhao Baseball Stadium with great fanfare? Li Wangyu couldn't understand, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly led the group of disciples to greet the emperor. Your Majesty, how come you have time to come to the Dazhao Baseball Stadium today? Li Wangyu asked curiously after greeting Pai Lupi. Zio, you brought all the international students in Chang'an City here. How could I not come to take a look? This involves dozens of vassal states. I can't be careless. Pai Lupi said as he glared at Li Wangyu. If Tang Qing hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you brat had done such a shocking thing again. Pai Lupi was told by Tang Jian that Li Wangyu had agreed to recruit international students and that he would take the test in the Dazhao Baseball Stadium. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he heard this. If anyone else dared to do this, Pai Lupi would definitely have ordered me to lead the cavalry department to arrest them. International students of the vassal states were not allowed to communicate privately with the people and officials. On the other hand, the people and officials of the Tang Dynasty were also not allowed to communicate privately with international students. If someone else did what Li Wangyu did, they would definitely be arrested and punished by the authorities. Because of Li Wangyu's status, no one dared to arrest him. However, Pai Lupi couldn't ignore it either. In Li Wangyu's eyes, this was only his private matter. However, for the imperial court this was a big deal. However, Li Wangyu was willing to accept international students from the vassal states as his disciples. This was naturally a good thing for the imperial court. Even if Li Wangyu only accepted one international student as his disciple today, it still represented the Tang dynasty's equal treatment and kindness to the vassal states. Therefore, Pai Lupi put on a full set of ceremonial guards to support Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and understood Pai Lupi's intention. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Uncle, aren't you forcing a duck to a perch? If no one can pass my test today, I might not accept a single disciple. Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but stare at him. That won't do. No matter what, you have to accept one person today. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of international students will make a scene. When Li Wangyu heard this, he turned his head and looked at the international students who were rubbing their hands and eager to try. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Pai Lupi's words made sense. If it was only the Dongying envoys, it would be fine to play with them. But today, tens of thousands of people came. If he said that he couldn't choose a suitable disciple, it would be suspicious of him playing with a monkey. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could only accept his fate and nod. Whether or not anyone passed the test today, in short, he just needed to choose a suitable one to be his disciple. It was no big deal. Following Pai Lupi were Fang Xianling, Tang Jian, Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and other officials of the imperial court, as well as the envoys of the vassal states.
When Feng Xianling and the others saw Li Wangyu, they couldn't help but tease him a little, saying that even his disciple was so different. In the face of these friendly teasing, Li Wangyu, as a junior, could only pinch his nose and accept it. As for the envoys of the vassal states, they had a fawning look on their faces and gave Li Wangyu a flattering smile. Everyone, including the Dongying envoy, Inakami Mitsuda, could only secretly pray in their hearts that Li Wangyu would choose an international student from their country and accept him as a disciple. After everyone exchanged a few pleasantries, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others into the batting field. Because Pai Lupi came out in full Emperor's Guard of Honor, the tens of thousands of people gathered in the Dazhao batting field naturally knew that His Majesty the Emperor had come in person. When they saw Pai Lupi, dressed in a yellow robe, tens of thousands of people stood up and bowed, greeting him in unison. Pai Lupi waved around the stands in a very showy manner, then walked to the center of the field and said a few words of encouragement to the international students. Satisfied, he was then invited to the box above the stands by Li Wangyu and sat down. Looking at the people below who had come to watch the fun, Li Wangyu was too lazy to complain about the gossipy spirit of the people of Chang'an. If he had known, he would have arranged for the field to sell tickets today. He would have made a lot of money, and it would not be worse than holding a batting match. Stopping the wild thoughts in his heart, Li Wangyu gestured towards Niu Wu, indicating that he could start the test. Chapter 930. Ziyu, I heard that you plan to set 3 questions to select the students. I wonder which 3 questions they are. I'm very curious. Pai Lupi's question struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The envoys from various countries were even more concerned. They all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Li Wangyu had to say. Everyone had their own guesses as to what questions Li Wangyu would set to test the students. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, reciting poems, composing essays, and even riding horses and archery were all guesses. The outstanding talents among the international students were also rubbing their fists and palms, planning to perform well today. Only those who knew Li Wangyu well knew that the so-called test would not be so conventional. At least Pai Lupi knew that his nephew was definitely not the kind of person who would play by the rules. Therefore he was rather curious. Li Wangyu shrugged and kept them in suspense. He smiled and said, "Uncle, you'll know when you see it. It's already begun." Everyone looked down and saw Niu Wu leading a group of baseball field staff to divide the tens of thousands of international students into groups of 10. Hundreds of baseball field staff walked in with bamboo tubes in their arms. Li Wangyu's first question not only puzzled the tens of thousands of international students, but also the tens of thousands of onlookers in the spectator stands. They began to clamor. This test did not look like a test. What was it about? Pai Lupi was even more curious. "Ziyu, what are you doing?" Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at the crowd. The 2 words that came out of his mouth almost shocked everyone in the box. "Drawing lots." Pai Lupi's face could not help but twitch. He could not believe what he was hearing. Drawing lots? What kind of lots? "Uncle, drawing lots is drawing lots. There are 10 bamboo sticks in each of those bamboo tubes. Only one of them has a red mark at the bottom. The person who draws this bamboo stick can proceed to the next round of the test." Li Wangyu's explanation caused the box to fall silent for a few moments. "Nonsense. Ziyu, since you want to select your disciples from international students, how can you use such a childish method? Aren't you toying with the international students?" Pai Lupi slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his eyes wide open. The envoys of the vassal states nodded in agreement with Pai Lupi. Everyone had thought of Li Wangyu's test, but they had never thought that he would use the method of drawing lots. The envoys from other countries also showed dissatisfaction, but because of Li Wangyu's status, they didn't refute him. Only Inashang Mita couldn't help but jump out. "Li Kuan, isn't it too hasty to decide who will enter the next round by drawing lots? I'm an exchange student from Japan." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Wangyu. "Uncle, everyone, what do you think is needed for drawing lots?" What was needed for drawing lots? Pai Lupi and the other officials looked at each other, not understanding Li Wangyu's meaning. Feng Xianling pondered for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Ziyu, do you mean that drawing lots requires luck?" Li Wangyu clapped his hands and applauded. "Haha, Feng Gong's words are correct." He turned to Pai Lupi and said with a smile, "Uncle, drawing lots requires luck. Among the tens of thousands of international students, only about 1,000 can draw a red lot. Therefore, these people's luck is better than others. Hee, this nephew's first choice is to choose a disciple with luck. This drawing lots is the way to identify their luck. If they don't draw lots, then I'm sorry, their luck is not good. This nephew doesn't accept disciples with bad luck. What? After hearing Li Wangyou's words, the people in the private room all had a puzzled look on their faces. Inashang Mitsuda opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was speechless. Pai Lupi looked as if he had seen a ghost. After a long while, he glared at Li Wangyu, but he didn't say anything else and continued to look down. After all, although Li Wangyou's words were a bit ridiculous, they made some sense. Disciples with bad luck. Don't accept. No one else could come up with such a reason. However, no one could say what was wrong with it. The Tangs also believed in fate. Since their luck was not good, they couldn't blame Li Wangyu for not accepting them as disciples. However, no matter how they looked at it, they felt that Li Wangyou's method of identifying luck was too childish. But since it was Li Wangyu who had taken in a disciple, even if the method was a bit strange, no one, including Inashang Mita, could raise any objections. Those who didn't draw lots could only blame their bad luck. At this time, Inashang Mitsuda could only silently pray to Amaterasu Amakami that the Japanese students would be lucky enough to draw a red lot. Not to mention the complicated feelings of the people in the box. After the first test was announced, tens of thousands of international students were also in an uproar. Even the people in Chang, and who were watching the fun in the stands, couldn't help but laugh and talk. In the face of such a childish test, the international students protested one after another. However, Nyowu didn't care whether they were willing or not. Since it was something his Lang Jun ordered, he had to carry it out seriously. Faced with the two choices of accepting the test and drawing lots to win that 1/10th chance, or being chased to the stands, all the international students could only obediently bow their heads and choose the former. No matter how strange the test content was, since it was Li Wangyou's request, they really had no choice. Therefore, in the stadium, the international students from the various vassal states showed the people present the religions and various ways of praying. Some knelt down and murmured prayers, some put their hands together and prayed, some bowed to the sun, and even some international students danced strange and inexplicable dances to pray. In short, in the face of Li Wangyou's unreasonable test, everyone tried their best to increase their luck. After a long while, the drawing of lots officially began. These international students were smart. In order to increase the chances of their countries qualifying, they didn't draw lots with their own country's international students. They all ran to the other country's international students to compete. The drawing of lots was naturally very fast. There were 10 people in a group, and the winners were determined in a moment. Those who drew a red lot naturally shouted excitedly and thanked the gods for their blessings. As for the majority of the people who were disappointed, they ended the apprenticeship journey in frustration and were invited to the stands by the stadium staff to be spectators. Of the tens of thousands of international students, more than 9,000 were quickly eliminated, leaving only about 1,000 lucky people in the stadium. Inashang Mitsuda was very excited because the international students sent by Japan to the Tang Empire were very lucky. More than 10 of them drew a red lot. The first batch of envoys sent by the Tang Empire was less than 200 people. Excluding the envoys and monks, there were less than 100 international students. Among these 100 Japanese international students, more than 10 of them were able to compete with nearly 10,000 international students from the vassal states. Naturally, they were very lucky. After the first round of the so-called test ended, Pai Lupi and the others looked at Li Wangyu again. They wanted to see what other tricks he was going to play. If he dared to talk about drawing lots again, Pai Lupi would really scold him. Chapter 931. Li Wangyu was just spouting nonsense about luck. The only reason he did this was because there were too many people. Tens of thousands of international students. Just by gathering together, it was already a sea of people. As the saying goes, when there are more than 10,000 people, there is no end to it. In order to avoid trouble, Li Wangyu came up with the idea of drawing lots. Using luck as an excuse, he eliminated 90% of the international students. Li Wangyu didn't care if there were really talented people among them. Who asked that person to be unlucky? After eliminating 90% of the people, the originally crowded baseball field suddenly became empty. The 1,000 lucky people stood on the field in a daze. They didn't know what kind of strange test was waiting for them. After the drawing of lots, the remaining people began to be suspicious. They couldn't figure out what kind of tricks the famous Li Zio would play. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they saw hundreds of stadium staff carrying hundreds of long bamboo poles walk into the stadium. These bamboo poles were about 6 to 7 meters long. There was a piece of red silk tied to the top of the pole. In the box, everyone looked at Li Wangyu again, waiting for his explanation. Uncle, everyone, this test question is very simple. It's still a group of 10. As long as you don't use any external objects and don't bend the pole, whoever can find a way to remove the red silk first will advance to the next round of the test. Li Wangyu's words made everyone frown. The pole was so tall. If it wasn't allowed to bend or bend, how could they remove the red silk at the top of the pole? This person couldn't fly. Even if he jumped, he couldn't jump that high. Just as everyone was thinking hard about how to solve the problem, Xianxia suddenly clapped his hands. I got it! Li Jun's question is to test whether these students can work together and whether they have the spirit of sacrifice. Only when 10 people work together and form a human ladder can they climb to the top of the pole and remove the red silk. But in this way, the other 9 people will have to be sacrificed. Xianxia's words made Pai Lupi and the other officials nod. They felt that what he said made sense. Now it seemed like this was the only way to remove the red silk at the top of the pole. Pai Lupi nodded and praised. Not bad, my beloved Minister Tang is indeed quick-witted. You saw through Zio's intentions with just one glance. Being praised by Pai Lupi, Xianxia was naturally very happy. He hurriedly bowed and modestly declined. However, his expression was extremely pleased. Evidently, he was very pleased with himself for being able to guess Li Wangyu's thoughts. On the other hand, Li Wangyu looked as if he had seen a ghost. He really wanted to ask Xianxia how he came up with such a creative idea. Even primary school students in the future knew how to solve this problem. In the elementary school textbook, The Smart Su Wanzhong, there was a similar topic. Li Wangyu was just plagiarizing. The solution was to think in reverse. Under the premise of not letting the bamboo pole fall, it would be enough to let the bamboo pole lower itself. Like Su Wanzhong, putting the bamboo pole into the well was the simplest method. Li Wangyu had set this question because he wanted to see how many smart people among the overseas students could think of this. As for Xianxia's words, Li Wangyu was too lazy to expose him. He wanted to see if anyone could slap this Japanese ambassador's face in the future. On the other hand, the disciples behind Li Wangyu all frowned. Clearly, they did not agree with Xianxia's words. The little fatty Li Tai and the little lowly Wu Mainyang suddenly shouted at the same time, Teacher, I know how to solve this question. Li Wangyu lovingly patted their heads, indicating that they should not say it out loud. As expected, there were many smart people. This kind of child's play would not fool many people. After Li Wangyu announced this question, the 1,000 or so overseas students were all dumbfounded. The bamboo pole was 6 to 7 meters tall. They could not let it fall, and they could not use any external objects. They had to remove the red silk at the top of the bamboo pole. How was this possible? However, one had to admit that in this world, it was not easy to find smart people. However, there were many idiots. The Japanese overseas students' brain circuits were no different from Xianxia's. Very quickly, they came up with a very smart solution. This time, the Japanese didn't team up with the students from other countries. After some discussion, the Japanese students were divided into 2 groups. The 2 most outstanding members were chosen to be in charge of picking the red silk on the bamboo pole and obtaining the opportunity to advance. Li Wangyu's face was filled with black lines as he looked down. He saw the Japanese forming a human ladder and stacking it like a human pyramid. One of the Japanese stepped on his companion's shoulder to climb up to the top of the pole and took down the red silk. The Japanese immediately let out a cheer. Xianxia was so excited that his face turned red. He kept applauding his country's overseas students. Under the influence of the Japanese, the overseas students from other countries were also led down the wrong path. If they calmed down and thought about it, they might be able to come up with a solution. However, the Japanese's stupid method succeeded in removing the red silk, causing the overseas students to lose their ability to think. They all started to follow suit. For a moment, the great Zhao baseball field seemed to have turned into a circus. Everywhere, there were people climbing up the human ladder. This lively scene attracted the cheers of the people watching from the stands. This made the overseas students even more excited. All the overseas students who successfully removed the red silk were jumping up and down in excitement. As for the overseas students who were willing to give up the opportunity to be apprenticed to their partners, they were not discouraged. Instead, they cheered each other on. Looking at the increasingly lively scene below, Li Wangyu really could not bear to watch. He could not help but cover his eyes with his hands, afraid that these idiots would dirty his eyes. Sigh, stupidity was indeed contagious. The Japanese were being stupid, and the thousands of overseas students were being stupid as well. This was really enough. Very quickly, the red silk on the hundreds of bamboo poles was removed. The overseas students who did not get the red silk were once again invited to the stands by the staff. However, they were not depressed this time. Instead, they were proud of their teamwork and dedication. When they walked up to the stands, each of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests proudly. Li Wangyu could not hold it in anymore. He reached out and patted Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's heads. The two of you, go and try to remove the red silk from the bamboo poles. If you dare to use those stupid methods just now, be careful that I will expel the two of you from the sect. Wu Meinyang stuck out her tongue at Li Wangyu and made a face. Meinyang is not as stupid as those people. Teacher, don't look down on me. Her words made Li Wangyu, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others laugh. Those who could be accepted as disciples by Li Wangyu were all future big shots who would leave their names in the history books. How could there be any idiots among them? Whether it was Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Shang Guanyi, Lu Rengue, or even Crown Prince Li Chengqian, they had all figured out the correct method. As for Inashang Mitsuda and the thousands of idiots below, everyone only felt the pleasure of crushing their IQ. Indeed, it was very interesting to watch idiots play monkeys. Chapter 932. After Li Wangyu's 2 tests, there were only 100 students left out of the 10,000 students. At this moment, these students were in the center of the field, receiving the cheers of the audience and their peers. They were very proud. Under the escort of Niu Wu and the others, 2 children, one big and one small, walked to the center of the field and picked up a bamboo pole with all their might. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Whose children are these? Why are they so naughty? Could it be that these 2 children also want to play when they saw the students having fun just now? Perhaps they are Xiao Lang and his wife from some noble family. Didn't you see that the troops of Lai Hot are guarding these 2 carefully? No one in the audience recognized Wu Meinyang, but there were people who recognized Li Tai, Prince Yu. Everyone, please don't talk nonsense. That Xiao Lang is His Majesty's legitimate son, the disciple of the Duke of Huxian, Prince Yu. Once this was said, no one dared to joke around anymore. However, they still looked curiously at Li Tai and Wu Meinyang in the field, wanting to see what they were planning to do. In the box, Pai Lupi looked suspiciously at his son and couldn't help but ask, Zio, what did you ask Qing Ke and Meinyang to do? Hee, uncle, I asked them to try how to remove the red silk from the bamboo pole. Li Er couldn't help but glare again when he heard this. Nonsense, the 2 of them are so young. How can they do such a dangerous thing? This bamboo pole is more than 20 feet tall. What if they accidentally fall down? Me too, quickly go and bring Qing Ke and Meinyang back. Don't let them fool around. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. I guarantee that nothing will happen. You can continue watching with peace of mind. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi frowned. However, he still chose to believe Li Wangyu. He indicated that Me Tua didn't need to go. He wanted to see what his son was going to do first. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the little fatty Li Tai picked up a bamboo pole and followed behind the bouncing Wu Meinyang to the side of the baseball field. Large stables were built on both sides of the field to take care of the horses on both sides of the field. In order to provide water for the horses and to wash their fur, a well was dug beside the stables for the convenience of water. Under everyone's gaze, Li Tai and Wu Meinyang walked to the side of the well. Then, Li Tai picked up the bamboo pole and slowly lowered it into the well. In the huge Dazhao baseball stadium, the originally noisy tens of thousands of spectators all shut their mouths at the same time, as if someone had hit their mute acupoint. When Li Tai gently lowered the bamboo pole to his height, the little lowly, Wu Meinyang, smilingly walked up to him and easily reached out her hand to take the red silk from the top of the bamboo pole. There was dead silence in the great Zhao batting field. To think that, sure, just like that? Whether it was the hundreds of victors who remained in the stadium or the martyrs who were invited to the stands. After seeing this scene, they only felt a burning pain on their faces. F*CK, It turned out that their performance in front of thousands of people was really just a monkey show in the eyes of others. The hundreds of victors who had been so excited before were now so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. They really had no face to see anyone. In the box, Pai Lupi and the officials also opened their mouths wide, unable to speak for a long time. Everyone finally understood the real purpose and answer of Li Wangyou's test question. What kind of bullshit teamwork and sacrificial spirit was this? The group of big shots was also very embarrassed at this time. In fact, if Feng Xianling and the other big shots hadn't been led astray by that idiot Inashang Mitsuda, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. But no matter what, a group of adults couldn't even compare to Li Wangyou's two youngest disciples. It was really embarrassing. As for Inashang Mitsuda, at this moment, his old face was flushed red. There was even a moment when Inashang Mitsuda had the urge to find a katana and commit suicide by cutting his stomach open in front of everyone. The Dongying people's face had been completely thrown away by him. Just as everyone was feeling embarrassed, Pai Lupi suddenly laughed loudly. Good, good. As expected of my Qilin's son, Qing Ke and Mei Nyang are indeed worthy of being Zio's disciples. They are really smart to be able to think of such a trick. Pai Lupi's words eased the atmosphere in the box. The officials all praised Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's intelligence. But everyone, including Pai Lupi, was implying that Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's method was a petty trick, a trick method. It couldn't be helped. Pai Lupi also wanted to save face. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips, but he couldn't be bothered to correct them. He was a kind person. After sending his disciples to slap their faces, he still had to give them a way out. Everyone chatted for a while, and Pai Lupi immediately changed the topic. Zio, what is the content of your third test? Li Wangyu pointed at the stadium staff below who were moving the props. He didn't keep them in suspense and directly told them the third test question. Uncle, everyone, the third question is not easy. Look at the two doors below. One is the real door, and the other is the fake door. I will arrange two gatekeepers at each door. One will only tell the truth, and the other will only tell the lie. He shrugged and smiled. My request is very simple. The international students below can only ask any gatekeeper within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. With one question, they have to determine which door is the real one and which is the fake one. Those who make the correct judgment will pass. Li Wangyou's words once again caused everyone in the box to fall silent. They all frowned and lowered their heads in deep thought. For the Tangs who had never come across such logical reasoning questions, Li Wangyou's question was really a little crazy. The remaining 100 or so international students below were originally dispirited by Li Tai and Wu Meinyang's godly manipulation. After hearing the third question announced by Niu Wu, they were all dumbfounded. 2 doors, 2 gatekeepers, 1 real and 1 fake. They could only ask any one of them one question. How could they get the correct answer? How could they do it? Wasn't this F*King deliberately making things difficult for them? The stands became lively again. Everyone was passionately discussing Li Wangyou's third question. How can there be such a question? County magistrate who is deliberately making things difficult for those international students. Is there really an answer to this kind of question? How can a single question be asked? That's right. It's not difficult to determine which of the 2 gatekeepers is telling the truth and which is lying. Just ask a question and you'll know. But this way, you won't know whether the door behind them is real or fake. Tisk Tiske, county magistrate who is truly a peerless scholar. How can ordinary people like us answer such a question? I don't think any of those international students will be able to answer it. Then doesn't that mean that no one will be able to become county magistrate whose disciple today? Perhaps so. Becoming a disciple isn't that simple. Everyone, why do you care who becomes the disciple? Isn't there a good show to watch? Today's scene is even more lively than the Lantern Festival. Haha, little brother is right. It's very lively. On the stands, the common people were too lazy to think, but the 100 or so international students below were sweating profusely. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Didn't they just want to become disciples? Why did they have to come up with such a ridiculous question? Chapter 933. Li Wangyou's question was, in fact, a very simple logical deduction question. The correct answer was to ask any of the gatekeepers. If I ask the other gatekeeper, will he tell me which door is the real one? No matter who answered, the door pointed out by the gatekeeper would definitely be the fake one. Thus, they would be able to pass by taking the opposite door. Because one of the gatekeepers would only tell lies, no matter how they asked, the answer would definitely be a lie. Thus, by thinking backwards, they could deduce the correct answer. It was a very simple logical deduction question that did not require much skill, but it stumped the Tang people and foreign exchange students. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Feng Xianling, as they had never encountered such a logical deduction question before, it was normal for them to be at a loss. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. To everyone's disappointment, no one could give the correct answer to this question. Even if some of the foreign exchange students could guess which door was the real one, it was meaningless. This result made the hundreds of international students depressed. The envoys in the box also had ugly expressions on their faces. Seeing this result, Pai Lupi could not be bothered to ask what the correct answer was. He only looked at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction, implying that Li Wangyu should clean up this mess. Today, no matter what, he had to accept a disciple from these foreign exchange students. In this regard, Li Wangyu was also very helpless. He had already lowered the difficulty and did not come up with any crazy questions, but he did not expect that no one could answer them. Originally, he had planned to come up with some elementary mathematical Olympiad questions for them to torture the Dongying people. If that was the case, the result would be even more embarrassing. Sigh, it seems that stupidity is contagious. It's all those damned Dongying people's fault. If Inashangmita knew what Li Wangyu was thinking, he would definitely cry. What did it have to do with the Dongying people? Just now, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He had shrunk to the back of the crowd, afraid that he would attract attention. And among the hundreds of foreign exchange students below, there were only 2 envoys left. The Japanese, who had created this spectacular apprenticeship event, had already given up on the idea of becoming Li Wangyu's disciple. Whether it was Inashangmita or Yakushi Kei, they only wished to be forgotten. Under Pai Lupi's dissatisfied gaze, Li Wangyu could only pinch his nose and apologize. He personally went to the batting field to interview the international students and select the one he liked. Originally, because the international students couldn't answer Li Wangyu's question, they thought that they wouldn't have the chance to be apprenticed to him. Everyone was very depressed. When they saw Li Wangyu appear and learned that Li Wangyu would choose one of them to be his disciple, the group of international students became happy again. Although the chances were slim, with only a 1% chance, it was still a chance. Everyone greeted Li Wangyu in an orderly manner, then lined up neatly, waiting for Li Wangyu to choose. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Li Wangyu noticed that there were actually many blonde international students in the crowd. But this wasn't surprising. Many of the vassal states of the Tang Dynasty were located in Central Asia, and there were even vassal states in Siberia. Only one person's attire caught his attention. This person was wearing traditional Persian clothing, which was very interesting. Persians were not rare in the Tang Dynasty, and Persian merchants were also famous in the Tang Dynasty for being rich. But Persia wasn't a vassal state of the Tang Dynasty, so why would a Persian international student appear here? Li Wangyu was curious and couldn't help but wave his hand, calling the Persian international student over. "Are you a Persian? Why are you an international student in the Tang Dynasty?" The young Persian hurriedly bowed and replied, "Sir, I am indeed from Iran Shah, Persia. A year ago, I came to the Tang Dynasty with a Persian diplomatic mission. Because I admire the culture of the Tang Dynasty, I specially asked His Majesty to allow me to study in the Imperial College." "It must have been hard for you to come all the way to the Tang Dynasty to study. What is your name?" Li Wangyu heard that this young Persian could come to the Tang Dynasty to study from faraway Persia, so he had a good impression of him. "Sir, my name is Pelos, the king of Iran Shah, the third son of Yazdegerd III. Li Wangyu only felt a headache when he heard the names of these foreigners. It was too long and hard to remember. He just nodded casually to show that he understood. In fact, he didn't understand at all. He didn't even hear what the Persian international student said. Li Wangyu looked at the others and was about to cordially chat with them before casually choosing someone he liked. But he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the Persian international student. "What did you say your name was?" The young Persian was a little stunned. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant, but he still replied respectfully, "Sir, my name is Pelos." "Your father is the king of Persia? You are the prince of Persia?" "Yes, I..." Pelos nodded and was about to answer, but Li Wangyu patted him on the shoulder and said, Okay, no need to say more. Pelos, are you willing to be my disciple? Li Wangyou's words changed too quickly, and Pelos was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Happiness came too suddenly, and he was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Belusi's reaction was quick. He immediately knelt down and said, "Disciple Belusi greets teacher." "Haha, good. You can get up first. I will give you a gift later." Li Wangyou smiled and helped Pelos up. The group of foreign students were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. They didn't understand what was going on. Was it so hasty? Did he decide to accept a disciple just like that? Most of the foreign students didn't even have time to say a word to Li Wangyou before it was over. Li Wangyou didn't care about the bitterness in the hearts of the foreign students. He directly brought Pelos back to the private room and introduced him to Pai Lupi and the others. This Persian prince was his new disciple. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others naturally didn't have any objections. They all smiled and greeted Pelos. The group of fellow disciples was very happy. Only the little lowly, Wu Mainyong, was very serious about how to address Pelos. Although she was young, she had entered the sect earlier than Pelos, so she stubbornly asked Pelos to call her senior sister. Although Pai Lupi didn't know why Li Wangyou chose this person as his disciple, as long as Li Wangyou made a choice among the foreign students, his goal would be achieved. He would be able to answer to the envoys of the various countries. As for the Japanese, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their blood. The grievances and helplessness in their hearts didn't need to be said. They had knelt outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and begged for half a day, but all they got was someone else's wedding dress. Who could understand this kind of sadness? They naturally didn't know why Li Wangyou would accept this Persian prince as his disciple. Chapter 934. In the history of China, there was once an interesting foreigner. This person was originally from the Persian royal family, but he later married a princess of the Tang Dynasty and sought to restore the country. The famous poet Li Sun and Li Xianxia were descendants of this person, and the blood of the Persian royal family flowed in their veins. It was said that there were even descendants of this person in Sichuan in the future. This person's name was Belusi. He was the son of Yazdijerd III of the Persian royal family. According to the old Tang book, when the Arabs invaded Persia, Yazdijerd III asked for help from the Tang dynasty several times, but he was rejected by Pai Lupi. In the end, the Persian royal family was destroyed by the Arabs. Belusi once again asked for help from the Tang dynasty. At that time, Pai Lupi had already died of illness, and Li Ji had ascended the throne. Li Ji sent an envoy to Central Asia and established the Persian Governor-General's office. He appointed Belusi as the Persian king. However, Persia was too far away from the Tang dynasty, and they could not receive any help from the Tang dynasty. Hence, the Persian Governor-General's office did not exist for too long. Under the constant threat of the Arab army, Belusi could only escape along the Silk Road and finally reached Chang'an. Belusi's bloodline was the Persian royal family, and he eventually settled down in the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyou read history books, he had once lamented about this period of history. It was a pity that the great Tang's Persian commander-in-chief's office was only in name. Otherwise, it would have been truly satisfying if they could have incorporated that land into China's territory. Hence, when he found out about the identity of the Persian student, he immediately decided to take him as his disciple. Li Wangyou did not expect that Belusi had been a student in the Tang dynasty when he was young. No wonder when Persia faced the threat of the Arabs, they would ask for help from the Tang dynasty. However, because of the geographical distance, the Tang dynasty could only give the Persians verbal support. Even the powerful Tang dynasty could not reach so far and interfere in Central Asia's matters. But in today's Tang dynasty, because of the time travel of Li Wangyou and Su Chongqing, they may have the ability to intervene. The Tang dynasty's cavalry had horseshoes to protect their horses, so the casualty rate outside of war was quite low. As a result, the number of the Tang dynasty's armored cavalry continued to increase every year. Secondly, there was the use of four-wheeled carriages. The horse carriages had changed from two-wheeled to four-wheeled carriages. Not only did it increase the ability to carry goods, it also greatly increased the logistical supply of the army. Not to mention that the well-tempered steel that he and Yan Liben had created together had improved the armor and weapons of the Tang army. In any case, Li Wangyou thought that since the Mongolian cavalry could sweep through Europe and Asia several hundred years later, there was no reason why the current Tang dynasty cavalry couldn't do the same. Therefore, Li Wangyou accepted Bei Lusi as his disciple without any hesitation. He had his own plans in mind. The governor of the Persian Governor-General's office. This was a very suitable position for Belus. Let the Persian dynasty go with the wind. He wasn't cheating his disciple. After all, in history, the Persian dynasty was also destroyed by the Arabians. Rather than that, why not bring it into the territory of the Tang dynasty? There was nothing bad about it. At the very least, the rule of the Tang dynasty wasn't a bad thing for the Persians. Of course, whether or not these things could be realized was still unknown. Li Wangyu was just preparing for a rainy day. Naturally, no one knew what he was thinking. Even Su Chongqing, because he didn't understand history, didn't know about this period of history. Therefore, he couldn't guess what Li Wangyu was thinking. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't know that Li Wangyu accepted Bei Lucy as his disciple because he had such thoughts in his mind. A few days later, Li Wangyu really held a grand ceremony to formally accept Bei Lucy as his disciple. The small commotion caused by the Japanese sending the Tang envoy was settled just like that. Bei Lucy also didn't understand why good luck had come to him. In short, he was naturally overjoyed that Li Wangyu unexpectedly became his disciple. As for the initiator, the Dongying people were secretly grateful. But obviously, the Dongying people wouldn't accept Bei Lucy's gratitude. The matter of Li Wangyu accepting a disciple at the Dazhao baseball stadium was another thing for the people of Chang'an to gossip about. Other than the stupid lottery, the two questions that Li Wangyu set were also talked about by the people of Chang'an for a long time. Time flew by like a white horse galloping by. In the 9th month of the 4th year of Zhengguan, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty became lively again. Other than the returning old students, after a series of tests and screening, 500 new students were admitted to the academy. After the academy started, everything was orderly and carried out step by step. Under Su Jingzong's arrangement, it was finally time for Li Wangyu's encyclopedia lesson. For the first time in his life, Li Wangyu, a bad student in the future, stood on the podium and began his glorious career as a primary school teacher. Although Li Wangyu was unlicensed, the thousands of academy students in the newly built auditorium of the academy were all staring at Li Wangyu on the podium with adoration on their faces. Even the new students, who were 6 or 7 years old, were familiar with Li Wangyu's name. They naturally knew what it meant for Li Wangyu to teach them in person. No one knew what an encyclopedia was. Not to mention these children, even Su Jingzong didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to teach. But no matter what Li Wangyu was going to teach, this opportunity to listen to Li Wangyu in person was very rare. After traveling to the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu had seen a lot of big scenes. But when he stood on the podium in the auditorium and looked at the crowd below, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He had decided to teach at the academy on a whim. But he didn't have this kind of experience. In the future, Li Wangyu had explained the plan to the clients, but there were only a dozen people in the meeting room who listened to him. Like today, facing thousands of people, Li Wangyu still felt a little stressed. After knowing that Li Wangyu was going to teach a class called Encyclopedia, that no one had heard of, the first and second year students of the academy were not the only ones who came to listen to the lesson in the auditorium of the academy. Including Su Jingzong, the professors and teaching assistants of the academy all rushed into the auditorium to listen to the lesson. These professors and teaching assistants of the academy worshipped Li Wangyu even more. They all held pens and ink in their hands and were ready to listen and take notes seriously. Li Wangyu was a little embarrassed about this. In his original plan, even if he didn't teach well, it shouldn't be a problem to fool these 6 or 7-year-old children. But now so many employees of the academy came to listen to his lesson. If he didn't teach well or was questioned by others, it would be very embarrassing. Li Wangyu calmed himself down and coughed softly. The large auditorium suddenly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Wangyu. Students, the lesson I'm going to teach today is called Encyclopedia. So, what is encyclopedia? Encyclopedic is the general name of all the knowledge of all the disciplines, including astronomy, geography, nature, mechanics, medicine, literature, and so on. When Li Wangyu said this, the students of the academy below didn't think much of it. But the professors and teaching assistants of the academy, who heard him explain the meaning of encyclopedia for the first time, couldn't help but gasp together. The Duke was so arrogant.